Hello there, hello there, hello there, everybody. How are we all? I'm very well, I thank you for asking. Um, bit of a strange one today. We're doing a conversation which we had planned on doing a couple of weeks ago, if you remember, before Christmas, with a young lad from Pakistan who wanted to talk to me. I don't know what about specifically, but they wanted to do a thing, so okay, we'll try that again. It didn't really work technologically the first time, but we'll see. I have non-binary, yes, the fucking weirdo jumping at the judge. Very strange. Anyway, here he is. We'll see what happens. Let's go.
Hey.
Hello? Hello there?
Yeah, hello. That's me.
How are you? You're live, by the way, so yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not very, I don't have, virtual stage fright. It's fine. Like,
That's fair enough, yes. So, how do you like to be referred to? What name would you like me to use?
Kelsey. You can call me Kelsey.
Kelsey. Hello there. Okay, Kelsey, so, what did you want to discuss with me?
Well, I want to discuss a whole bunch of things, actually. I want to discuss the patriarchy. I want to discuss wage slavery. I want to discuss Palestinian liberation. But I can't do that here right now. So, this is the last thing I can discuss. But we can discuss something else instead.
Okay.
There are plenty of topics to talk about.
Okay. Yes. So, yes. So, well, where do you want to begin? What did you have to say? It's entirely
Well,
the floor is entirely yours. Tell us about
okay.
you.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna introduce myself for a bit. Basically, I'm a leftist, obviously. And that's why I'm even here. But the thing is I mostly became, I started to know things new actually, and thanks to Dr. Christy Winters back in like 2018. I
Okay.
didn't know
Cool.
anything about the whole world. Like I'd read some whitewashed history books from my IGCSE curriculum. My brother used to study IGCSE for his exam. And I happened to read those books. They didn't teach me anything. I didn't understand racism. I didn't understand sexism. I didn't understand anything. And these were like systemic problems. It was just more like, Martin Luther King, hey, I have a dream speech, and none of the other things he said. So it's like I didn't understand anything. It was not
Oh.
properly.
Okay. You cut out
Uh,
there. Sorry.
no, you can continue. I said what I wanted to say.
Oh. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So basically, it's not a very interesting story. Before this, I was just some shut-in video game kid. I didn't really read much. I didn't know anything. I was just like, your average student, just got good, decent grades. Just was waiting for the weekend, waiting for the holidays. It wasn't until I was pretty much almost groomed into being a reactionary. Like I was shown a really anti-immigration video. The whole chain started rolling in. I ended up becoming a leftist.
Well, that's
Instead of
that's interesting because when you say because you're from, we can say where you're from, right? The country. That's not a problem. Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think
Okay.
so.
Okay. So you're from Pakistan, and so what when you say anti-immigration, is immigration a big issue there, or is it immigration from a Westerner perspective, or what?
Well, obviously the old anti-immigration content is all the far right stuff from YouTube.
Yeah.
Like in the 2010s,
Yeah.
I was shown that somebody basically tried to groom me into being a reactionary. They failed badly because like just 3 months after that, I became a socialist. Like 3 months after that, and then a year after that, I just I watched your content. I watched
Okay.
H Bomber guy. I watched all these people, and I was like, oh, it's not like that at all. The reactionaries, they got a whole propagandistic narrative where essentially the reactionaries are acting like they're all oppressed and they're all being censored, even though it's just them getting criticized.
Yeah. Well, that's like I say. In terms of immigration, though, we in the West we tend to think of your country as a place where people come from, rather than necessarily a place people go to. So
Yeah,
does it have the same emotional ring when people talk about immigration there? Is it seen more positively, or what?
okay. In Pakistan, it's like immigration was not really a big issue
Mm,
from what I can remember. Like back in like 70s and 80s
right.
and like the 2000s and the 90s, it's not really an issue until right now the Pakistani government or the Pakistani military, I think, is deporting Afghanistani refugees and Afghanistani legal citizens
Oh,
for
really? Oh, wow.
good reason. it's an issue now.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely racist, and you just hear people like fellow Pakistani people are like, oh, these Afghani people, oh, look, they're scum, and it's like it's just so racist.
Yeah.
Because in the West, it's like we would be treated the same way, and like I obviously have no doubts about the fact that I should not be divided from my fellow people of color. It's like we should be standing together. We should be supporting each other no matter where it is, and we should not be deporting people in our countries because we were literally colonies ourselves.
Yeah.
We should be, welcoming, accepting of people. We should not be like the West at all because the West is very intolerant. It's a bizarre stereotype here in the global South, like in the Middle East, Asia. It's like people think the West is so. Not a lot of people, but the really conservative, really reactionary people think that the West is progressive or anything, or is liberal. It's not. It's not liberal. The West is very, very reactionary. And if these people understood that how racist the West is, they would be like, "Oh, we really didn't know. We have our whole perspective being turned upside down."
Yeah.
So it's like they would really understand that the West is very racist. The West is very, very conservative. And the reason why our countries, like Pakistan, is so reactionary is because in the 70s we were essentially just US puppets pretty much, and the US literally installed that guy Zia al-Haq, the Pakistani dictator, and because of him the country became much more conservative. It used to be a neoliberal democracy during the 50s and during its inception, Pakistan. But in the 70s, basically that dictator Zia al-Haq he was elected. He was installed actually. And the country became much more reactionary, and it is the way it is now.
Okay, I mean, again, the evils of imperialism are manifest clearly. Yes.
I mean, the U.S. has a history of doing this. Like, I'm not ignorant on the history of it. I've known this since I was like 14 years old. There was this video called Top 10 Regimes that the U.S. supported by a YouTuber called Libertarian Socialist Rants.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Kama. Yeah, good lad.
Yeah, it's like I watched that video and I was like, holy shit! It's like I didn't know any of this. Like I didn't know the U.S. literally overthrew democratically elected governments, like in Chile and in Guatemala, to install right-wing pro-capitalist dictators who committed genocide numerous times.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they did it on basically every continent. Yeah.
So the thing is it was a real eye-opener. I did not know any of this. None of the history books that I read mentioned any of that. I did not know that at all. So I was shocked. I was very shocked. And it was like, imperialism is something that needs to be opposed completely. It's not the US is not doing a good thing when it's invading countries. They just kill people. They torture innocent civilians. They torture and rape men, women, and children. They did it in Iraq as well, by the way. Like the US military, they did that. And the news articles, they never mentioned sexual assaults because to be reported, it's like something that can't really be reported on the media, but that happened. And the U.S. does it every time. They did it in Vietnam, they did it in Guatemala, they did it everywhere, but they invaded the country. They did it in Korea, they did it in the Gulf War, it's just absolutely sickening, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I know. I suppose a similar point. What's the feeling over there about the war? Because we can't obviously talk about the one in Palestine, but what about the Ukraine-Russia thing? Because I know a lot of people say in India are quite pro-Putin, which is rather disappointing. So, I mean, how's the general feeling there about the Ukraine situation?
Well, in Pakistan, it's like majority of Pakistani people, they don't really seem to be all that focused about it. I would say, from my perspective. From everyone I know, everyone I talk about, most of them are talking about Palestine. They're not really talking about Ukraine. They're talking about Sudan, they're about Congo, and they support all of them. They just support Congo, Palestine, and Sudan. But with Ukraine, it's like they don't really seem to care. They just seem to know. It's more like it because when it comes to Pakistan, the Pakistani people are like, what is going to affect us directly? And obviously, they're going to think that. So it is that the Ukraine thing is not really related to us. I mean, I'm not trying to dismiss the importance of
no, absolutely. No, that makes sense. Yeah, no, geographics make a lot of sense and kind of cultural factors and stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
So the thing is we never knew about Ukraine. Like, we never knew the history of Ukraine. We never knew that the Ukraine has a pretty big problem since like 2014, pretty much.
Yeah.
And so it's like Pakistani people, they don't really have much of a strong opinion on Ukraine. Everywhere else they do have a strong opinion. With Pakistan, it's like the geopolitics of Pakistan is what is India saying about us, and how is India trying to make us out to be some sort of terrorist state or whatnot, even though India has the same problems, basically.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I just want to make it clear, I'm not like, a Pakistani nationalist or anything. No, we did a bunch of horrible things as well. Like in 1971, we committed genocide on the Bangladeshi people, basically under the name of anti-communism.
Yeah.
The US backed it. Henry Kissinger really supported it massively.
He did, yes. I was rather glad to see him die, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. He's a horrible person.
True.
Horrid person.
True.
So the thing is, I wanted to, since I mentioned that I was influenced by libertarian and socialist strands as well, it's like I want to explain how I actually, got to know who he was. By the way, it was a pure coincidence. Like before libertarian and socialist strands, Cameron had like this channel called Camia Bams. Like
I remember, yeah.
It was, back in the whole new atheist, ranter community. He had a channel called Unicycle Rants, Camia Bams. So it's like I watched a video of his called like the top 10 worst pop artists or whatever. It's a really bad video. It's like really bad. It's a bunch of pseudo contrarianism basically. It's like look at how Nicki Minaj is terrible, and look at how I wonder. It's like it's a product of its times. It's really terrible. But it's like Cameron was very, he was very charismatic, despite the fact he was saying stupid things. He was very charismatic.
Yeah.
He had a really sharp sense of humor. So I was impressed by that. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really into humor. I was like 13 at the time, to be fair. 14 actually. But the thing is, I was really impressed because I never saw anything like that. I mean, his style of humor is good, but the video is really bad. So the video is just, every 20-something white guy dude whining about pop songs on the radio.
Yeah.
Video is just that. It was like Cameron, he had me interested. It was actually a collaborative video with PM Rants. I'm not sure if you know about him. That guy's a horrible dude. He supported the Libya invasion, and he's just like one of those anti-SJW reactionaries. He's a horrible guy. But I came across Cameron in that video, and it was like not even 5 months later, I watched this video where Cameron just refuted the hell out of Paul Joseph Watson, and I was like, wow. It was like I seriously considered leftism, and after that, just like not even a month later after that, I became a socialist. Thanks to Cameron. So it was really good. So I gotta really thank him because he was the first guy who got me thinking about the world and really showed me a whole bunch of knowledge about a bunch of things I didn't know. Like he really helped me with my reasoning, the way I looked at the world, the way I knew things. I wasn't gonna get that from a history book, so I gotta thank him a lot, man. I gotta thank him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fair enough. Yes. So, where are you, by the way? Because I can hear people in the background.
I'm in a mall actually. I have to use a public Wi-Fi hotspot because I can't do this at my home. My family is gonna be like, they're not leftists, okay?
Yeah.
My brother's gonna take it pretty horribly because I'm not sure I can say a lot about him here. Maybe he's gonna watch it and get pissed at me. I don't know. I don't think he knows, but I'm not sure if he knows about my online handle. Do you like travel? Not only my younger brother knows, and he never bothers checking it. So it's like I don't think they're gonna watch a stream. So the thing is he's an incel, okay? He's a really disgusting incel.
Oh wow, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's very xenophobic. He's very far right. He's a Pakistani dude, and he's like, "Oh, the British built everything. The British had order in Pakistan." It's like the British enslaved us and built all that infrastructure. We built the infrastructure. They killed us.
Yeah.
They enslaved our forefathers, and you're saying things like that. And it's like he's like just a massive fascist, pretty much, and he can't admit it because you try to criticize him. And he does the whole thing of, oh, you leftists just try to censor us. And it's like, I'm just criticizing you. I'm using my freedom of speech to criticize you. You can't handle criticism now?
Yeah, wow, absolutely. That's really interesting. Pakistani incels. I suppose they would be everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, they're everywhere, man.
Yeah, that's really sad. Yeah.
It's just men being very insecure and feeling entitlement towards women. I want to say something. Throughout my whole life, even before I was a feminist, I never felt like I had entitlement over women. I never felt like I need to, get sex or whatever. I never felt like these were important things because one of the reasons is, I grew up well. My parents raised me well. My parents were like, they didn't teach me this stuff. Okay, they didn't teach me this stuff, and I didn't grow up around dating culture. I told you where I lived, but I'm not going to tell you here right now.
Yeah.
So I grew up in a very, very quiet neighborhood, very secluded neighborhood. I was a shut-in kid. But the thing is, we didn't have the sort of Western dating culture here. So we didn't have, oh, hey, you were already hurt by some girl. Yeah, girls are all evil. We never had that when we were kids. We never really thought about kids. I studied in a co-education school, but technically the girls had a separate area. So we never really interacted around girls. We never thought about girls. We didn't have a dating culture. So we weren't really raised into misogyny. It's not like misogyny wasn't in the culture. It was just I was lucky enough to avoid, popular culture and just culture that was influencing the way young men turn into misogynists. So I was very lucky to avoid that. Very lucky.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, it was all about chance. It was like if I was exposed a little bit to like I don't know some really shitty, stupid rom-com, like I would be a misogynist today, like without a doubt. And I'm glad I never was exposed to that culture because that stuff just gets you thinking that way, man. It gets you thinking that way.
Well, how would you go about stopping other young men from going down that pipeline?
Well, the thing is I would highlight the way, like I would basically just get to the root of the problem, and I would tell men why they feel this way. Like I always do that. Whenever I'm having a discussion, I'm like, oh, here's the symptom. The symptom is really bad. It's like, no, all these symptoms are caused by these issues, okay? So in the case of inceldom, it's very simple. It is an insecurity about men. It's a desire for control over women, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's male entitlement, feeling that women owe men sex just because men are men. And this is something that's not just, that men just think. It is promoted in culture. Like I mentioned with rom-coms, like American Pie. Like those are so guilty of promoting this mentality that sex is everything and all that. And you can't have life without that. It's like, that's not true. That's not a good message to send kids. Kids are like, they're going to, because they're going to devalue themselves.
Yeah.
And secondly, they're going to look at women in a very horrible way.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very important thing.
From looking at it from the outside, Pakistan seems like quite a patriarchal culture, sort of religiously ordered patriarchal place. Now, obviously, there's going to be variations across, a big country, a lot of people, but how do you think that differs in Pakistan from maybe somewhere else, which is a little bit more pluralistic, but still has patriarchal structures? And how do you get around that in somewhere like Pakistan?
Pluralistic? I didn't understand. Could you give me like an example of the pluralistic?
Oh well, sorry. Okay, so Pakistan seems like quite a religious place in many respects. Yeah,
it is.
So
it's like 75%.
Yeah, so 75%. Like there are places like say Britain that aren't as religious. Still have a lot of patriarchal problems, but obviously it's enforced in a very different way because religion isn't a massive part of that. So how would you go around? How would you tackle that in Pakistan?
Well, first of all, the thing is we need some sort of leftist media in Pakistan, but not just media. We need videos that explain everything, that explain the way the men think about rape, the way the men think about women, the way that men have this paranoia about false rape allegations. Like I always wanted to create like a YouTube video series. Well, not really a YouTube video series, just some sort of content that would explain that the whole fear about false rape allegations, it doesn't make any sense because the whole concept, like if I can step in for a moment here, like the whole concept of false rape allegations, it's based around this idea that women just lie, like women can't ever tell the truth, like the idea that allegations are so deadly they lead to convictions, when it's not true. Like most allegations, they never even result in people caring. Like I try to highlight so many allegations from celebrities. Well, not celebrities, people with like parasocial relationships. It was like I got called a clout chaser, despite the fact I'm not a woman. I'm not even like your stereotypical liberal feminist. I'm communist. I'm like a communist feminist. It's like I wasn't even like I'm like a Pakistani dude. I'm not like a Western guy. But I got held and viewed in the same light as all the stereotypical caricatures of feminists. And I got called a woman just because I said I was arguing from a feminist perspective. Some guy was like, hey cis, and I'm not cis. Just because I said I was Pakistani doesn't mean all Pakistani people are women now.
Yeah.
It's like it was so stupid basically, and I got called a clout chaser, and they're all just trying to make me look like some sort of hypocrite just because they were consuming media from from a musical act who had like 4 confirmed pedophiles pretty much, and I was like, you should stop supporting these people.
Yeah, that's
like,
fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, could I talk about that scenario, like who those people are for a bit, like if you don't mind? Like, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it in a bit, but like the whole situation where I brought that whole up was like they were trying to make me those people in that it was a Reddit post actually. It was a Reddit post in our pop punkers where I was talking about specific artists who basically was like they were exposed massively for trying to solicit nudes from a 13-year-old girl. And it was confirmed, by the way. The girl who was accusing them provided them with ample evidence, like undeniable screenshots. Like the only people who would deny the screenshots would be like, it's fake. And it's like the people who are like, they ask for evidence and they're like, when the accuser provides them with evidence, it's like, oh, this is fake. It must be, made up. It's like, how? How is it made up? It's like you are trying so desperately to deny a victim speaking up. It's always that. It just brings back to the whole point of men just seem to think that women lie and do this for, clout chasing. But there's no clout. When a victim speaks up, everyone calls them liars. Hell, when a person who is trying to inform people of this sort of stuff, they're called clout chasers. They're called liars. Even the fact that someone like me I have no media profile. Like I'm some broke, unemployed kid who doesn't even have a job. Like who doesn't even have any way of receiving money. Like if I was a scammer, I would be like trying to get money from people. Like I tried getting donations, and I was like, no, like I am not a scammer. I don't even have a credit card here. Like why would I do that? Like, and who the hell is trying to profit off of calling, criticizing people for being abusive? Who profits off that? It's not a profitable thing.
Don't forget, chat. If you want to involve yourself in my scam, you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe and do bits messages. Boom. Sorry, go on. You were saying.
Yeah. So the thing is, I got called a clout chaser. I got called a lie. I got called a woman, like in the most bizarre way. Not like hey, sissy girl. They didn't say that. They were more like, you're using feminist language, using feminist perspective. You must be a woman. And I said I was Pakistani. I didn't specify that I was a cis guy.
So this was someone online? This wasn't...
Yeah. Yeah, it was like an actual person. And I was shocked at the stupidity. And the same person was like, oh, I'm not white, I'm queer. So it's like all queer people are people of color now. It's like these people are so desperate to deny white privilege. They'll say stupid things like this.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, man. It's like I have screenshots, by the way. If anyone's interested, like this happened. Or I could just link you. The post got deleted, but the thing is it's still there. The comments are there. Like if anyone wants to have like a laugh riot, everyone just wants to amuse themselves, like they can just look at it. I'll willingly share this stuff because unlike a lot of other online commentators, online people, like I never forget things. Like I remember things so well, and it's like I never hesitate because it's like everyone is anonymous, right? Everyone has anonymous identities. So this isn't doxing. So it's like if I just show someone who's saying a comment on their online profile, like that's fine, right? It's cool because their privacy is protected. It's not like I'm sharing a picture of their face or their address or their name or anything. So it's like if anyone's interested, like I'm definitely gonna give you screenshots. Like trust me, this shit happened.
Yeah.
This shit happened.
That's
like
nice.
I might share them on Twitter. So like
okay.
I was gonna say who these people are specifically, right? The people who are like pedophiles. It's like, do you know of a Welsh pop punk group named Nick D? You know Nick D?
I do not know who they are. No.
Okay, so basically Neck Deep is like they're a UK pop punk band. Basically, their only notable feature is they copy American groups. They sound American, and in the UK, there's a niche for trying to sound American.
Yeah.
But the whole genre they play. Pop punk is all about nostalgia, right? About summer times and girls and whatnot. So it's like Neck Deep. They not only do that, okay. What they do is they invoke the sounds of American groups who do the same thing. So it's invoking nostalgia of nostalgia. And trust me, like I listen to the whole discography. Like I write a bunch of reviews as well. Like they're not really anything special, but I listen to music. So when I listen to music, I listen to a record. I listen to what a record has to offer in terms of production, lyrics, music, and all that. And I can tell you for a moment there, like without any sort of hatred towards pop punk or any sort of hipster boogeyman nonsense. That's a whole mentality. This is a whole other thing at the end of the day. Like I can tell you, Neck Deep have nothing special about them. They're not catchy. They're not fun. They're nothing. They're just completely boring.
Okay.
And I mean, I just went off a tangent there. So I just wanted to put up a background there. Let me explain to you what Neck Deep did. Right?
Okay.
In September 2015, a 13-year-old girl, I'm not sure what her online handle was or what her name was, she basically accused Neck Deep's members, Lloyd Roberts, Phil Thorpe Evans, Danny Abbasi, Danny Washington, and Matt West, of trying to solicit nudes from her when she was 13 in 2013, I believe. And it was not just the members. It was also the crew members as well. I think the photographer or manager also did that. One of the road crew members did that as well. Everybody but the singer tried to solicit nudes. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, what happened is So there was a bit of a controversy, by the way. This was before Me Too in August 2015 when the controversy broke. But it's surprisingly, Neck Deep got away with it. Like the other members got away with it. The only thing that came close to a consequence is the Lloyd Roberts had to step down, and he never had to face any consequence. And he was still posting on Twitter, by the way. He's still on Twitter. And I still basically I actually commented recently on his post to be like, hey, this guy did this shit. Like, don't forget that. Like, don't let this guy, don't forget he did this shit. And it's like, the funniest thing is, Lloyd Roberts in 2016 was like, oh, it scares me that Donald Trump could become president of the U.S. And he tweeted that. And then I was like, I recently tweeted, hey, are you sure you're so upset about it? Because you did the same thing that Trump did. Like, you're just as much of a sexual predator as Trump did.
Yeah.
I did that. I straight up said it. Like, it's an old post he made, but I said it anyway.
Right.
It's like, the thought counts, right?
Yeah.
So, this thing. So it's like, Neck Deep got away with it. Like, the other three guys, Philip Evans, Danny Abbasi, Matthew West, like, news articles would never even say that they were accused, even though they were accused by the accuser. They would never say that. Right. They would never, have those screenshots that were widely circulating around the internet, like legitimate screenshots of Neck Deep trying to solicit news from this 13-year-old girl, like grooming her. Like, they would have just mentioned, hey, Lloyd Roberts, he's accused of this, and he left. It's like, it wasn't just him. There was four of them, and one guy just left, and the other two guys, Phil Evans and Danny Abbasi, you know what they did? They just left on their own terms. They never had to face any of the controversy, and Neck Deep continued. Like, they were still popular. They were still selling. They were still like selling out venues. They're on the Warped Tour. They had a they had a highly anticipated album in 2017, like sold crazy, and people were like all excited about it. And it was like the thing is, in the whole Me Too thing, right? There were a whole bunch of other artists who were accused, very credibly accused, and proven to be like sexual predators. It's like their careers were either over or massively hit by the fact they would never be successful. Yeah. Neck Deep, that never happened to Neck Deep. Neck Deep still, by the way, still has a career, and there's still a pedophile in Neck Deep. Matthew West never left Neck Deep, and it's not just the sexual predation, right? It's not it's not just the attempted sexual abuse. It's like Ben Barlow is a massive anti-feminist. Like in 2017, Ben Barlow, who
is this person?
He's the lead singer of the group.
Okay, right.
He's their buddies. He's buddies with the pedophiles.
Okay.
That's what he is, by the way.
Okay.
I'm not exaggerating. Thing is in 2017, Ben Barlow basically he tweeted out Happy Women's Day, International Women's Day, to all the women who don't hate men. Basically, he's talking about feminists, right? Like,
right. Okay.
Women. Oh, they look at these feminists. They hate men. They hate all men. And that he was called out on it. And he's like, oh, I was just talking about all the I was just saying it in a way that all the intelligent women know that they're not talking about them. Basically bullshitting. And he just went on damage control over and over again until he was like, I'm sorry if anyone got offended. He didn't say this, but he just basically was like, sorry, but not sorry. And this is a micro controversy, by the way. There were articles about him being an anti-feminist douchebag. And it's like, I remembered it so well, even though I didn't know about it at the time. It's like, I learned about it all in 2018. It was like, I knew this so well. And it was like, nobody seemed to care. Like, I didn't see a single musician. I didn't see a single Redditor criticize this guy for being a douchey anti-feminist. People think he's a good dude. Right. Like, even when people criticize the other guys for being pedophiles, like, oh, he's a good dude, but the other guys are horrible people. Like, this was an actual Reddit comment. And I was like, how is he a good dude? He's an anti-feminist. And even if he's not an anti-feminist, he's friends with pedophiles.
Yeah.
Like, he's willingly working with pedophiles, right?
Okay.
It's like, he's not a good dude.
I can't remember how we got onto this. What was this related to?
Parasocial relationships.
Parasocial relationships, right. Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, there were some really toxic ones. I certainly try not to sort of engage in that too much myself.
Fair enough, because the fan base is gonna be like, oh, how dare you criticize this horrible person we worship? It's like, it's also bizarre, man.
Yeah, I can't see anyone worshipping me, to be honest. No.
Yeah, that's a good thing, by the way, and I hope nobody worships me, because it's like, first of all, I don't want to be worshipped with, because it's like, why would you worship people? It's like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for the person who's worshiping. It's like, it's not healthy to assume that you seem to think about something about me that's not true. Like, you seem to have this idea about me that is based on complete fiction. Like, you don't know me. You don't know you don't even know what my face looks like. Like, I'm a beardy dude. Like I'm not, like the way I'm criticizing people, people might think, oh, he might be a sensitive guy, like he might be a stereotypical sensitive guy. No, I'm not that. Like I'm not a macho man. I hate machismo. I criticize machismo all the time. I criticize toxic masculinity. I criticize masculinity in general. But I'm not like a sensitive guy, emotional abuser, because there's a lot of problem where guys pretend to be emotionally sensitive, but they just abuse women. They're just manipulating women. I'm not that type of person. I criticize that all the time. So yeah. The second thing is parasocial relationships. It's like they ruin the point of someone trying to have a platform. It's like, I want to have a platform. I'm here today because I want to share important things. I want to discuss things that I think people want to hear, that I think people ignore. Like I think leftists ignore. This is important.
Okay. So when you say you want to, are you planning on content creation?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. It's like going to be very simple stuff. It's like going to be like, fairly short streams. Sometimes I won't even be talking about it because I'm going to do it from my home. And my family is not going to be happy with me doing this. They really don't want me. Like I try to talk to one of my family members. They're like, yeah, what you're saying is true. And I agree with you, but it's like, you got to move on from the negative stuff in your life. It's like, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I know this. I have the sin of knowing, so to speak. Like I've always felt that I've had a responsibility in, just speaking out about this. Like, even if it doesn't change anything. Like, I know I might not be able to change much, but people might know something, which is why I need a platform. Like, I need to get on the level of, all the big BreadTubers. Not because I even like BreadTube. BreadTube has some really bad people. BreadTube is a shining example of some of the worst leftists in existence, and also just a shining example in a case study in why parasocial relationships should not be so massive. Like, it should be a lesson from people who learn. Like Bausch, he's such a bad dude, but people still worship him, and he has a massive audience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. So you mentioned that you're. How would you describe yourself politically? You said you're a communist.
Yeah, communist. Yeah, definitely.
Without wanting to be too applying labels or whatever, what kind of communist would you describe yourself as having been or being?
Yeah, that's easy. Okay, so when I first started out being a communist, I was a anarchist communist. That's what Cameron was.
Yeah.
Now I'm not an anarchist anymore because anarchism, it does work, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna act like anarchism can't work. It definitely worked in history. But the issue is not whether it can work or not. Like Catalonia, it lasted for at least 3 years, I think. But the issue is not that. Because, when you set up a stateless class of society, all right, it's like everyone is just going to invade the fuck out of you. Like, when Catalonia was established, like, you remember that Nazi Germany invaded Catalonia. The Republic of Spain was, trying to destroy Catalonia.
I've literally got the flag on my wall, friend. Yes.
Yeah, the dictator, Franco. He was fucking attempting to destroy Catalonia. What was that? Yeah, Italy. Mussolini sent his military to aid in the destruction of Catalonia, and Catalonia fought. They fought well, but they lost. So it's like, how are you going to defend yourself from other states? Because like, if someone managed to set up a successful anarchist state, it's like, how would you survive? The U.S. is going to invade you in like 5 minutes. They're not going to tolerate that. So I'm not an anarchist anymore because of this. Not because the anarchism can work. It can work. But it's like, how are you going to defend in today's world? Yeah. How are you going to defend your stateless class of society? That's my issue. Like, I stopped being an anarchist back in like 2020 because this was always an issue in my mind that I could never resolve. It was always an issue.
Okay, so that's what you're not anymore. What are you?
Communist. I'm a communist.
Yeah, but that's quite generic, isn't it? Like, that could mean any number of things. That could be an anarchist. That could be a Marxist-Leninist. That could be.
I'm not a Marxist.
No, that's fine. But okay. So, sort of whereabouts are you then? Without, I understand you probably don't want to apply an absolute label to yourself, but like, whereabouts roughly would you put yourself?
I would just say Marxist.
Okay, right.
No, but let me give a nuanced position about it. Okay, like, I'm not trying to be here to like trade. I'm not here to be playing apologia for the USSR. Okay, like, I'm not trying to deny the Holodomor. Absolutely not.
Okay.
The USSR did a whole bunch of horrible things. Let's see. I'm from Pakistan. Okay, and I know a whole bunch of countries in the global south that committed genocide under the name of anti-communism. So it'd be so much massively hypocritical for me to try to downplay Holodomor. Holodomor is genocide. I can't make excuses for that. Like, even as a Marxist, like, I'm not an anarchist. I'm not trying to be like anarchist or anything. I'm saying like Holodomor was bad. Okay,
Yeah.
it was bad. Like I can't do that. But at the same time, I'm not crazy over Catalonia. I'm not that crazy over Rojava. I'm not crazy over stateless class societies. Like I'm still a Marxist. But the thing is I'm not one of those hey fucking the USSR was amazing. It was not. The USSR did a bunch of horrible things. But it's like look, you can be a Marxist. Okay, you can oppose anarchism. You can criticize anarchism. But at the same time, you can oppose the USSR. It's nuanced. Like I'm not one of those state capitalism guys. Like state capitalism is nonsense. Like the USSR was communist, okay?
Yeah.
But it was not a good communist state. It was not a good communist.
Right.
I don't support it.
Okay.
And I don't want to recreate the USSR, which is what Marxist-Leninism is. It's like recreation of the USSR, but that's impossible because the only reason the USSR exists is because the material conditions within the Tsar Empire. Like we don't have the Tsar Empire anymore. We don't have the conditions within the Tsar Empire, so we cannot ever imagine to recreate the USSR anymore.
So what is it about either your upbringing or the kind of to use the Marxist kind of framing of it? What is it about your conditions that led you to being the political creature that you are? Because, like you said, your family are very much not of that political persuasion. So, how did you end up being where you are?
Well, I mean, I mentioned that the thing is, it was purely by chance. By the way, I was never a chosen. I mean, no one's a chosen one. Like, but the thing is, I never grew up in a family that was a leftist family. I never even grew up in a family that was well educated in history or politics. I had to learn all of this myself.
Yeah.
So the thing is, it was by pure coincidence. Cameron.
Okay. I don't want to make assumptions, but the fact that you speak such good English. So usually means if you come from a place like Pakistan or India and you speak that good English, you're usually from a relatively well-off financial family because they were able to get you that education. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. But the thing is, firstly, I moved from Pakistan when I was like 2 years old. I haven't lived there since 2004. But the second thing is I had education. I had a decent education. I even had I even got like a B in IG at English. I was the best student in English in my high school. I'm not trying to brag, but I was always good at English.
No, brag. No, flex on it. It's fine. Yeah, go for it.
The thing is, I always had like a passion for reading. English books. I had a passion for reading and learning new phrases that people didn't use. Like I used to read a lot of music reviews. So the thing is the way I write. Like I don't think I showcased it in the discussion we're having right now, but the thing is in my tweets. If you see in my tweets, like I have a very not really a unique, but a very distinct manner of talking, and that's me just copying. Not really copying. That's me just trying to emulate all the reviewers I read. Like the sarcasm, the cynicism. It's like I always, read English books. I read all the study materials I was given in high school and middle school, and I read reviews and I read a whole bunch of essays. So unlike most of my peers, I was always writing in a completely different manner, and so it was always easy for me to just be good at English. The thing is, my teacher was a bit disappointed that I got A, and I got a B, not an A, and I think I was a little disappointed as well. It's like I thought I was gonna get an A. It was that goddamn listening test, man. It's like I'm not a very good auditory learner. It's like I always have a doubt. I listen to something. Oh, did I hear it correctly? And that's the thing I got screwed over. I would have gotten an A if I did. And yeah, it's true. It's like I had a decent education. I was from a lower middle class family from where I was living.
Yeah.
I wasn't rich. I didn't grow up.
That's what sort of always interests me is like I understand from someone who grew up in my position of being poor, although that's poor by British standards. So there are big differences there, obviously. But someone who comes from a financially disadvantageous background, why they would end up being a socialist. But I'm always sort of fascinated by dare I say, upper class traitors, if that makes sense. The people who want the opposite. Exactly, yeah. Those people, and I mean, you may or may not describe yourself in that way, whatever. But people who come from a more advantaged background, why they end up being where they are, because there's always like a more interesting story to that. It's not as straightforward how they get there. So like I say, what is it about, I don't know, the world that led you to your political positions?
That is a very good question, and the answer to that is it's the idea that it's the whole idea of wage slavery, pretty much. It's the idea of 9 to 5. The thing is, since I was a kid, my parents were like, "Hey, you gotta work or you're gonna die. Bad things are gonna happen to you if you don't work." So it's like this thing was always in the back of my mind. It's like something else was drilled into my head. So it's like, but it's like, why do we have to essentially work, 30, 20 years of our life, and then we're like, old, and we can't do anything. We can't pursue our passions. We can't pursue what we actually want to do in our life. We can't enjoy life. It's like we have to scrape by just so that we can afford food, water, and shelter. But it's like, Maslow. Maslow, right? The psychologist.
Yeah,
Maslow.
the hierarchy of needs. Yeah.
Yeah, what was it? Self affirmation. What was the thing called?
The hierarchy of psychological necessity or whatever it's called. Yeah.
Self actualization. Yeah. So it's like it was always to me like, why can't we self actualize? Like we have the capacity, the technological capacity, we have the social capability, we have come so far that we can self actualize. Right? We have the medical advancements, we have the technological advancements to achieve self actualization. We can do what we want. So why are we stuck here? Essentially stuck in wage slavery. Like I didn't know what it was called at the time, but it was like it's always dawned at me. Like just before, like a couple of months before I became a socialist, like I thought, hey, this doesn't seem like a very motivating life to do what my dad did. Do what my dad did.
Yeah.
What all the other adults did. So
that's the interesting that you've pinpointed when you became a socialist. So when was that? How long ago was that?
It was in 2017, actually. It was like in summer of 2017.
Okay, so relatively recent. Because I mean, again, I know you don't want to reveal too much about yourself, but I assume you're relatively young still.
I'm 21.
21. Oh wow. Okay. So I mean, even though it wasn't that long ago, you were still quite young, really, to realise.
I was 14. 14 at the time.
That's actually very impressive. I was not a politically astute person at the age of 14 to work that out. I don't think. So that's actually quite impressive. Yeah.
I mean, thank you. It's like, look, it's not just about the intellectual capacity. Because I think anyone can understand. Like socialism is not a difficult thing to understand. Like, leftism is not difficult to understand. Plenty of young people, even today, right now as we speak, are becoming leftists. Right? It's not about certain young people being intelligent. It's just more about certain young people and certain even older people, sitting down for a moment and actually listening to someone reason. It's about listening to reasoning. And secondly, it's also about timing. It's also about encountering things at a certain age that certain other people, they would not encounter or bother encountering. So it's sad as well.
Yeah, fair enough. What was I going to say? Oh, I've totally forgotten now. Sorry. Is there anything else you wanted to say? Because I mean, I'm not kicking you out or anything, but like at the top of the hour, I'm moving on to a different thing. So is there anything you wanted to say finally? Anything we didn't get to?
Right, sure. Let me think for a moment. Yeah. The thing is I mentioned before that I bring awareness towards people who are like abusive and people support them. Like I'm not trying to repeat my point here, but that's not actually what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is I've actually spoken with people who are with a lot of women who, when they were underage, they were abused by grown men who groomed them. Like I personally spoke with them. Yeah. It's like the thing is my philosophy, my principle is I believe the victims no matter what, because it's like women don't lie. It's like statistically speaking, women are likely to tell the truth, because it's like the thing is when you're young, you have no idea that you're being abused. You have no idea that what abuse is. So when someone abuses you, it's like at the time you may not even know it's abuse. Hell, you might even be groomed into thinking this is normal, as per culture is. Like sexual abuse of minors and sexualization of minors. It is a problem in society. So people think it's like, oh, it's the girl might think it's normal, but like years later, she's gonna grow up and realize that wasn't okay. I was abused. Like she's gonna realize it years later, and then like by that point, she wouldn't even know to record evidence, because she wouldn't be during that time she wouldn't even be in the state of mind to record the evidence, because she was being abused. And also the thing is, she didn't know it was abused at the time, so it's like she wouldn't think, hey, I'm gonna record evidence so people are gonna know, so I can use it against my against my abuser. It's like it doesn't work that way. When people ask like, evidence, give evidence. It's like a lot of the times getting evidence is next to impossible, because it's like usually the victim doesn't even think about or cannot collect evidence.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even with evidence, the justice system, it is so horrible, so patriarchal. It just throws out goddamn rape cases, even when there's legitimate evidence. There's DNA evidence. There's a tested rape case, because the jury's like, yeah, we don't care. because the guy is a privileged rich white dude, or just a privileged white dude, and the jury is like, the judge is like, yeah, I sympathize with them, which is a Brock Turner case. It's like there's undeniable testimony. And it's like witness testimony is testimony. Like, I want to get something clear. Witness testimony is testimony. It counts as testimony. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if it does in Pakistan or in the global south. Maybe it does, but it's like in the US and I assume in the UK, it's evidence, right?
Yeah.
Testimony.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's like, why the hell are courts so hesitant to count that as evidence? Like, why is that not enough to convict some bastard rapist? And why do people not goddamn see it as evidence? It's evidence. Like, that woman is obviously, I've made it clear that the victims are not lying. Okay, and it's like the details of someone's account of being abused are usually so detailed, and they have insight. The victims have insight to the lives and the mannerisms and the behavior of an abuser that the abuser will hide in public. Like an abuser is not going to abuse someone in broad daylight, right? So it's like in private with their victims, they're going to show ways of behavior. They're going to show mannerisms, characteristics of the personality that they hide from the public.
Yeah.
So it's like that person normally has spent years with them, or maybe not even years. I spent numerous instances of being abused by that person. So it's like that person's account is so detailed, and the person has such insight. So it's like it's impossible for them to lie. I would say, like, this is why I never hesitate to take the victim side. Like, I always stand with the victim. Never stand against the victim. Like, false allegations are so rare. It's like in a false allegation. The false allegations, they have no details usually. They have no accounts. They have nothing. You know what happens in a false allegation? It's like, this guy, he did this, and then they never follow up. That's a false allegation. And even that could be a true allegation, because we don't know. Because maybe that person isn't, giving more information out of fear. And it's understandable that the victim would feel scared, right? Because a perpetrator of sexual assault is usually someone in a position of privilege, status, wealth. They could just sue the hell out of the victim, even if the victim is like, anonymous. Like, I'll give you an example. Do you know of a group named All Time Low?
I do know them, yes.
Yeah. Recently, one of their members was, accused of raping numerous minors and drugging numerous minors.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's like he was accused of that, right? And it was like, the thing is he managed to sue them in 2022, and I actually have no idea how. The victims are anonymous, but it's like he used his legal team, and he found them, and he sued the hell out of them. So it's like, it brings to the point. It's like, it makes a lot of sense for the victims to be anonymous. Yeah. It's like when people are like, oh, why are they anonymous? It's like, for this goddamn reason, dude. It's like, even being anonymous sometimes is not enough. The victims got sued, and like, everyone's like, oh, All Time Low, oh, they were totally innocent. It's like, no, they were not innocent. This is a complete rapist move to silence your victim. It's like, I'm going out of my mind. It's like not so long ago, Reddit informed me of neck deep being pedophiles. Now they're like, they're okay with neck deep being pedophiles, and they're okay with All Time Low being pedophiles, and they're making excuses for All Time Low being pedophiles. Like, it's just so bizarre. When I was young, I was like, oh, holy shit, oh, thank you, Reddit. And it's like, now Reddit is like abuser apology pretty much.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre. It's like the same people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unbelievably fucked up. I didn't know that about the All Time Low guy. I'll have to look into that, actually. Yeah. Okay. Where can people find you online? Assuming you want to be found. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, the thing is, with the whole privacy thing, it's like, as long as it's not my family members, as long as it's not someone who recognizes me from my old school, it's like, it won't matter. Like, the people from my old school.
I would suspect I don't have any of those people in my audience. I would think. I don't know. I can't guarantee that. But if you wanted to, by all means, put whatever links to whatever social media in the chat, and we'll pin that for you, because that's I think you'd be good.
I'm actually not on Twitch right now. I have to say it verbally. But I was saying something. Sorry. The thing is like, there might be one or two people. There was this person who was a liberal feminist, and it's a wonderful person, by the way. That person's like done volunteering, charity work. He's done a lot, by the way. Okay. Usually for menstrual awareness. I think I'm getting the concept wrong. Like, I think it's like menstrual awareness. What's it called?
Something
like that.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Something like for breast cancer, but breast cancer awareness, menstrual awareness.
Okay.
Menstrual positivity. Sorry.
Yeah. Period poverty. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, period poverty. So not positivity. My bad. And also, things about awareness about sexual assaults. that person's a wonderful person. Like I'm I have no idea where to talk to this person, because if I was to go to this person, I would be like, hey, it's no long time no see, and it's like, I know all these things that you want to hear because we agree a lot. Like, that person is a feminist, by the way, pretty decent feminist, even though that person's just a liberal feminist. I don't think that person knows you. And there might be another person who might watch you, but that person, I don't think that person knows you, or that person doesn't recognize me. Okay. My voice is actually not that recognizable. But anyways, like the only people who would like be like, oh, why are you doing this? They would recognize my family members. Like I said, my parents don't know about this. They're not gonna care. And my brother, he knows about my Reddit handle. It's the same as my Twitter handle, but he doesn't actually bother finding out. And he's not gonna sit through a hour-long live stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not gonna sit through it to find out.
That's fair.
So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, sure. You can find me on Twitter at Do You Like Travel? You can find me on Discord on Seen Sean lately. That's like Seen Sean is like the first letters are capital, and there's an underscore, and there's a question mark, and there's a emotional upheaval on TikTok. Sugar Rat is a emotional abuser. I'm also on Rate Your Music. Are you that busy to listen to me? I'm on where else was I on? I'm on YouTube. Sugar Rat is an emotional abuser. I'm also on Social Democracy Isn't Socialist. Systemic Change is the only true change. I'm also on Oppose All Reactionary Garbage on YouTube. I have like multiple accounts. Okay. And Pretending to Care is Hypocrisy is not pretending to care, or something like that. I'll just highlight them on my Twitter.
Yeah,
these are the things.
Yeah, please do that, and thank you for coming on. This was insightful.
Yeah, one more thing. I actually want, since I'm on your platform, can I ask one thing from the online leftist community? Like, just one thing.
Go for it.
Yeah. Hey, fellow leftists. It's like, I need a bit of help. Not financial help. Not like any sort of help in leaving a place or anything. It's like I need someone who's like good with software development. Someone who's good with like app development. Someone who's good with like HTML programming. Someone who's good with programming. Someone who's good with like Google search results.
Okay.
I need those people so they can explain me a bunch of things. Like I mentioned to you, I'm OCD. So let me explain briefly. It's like when I look at something I don't know, I start OCDing. Okay, and it's like I need to find out what it is. What is this thing that I don't know? And it's like my mind, it just verbally abuses myself. It's like, oh, you're a horrible person. This is something horrible, and your ignorance, your attempt at ignoring this is like you just being a bad person. And it's like it just tells me to kill myself. It's really awful. Like I mentioned to you that I was taking medication. I stopped taking my medication because it was making me physically ill. It was
okay.
It was deteriorating my health. Like at first it was really helping with the compulsions, but it's like my health was, then eventually my health just got so bad I had to stop. The medication was working, but it's fucking up my health, so I had to stop taking it. Like I'm kind of it's like a desperate situation. So it's like to the online leftist community, like if you are good with programming, like HTML and software development, it's like please talk to me in one of these channels. Like,
well, if anyone wants to, you can contact say me on the Discord or whatever, and I'll put you in touch with our friend here if you can't find him independently.
I mean, I'll take that offer. I'll take that offer, but I'll take that offer. I mean, if you can help me with that, thank you. But it's like I feel like if I say it right now, this might help as well, right? Someone who's watching right now might be good with
very possibly. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Yes. Okay.
So it's like if you are good at these things, just contact me on my Twitter. It's like, hey, hi, and I'll just ask you what it is I'm OCDing, and you can just explain me what it is, because it's like in my compulsions. It's like when someone explains me what something is, the compulsion stops, the OCD stops. Like that's the way. That's a surefire way of stopping the OCD, and that's it. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Okay, that's fair enough. Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. We'll maybe talk again at another time.
Sure. Just let me know.
Yeah, stay safe and thank you.
Yeah, it's like just let me know whenever you're available, and it's like I told you I was like full week I'm available during 6 to 11 and 30. It's like just tell me if you don't have anyone to stream with you, I'll come. Because I really want to. Because I really want some. First, I'll give you two reasons why. It's like I'm really alone here. I don't really have anyone. Like I had that person who's a liberal feminist, but I can't find them and talk about them about leftist stuff. And second thing is I would like to contribute, even in a small way, with to the online leftist community, to leftist culture. So it's like, this is a good opportunity for me, and I really want to thank you. Like, I'm not doing this for clout. Like, nobody knows me. I'm a nobody. Like, I'm some broke Pakistani kid who can't even go to college. So it's like, this is not about money.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not about clout. So it's like, this is. I really want to thank you for being patient with me. Like, I'm really sorry we couldn't do this the first time because
Yeah,
the
that's fine. Yeah, that it happens. Technological problems happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were totally mad at me. It's like, I'm really sorry.
No. It's look. Trust me, as a person who's not good at technology, that's absolutely fine. Okay, we'll speak another time. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, man. It's been great. Thanks, Kevin. You've been doing a great work for the laptop.
Thank you.
Just with the the descent of Manosphere, it's like you've helped so much. You've helped people so much. Like
thank you so much.
I genuinely want to thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for having me, and goodbye to the online subject community. Till we will see each other next time.
Okay.
And thanks, Kevin.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Yes, thank you to them for coming on. I liked that. I thought that was a nice chat. It went places I wasn't expecting. I'll be entirely honest. I wasn't entirely in control of the conversation, but I let it go where it was going to. They wanted to come on and talk. Beautiful. God bless them. Not that I believe in God, but you get the idea. Anyway, so now we've got we're going to be doing Keir Starmer bingo. Sorry, Sir Kid Starver bingo. Silly me. Where are we? Yes, if I just drop the old contact arena, not contact, the thing in the Discord. No, not Discord. YouTube. There we go. And so at the top of the hour, we're going to be on with Curtis and No Justice MTG to take a look at Sir Keith's latest boredom fest, frankly. He was speaking in front of a big robot. That's not even a joke. He was. Where are we? There he is. So he gets to the podium in a second anyway, and he's full of shit. Is the basic point? He's full of shit, and we'll do the bingo to prove that point, I guess. Anyway, everybody, if you wanted to help me out, you could do so in the various ways I'm about to list out for you. You can hit the follow button on Twitch. You can subscribe on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, come over and say hello on the Twitch. If you're on Twitch, go and say hello over on the YouTube. It's a beautiful thing. Synergy, yeah? Anyway, yes, you can... what else can you do? You can subscribe to me here on Twitch for some amount of money. As little or as much as $5 a month. Hang on. Bollocks, I forgot to do the thing, didn't I? There we go. It's $5 a month. It's just $5. Ah, $5. Ah. I am a very clever man. I am an adult. I am an adult. You will fucking respect me. Room for one more. Yeah, Viv, you're always welcome. Although with the four of us, it might take us about 6 weeks to get through the entirety of the thing, I think. Anyway, you can... Oh, yeah, I should probably send you the fucking link then, shouldn't I? You can do bits messages. 200 bits or more will get you a text-to-speech. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can help me out on Patreon and or PayPal. You can go over to the Discord, which I've just gone over to now to post a link to Mix Vivian Wolf for the Hangout Arena. Yes. What else can you do? You can Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, something. I am an adult human sheep. How dare you, Kieran? Where is everyone? Why are people not? God damn it! We did arrange for 7 PM, didn't we? And that's the time now, so people should be filing in. It's fucking outrageous. There's no Justice MTG even gone live yet. I don't know.
I do not know what to say.
Fair enough. You don't need to know what to say. You just need to be you, main captain. God fucking bless you. Thank you for 200 bits. She is live. Just started up, I think. Okay, well, yeah. Well, that's fair enough. We did arrange for 7 because I knew I was going to be talking to to that dude at 6, so it's fine. We can, whilst we wait, we can do a what you call it? Quintessential British memes, because I do like these.
Mommy. Is that yours? You fucking me blackie, you bastard, you!
Will not accept that it's a highly dangerous road. Work is finished. The Central Reserve safety fencing will go ahead.
Yeah.
Luckily, no one was hurt in the crash.
Many people, of course. But if people do turn up and you want them to keep their distance, I've got this. A jobby on a stick. Hey-o, keep away from me. I've got a jobby on a stick.
James Mays somehow ended up on the
Fuck off. I'm not having Clarkson the cunt. Admit. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello there, Curtis, you sexy
Hello
beast.
there. Oh, you're the real sexy beast.
You know what? We're both sexy as fuck.
I know. It's really hard, isn't it? It's quite hard work.
Well, it is, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. How have you been? How was your new year and stuff?
I went down to Bristol a couple of days before Christmas. So it was spending a lot of time with family, but going to many different houses. Got quite exhausted at the end of it. So, and then we drove back up on New Year's Eve, and I wanted to go to the pub, but we were both, me and my partner, we were just knackered. So we what do we do? Oh, we watched the Doctor Who Christmas special because we're fucking nerds. And then we had a couple of drinks, and then it wasn't long after we hit midnight, we were like, let's go to bed.
You fucking old bastard.
What were you doing? Getting on the fucking pills and going out, were you?
Oh, well, I went out and got drunk, yeah, and then woke
Oh, you
up.
did?
And
Nice.
well, not nice, because then I had a 24-hour hangover, because I'm old.
Did you go and Birmingham, did you?
Yes, yeah, it was lovely. And then it was fucking... It was nice. No, it was good. A good time was had, from what I can remember.
Yeah, what time did you get back?
Again, from what I can remember, I don't fucking know.
Fair
At some point, you know. Yeah.
I'm actually doing dry January now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I've never done it before.
Oh, you're such a quitter. The fuck?
I know. I'm such a quitter. I quit alcohol for the month.
Exactly. That's
No,
embarrassing.
terrible.
You've let the side down.
I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it's day. Technically, it's day 1 because I actually had some beers on the 2nd of January. So technically, I broke out after 1 day.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
And that was because I was given loads of beer for Christmas and it just sat in the fridge.
Oh, so you had to drink it? You couldn't not?
It'd be rude not to.
And because I didn't really do a New Year's Eve, I was like, right, okay, I'm starting from today. So I drank those beers. So from the 2nd of January to the 2nd
But that's not
of
dry.
February.
That's not dry January then.
Well, it's dry month. I don't care. I make up my own fucking rules.
All right. Well, okay.
You are reducing your alcohol consumption. That is admirable, Curtis.
Thank you. That's all that matters, I think.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Helena, you got my back. Kevin, fuck off.
I'm just trying to say. I mean, if you're gonna be a degenerate alcoholic, do it properly.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway.
Also, can I quickly ask you? Whenever I watch these streams back, my audio sounds really shit.
Yeah.
So
it sounds fine to me.
It sounds fine now. So I mean.
Well, I mean, like fine, but like, is that fine as in?
I mean, you're
audible, or is it
competing with
high
mine and
quality?
Kev's audio here, so you've not exactly got high standards to match.
Yeah, but when I listen to it back, you sound better on audio than I do.
Well, that's just because
sounds odd.
She's got a better voice than you.
True. Maybe it's a better fucking voice then.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Viv.
Why, Viv, I don't.
How am you?
Hey, Helena Jackson. It's fucking weird calling you that. MTG, no justice.
Yeah.
True.
What's going on?
Have we got bingo cards, by the way?
Oh yeah, you need to send these over. Actually, I don't have one.
Yeah, let me find the link.
Yeah.
And last time I did this,
the
I
copyright
got
holder. So
yeah. Last time I did this, I got like 2. I'm hoping for something a bit better.
Well, unfortunately, one of the squares I've never seen is openly pretends not to know that his friend is a massive pedo.
Oh, we can't.
So
he still kind of does pretend, though, doesn't he? Because he just sort of ignores it.
Well, exactly,
Again,
but it's never a
okay,
square.
we have no proof, Kev. There is no proof. He just is in the black book, was in his house, and at his birthday party.
Yeah,
that's all we know.
It could be exactly. It could be perfectly innocent.
Have
it
you
could indeed be
updated
perfectly innocent.
Have you
We
updated the
literally got no
bingo
evidence for
card?
the claims you're making.
Well, no, exactly. I'm sure he's an innocent, sweet little boy. He's fine. Peter Mandelson, probably not a nonce, legally speaking.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Where's the I grew up working class on this bingo card?
Well, it's random, but you should get one of at least. My mum worked for the NHS, or my dad was a toolmaker.
But isn't this whole speech around cleaning up politics? Is that the main thing?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the bingo is just a sort of added extra. It's just a bit of nicety. It's a bit of fun. Why?
I take this very seriously, Kev.
Why have you ruined it? Why have you ruined the bit? It's outrageous.
I'm going with the bit that this is really serious. That's my bit.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well,
I was looking forward to this all day. Actually, like I sat at my laptop for 9 hours. I didn't move, waiting.
Well, that is honestly that's even more depressing than your New Year's Eve.
Thank you.
Well then. Anyway, hang on, where are we? Starmer bingo. There we go. I've got that set up on my end. So, yes. Has anyone seen any of the highlights from this yet at all?
All I've seen is him literally getting questioned by a reporter about Peter Mandelson and the Epstein.
Yeah,
box.
that's the one I saw, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think Saul Staniforth shared that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't. I've mainly been focusing on the old Dozy Ruffield fun.
I just.
Oh, was
I
she?
keep
Was
myself
she
out of that.
good?
It's so miserable.
That's totally fair. But she was cleared of anti-Semitism for engaging in anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial.
Wow, really?
Because,
I mean, she's literally, but in terms of like German law, that's what she would be.
yeah. Because she's transphobic, so it's fine. Don't
Right.
worry about
Yeah.
it. If you're right wing and
And
transphobic,
also on the if she was on the left, it would have been different, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'll have to look at that though, because I think that's probably something I'd like to cover.
She liked a tweet from Graham Linehan a while ago. It was like middle of last year. The tweet from Graham Linehan basically intimated that trans people weren't persecuted by the Nazis.
Yeah, I think I saw the like.
Yeah. And so she was being investigated for that. But apparently they cleared her just before Christmas. She announced that today.
Oh,
Was
I
was
know
he being
people
investigated by
drag
anybody in
her.
specific, or just the internal Labour Party?
By the Labour Party, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I knew that people were dragging her online, but I didn't know there was a official investigation by the Labour Party. I didn't know that's been cleared, so that's quite.
Yeah.
I
mean, they dragged their fucking feet on it for a while as well. Like,
Yeah.
how many months to just like talk about liking a tweet? Like,
Yeah, and what's going on with Diane Abbott? Because that's been going on for a while. They're just trying to push it under the rug.
I don't know. What did Diane
I
Abbott
don't
do?
think there's anything. Well, she's technically suspended still, right?
I actually don't know. I don't know about Diane Abbott. What she get suspended for?
Oh, she did write a
Anti-Semitism,
really bad.
apparently.
It was a bad letter, though. It was.
It was a bad letter.
It was quite a famous letter.
Oh, I think I remember this.
Yeah, you probably did
the
see
letter
it.
about racism to the Observer.
Yes.
Yeah, this was nuts. It was pretty bad, actually. Yeah, no, totally fair.
True, but you could say you can be that racist or silly or stupid if you're also a Zionist. That's allowed.
It's basically true. Yeah.
It's
basically
certain rules in British politics where you're actually allowed to be racist.
Yeah.
And
well, literally, did you not see the Israeli ambassador on LBC the other day just saying, "Do you have any alternative to genocide?"
Yeah, literally just say no. We do need them to leave. We were trying to force them out of Gaza.
She's basically saying, oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, Abbott was basically saying that Jewish people are white, right? That's basically what the letter is. It's like Jewish people don't experience racism because they're white. They experience prejudice rather than racism, which is an ignorant and dumb comment.
But she also then compared Jewish people to having like ginger hair, and I was like, "Tell me the last time 6 million ginger people were killed because of the color of their hair." It was a really, really stupid thing to say.
Well, you know how Jewish...
You can't kill ginger people anyway. They don't have souls.
Kev,
sorry.
I was going to do an even spicier joke, I think, which is that Jewish people aren't really white because their food is really nice.
True.
So, I'm just saying.
Anyway. I love my beans on toast.
By the way, quick one. Someone is asking in my chat. I'm assuming you've already covered this, Kev, but I've literally not even looked into it yet. Who has been named in the Epstein logs?
Oh, right. Well, we've got Donald Trump thrice, which is nice.
Right. Wow, 3 whole times.
Yeah. Well, that's just in this one case. So basically, this one case, which was the USA versus Jeffrey Epstein.
There's some pretty surprising people in there as well.
The Peter Mandelson was in there. Bill Clinton was in there. Interestingly,
David Copperfield, the magician.
David Copperfield was in there. Matt Groening, the fucking Simpsons.
What Simpsons guy?
Yeah, that was a bit.
I saw Leonardo DiCaprio in there, but I don't know if there's a shit posting by that point.
Yeah, well, there's I'd be because
It's tough because there's so many fakes going around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, there are so many dodgy motherfuckers out there that it's like, how many people, if they've named it, and they go, yeah, that makes sense. Actually,
I took a look at the documents, but it was 946 pages. So all I've got for you is Alan Dershowitz. Okay.
Yeah, Dershowitz. Before we even start,
in a weird way, that's justice. That fucking wanker's in there.
Yeah,
can I just say before we go, as we've mentioned the Dersh, he came up with the greatest "Do you condemn Hamas" of all time. Honestly, this is
God, yeah.
This is the sweet spot of people.
This is so bad.
Okay.
Apparently he's mentioned 47 times in the documents.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it out there. Alan Dershowitz is a massive nonce. I'm just going to fucking say it. Sue me.
He's not domiciled in the UK, so I think
he's
you're
spent
safe.
an awful lot of time defending nonces, hasn't he?
He really has, yeah, and
like multiple nonces, not just Epstein.
He definitely fucking is. I'm just saying. Anyway, this is him on Fox News being asked about whether he's a nonce, and this is his response.
Now, the one point I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls?
No way!
That's incredible. Yeah, I may be implicated in the Epstein
love that.
Have you condemned Hamas?
Yeah, look, I might be a massive child rapist, but so were Hamas.
Yeah, at least I'm not Hamas.
I wouldn't even be imaginative enough to come up with a comedy bit to do that. Yet he just does it unironic.
It's so good.
Here for that.
That is
so good.
That is the final boss of condoming the Hamas. Okay.
It is the final boss. I don't think you can beat it with.
You can't.
Pedophilia, can you?
Exactly. That is the gold standard of the genre right there. Like literally, it's just like I'm not going to defend myself and say I'm not a pedophile. I'm just going to say, what about those nonces over there instead?
Yeah. Because being a paedophile isn't as bad as not condemning Hamas.
True.
And basically, that's how he believes. That's how he thinks.
Wow.
Fucking true.
So I saw a tweet because a while ago, and it's not really been spoken about that much on the left, if I'm completely honest, but Noam Chomsky was
he was on
with Epstein. This is back in 2015, and at the time I just made a tweet. I said that fuck Chomsky for that. And someone tweeted saying, I'm not for a second defending Peter Mandelson's links to Jeffrey Epstein. But the new documents show that Noam Chomsky also had close connections to Epstein.
Yeah.
Don't let the far use whataboutism as an attack line, as one of their idols has just as many questions to answer. Well, I put a response, said, fuck both Peter Mandelson and fuck Noam Chomsky. Like, Noam Chomsky,
exactly.
His work
Look, this is
media was incredible, and you should all read his work, and you should always, take the positives out of every individual that can enrich your own life, but also your understanding of the world, whilst also being like, well, this person probably isn't a good guy.
Well, exactly.
And people on the left aren't like defending Chomsky, saying, oh my God, he's a hero. No, fuck him. If anyone who has any contact with Epstein, fuck him.
Yeah, there's a very, very clear moral line on this, which is if you've diddled children, you should go to jail forever.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's very simple. In terms of service, stop me from going a little further than I'd like to. But let's just say for legal reasons, if you've done some illegal shit, go to jail. Very simple. I don't give a fuck about your politics.
That's the thing as well, is that in America as well, it seems to be people say, oh well, the Democrats should be scared because Clinton was named in the logs. Oh, the Republicans should be scared because Trump is named in the logs. I'm like, fuck them both.
Exactly.
Turns out they are actually being anti-establishment. It means hating the establishment, not indeed paying lip service to hating the establishment, unless it's your emotional support member of the establishment.
Yeah.
The left in this are coming out really well, because the left don't. I mean, we do have some of our idols, which we try our best to break away from, but we're not as bad as every other political faction when it comes to like politicness. So we're happy to be like, well, fuck this guy. And also, when it comes to Democrats, I mean, you got people like the left. Obviously, the Democrats are not the left; they're capital L liberals. But Bill Clinton isn't left wing. Like that doesn't. None of us are like, oh damn, like fuck this guy anyway. But yeah, there's anyone on the left that appears in these documents or has links to Epstein.
Didn't we already? Like we'd already pretty much decided that Clinton was at the very least a philandering arsehole, probably a
rapist. He's a rapist.
Probably a rapist.
That's no new. That's not new.
The revelation that he might also be a nonce. It's not exactly fucking smashing any preconceptions, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, okay, another thing to add to the rap sheet.
True.
Oh, how will the lefts recover?
True, but if I can get a word in edgeways, thank you everyone. I'm on a hype train. Give me money. I know this seems weird after this discussion we've just had, for me to ask for money, but I'm just going to do it. I'm shameless. I don't give a fuck.
We're talking about nonsense. Give us money.
Exactly.
Also, early
Give
hype
Kev
train
money
well
for the
done.
inevitable libel case.
yeah, for the Logan versus Dershowitz case. Let's go.
Well, I'll send you a bit to help towards.
Yeah, a whole bit.
In all fairness, I'd be quite worried about that case, Kev, because he managed to get fucking Epstein off before, didn't he?
And Epstein managed to get him off as well. Hey! No, but seriously, Alan, sue me. It would be amazing. You evil old cunt.
The publicity you get would be.
Well, exactly, yeah. And also, look, what's he going to do? Take all my no money I have? I don't fucking care.
You can have a mortgage, Kev.
Well, I suppose technically.
Take your house.
He might
take your house and your streaming gear.
Also, but he wouldn't win the case because he'd be stupid to try it because discovery process on that, I'd find out evidence that he's definitely a fucking nonce.
Yeah,
so I don't think it would be that bad actually.
The only person who's stupid enough to take on a case when they know they're going to lose is Lawrence Fox, our good friend Mukhtar. Our good friend Mukhtar, who is in a legal battle with Lawrence Fox for calling him a racist.
When he definitely is, yeah.
Which he definitely is. I mean, you it's undeniable. Okay, it's not even like I wouldn't even pretext with, oh, I better not say this. He fucking is.
Yeah.
But he's going after Mukhtar, who was not anything big. He's just a Twitter user, and that's it. Really going after the power. Shit poster. That's about it. Good one at that though. And they're embroiled in a legal battle, which
true.
I'd be very surprised if Mukhtar doesn't come out on top because there's a whole lot of evidence. And since Lawrence Fox has tried to sue Mukhtar, there has been even more stuff that Lawrence Fox has done that is made
racist.
Far worse. Yeah. Very racist. So
I hope he uses his catchphrase and just when he comes out out of the court case on the steps outside the Old Bailey or whatever, and just says, Lawrence Fox, suck your mum. and just walks away. That perfect. No, nothing else needs to be said.
Yeah.
Glorious.
Glorious.
Yes.
Anyway,
are we? Yeah, let's get on to some fucking.
let's play some bingo.
Yeah.
Everyone, bingo cards at the ready.
Enough of the dirge.
I'm so
Onto the
excited
douche.
for this. This is going to be such a revolutionary speech. We're going to see how England is going to change for the better. The poor will be uplifted. The rich will be dragged from their ivory towers and paraded through the streets like dogs. It's going to be great. The revolution is coming.
Yes. Well,
in a pragmatic way that stays within the fiscal rules, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear you. Revolutionary at heart, isn't he?
Well, he knew, because obviously you're from Bristol. He knew that he was a hotbed of leftist hotness. So that's why he went there to make this speech.
I didn't realize till later on because I did a video today on him and I saw it was in Bristol. I was like, "Fuck, it's in my hometown. He should have been ran out of the city."
Well, all I'll say is they've got a better. The people of Bristol have got a better policy about statues, which they could have used on him, but they didn't.
I am proud of my hometown for doing that, though.
Yeah,
really,
just saying. Like there was plenty of water, and none of it was on Keir Starmer. So shame.
I'm just not a big fan of slavery. It weirds me out that so many people seem to be.
Well, okay. Can we keep the controversial takes to a minimum, please?
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
I apologise.
Also, I just want to point out that this is Keir Starmer's actual channel, and this video
you're giving him views.
Has 983 views, which is about the number that my 16-second video of chickens got. I'm just saying, this man's going to be Prime Minister.
He's just a popular guy.
He's got 921 subscribers as well.
Which is embarrassing, yeah.
What scrub?
Shit, I think I've got more subscribers than that and I haven't touched my YouTube channel in like 5 years.
Fucking noobs.
Is that Duffy's there?
I don't think so.
Thank you, Claire. You will be a great candidate, a really great candidate for Filton and Bradley Stoke. And I hope in time...
You're able to make it bigger, Kev. Can you do the display thing?
Make what bigger?
The fucking video. You click the little thing.
Why do you need to see him at all?
Screen.
Are you streaming this?
What am I?
Yeah.
No.
So why does it matter then? What?
I just want to see
quite
it
small.
Better. I just want to see him better.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bigger it then, I guess.
Yeah. Just see one fucking button, like all that fuss over clicking one button.
My entire arsehole. Shut up.
Also, by the way, just point out for people who are watching, the people who I'm streaming with currently, it is Mix Vivian Wolf. We've got Curtis Daly over from Turn Left, which is at Turn Left over on YouTube. And I've got Kevin Logan, which is KF Logan 1875 on Twitch or at Ploppy111 on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, I have to say Kev's tag every time because if I tag Kev in the video, it demonetizes my content.
Actually, that's incredible.
Yeah, not only have I been demonetized, but anyone who mentions me get demonetized. I am like the demonetization cancer.
The thing is, if I put your name in the title, they don't care. They don't care if your name is in the title.
Yeah, just if you tag me in the actual thing, yeah. Which
why did they demonetize you? What did you do? What did you say?
Me? Oh, I got demonetized in the Stephen Crowder adpocalypse thing a million years ago.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they tried to. One of my highest liked tweets ever was when Crowder put out the thing saying like, "Oh, I stand in solidarity with the people," and I just tweeted, "I got demonetized. Go fuck yourself." And that got like a million retweets on the old account that was actually I was Umphies with the great Jumbly Crumbles.
Yeah.
Oh, Umphies with Jumbly Crumbles.
When you say Umphies, were you like following each other?
Yeah, he followed me on my old account, and then I got banned for telling some Nazis to go and play.
Right. So the downfall of Jeremy Corbyn was because he followed you because you get shit posted, didn't you? And he's
That's
like,
true. He did. Well, he didn't have to retweet, did he?
Did he like one of your shit posts?
Almost certainly not. Or let's be honest, the person who in his office, the intern who was running it, still didn't know. He like Jeremy Corbyn uses Twitter. Shut up.
And it's great to be here again, looking at the next generation of aircraft wings. You can see some of the instruments behind me. This is the third
And that wing arm thing there is less robotic than Keir Starmer.
There's more personality behind it than I'm seeing in front.
Literally.
Labour's future
and
leader.
I love it, and it features pretty heavily in quite a number of my speeches. But look, on behalf of the Labour Party, thank you for being here this morning, and Happy New Year. Now,
was he expecting a response?
Yeah, I felt like he was. That was real awkward.
Yeah.
We'll all remember Boris Johnson's prediction of a fantastic year ahead. That was 2020. And then last year, I stuck my neck out and occasionally predicted glory for Arsenal.
Hey, awkward pop culture reference.
Yeah, awkward pop culture reference, 100%.
Straight away. Not wasting any time. Keir Starmer doesn't give you full
I'm a
play.
man of the
He goes
people.
straight in there.
Damn it, I don't have it.
I love a bit of football like you, lads.
Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
Did you see? Arsenal, they always try and walk it in. Wait, no, not Arsenal.
That we can be sure is coming this year. And I'm ready for it. The thought of millions of people right across our country putting a cross on that ballot paper. It's what we've been waiting for, preparing for, fighting for. A year of choice. A chance to change Britain. A clock that is ticking on this government. Because whether it's in the spring or later in the year, the moment when power is taken out of Tory hands and given, not to me, but to you, that moment is getting closer by...
Mostly to you, mate.
No one believes that one.
Yeah, literally your only policy that you stick to is I want to be Prime Minister.
I mean, the most authoritarian Labour leader we've ever had.
I mean, it's him. Anyone who sucks him off, and anyone who is so terrified by another 4 years of Tories that they don't see themselves as having any other option.
That's the thing is that there's this big meeting between Morgan McSweeney and a bunch of the Labour front bench saying, well, we could still lose the election. We could lose our lead in the run up to the election, like Theresa May did, or whatever it is. And I was like, okay, if you're scared that maybe that you can't just expect to just win the next election without doing anything, have you tried, I don't know, having policies?
Something? Yeah. I saw his policy. What was it earlier? Oh, fuck. He posted something up and it was literally just like the choice in the next election, Labour, a change for Britain, Tories, all the old shit that they've done. A change. Like a change.
Well, I think that's it. That's what a screenshot of a notepad, and it was like, in opportunity for change, out a bunch of Tory policies.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even change anymore. It's the opportunity for change, which we won't take.
It's like possibly.
Would you like the opportunity
to change?
Would you like the Conservative government or the mystery box?
And there was not too long ago there was an actual policy which was the Labour will clamp down on American candy stores, and I just thought that was so good.
Yeah, I saw that. Our high streets are being
finger on the pulse, guy.
Look, tough on American candy stores, tough on the cause of American candy stores, please.
Thank you.
I love American candy though. You can't do that.
So thank you. Sorry, so before we start, so thank you very much, Lonerbox, for the raid on YouTube. That's like 1,000 viewers coming in. So hello, everybody.
What's up, Banalox?
All I'm going to say is, Lonerbox, why the fuck aren't you raiding into me, dickhead? What's happening here? Don't make. Honestly, I will drive to wherever you live, and I will swear at you. You're going to drive by swearing. Okay.
Also, for everyone's reference, all you new viewers, we are playing bingo whilst watching Keir Starmer. So if you're a fan of...
Shit, yeah, I forgot about the bingo card. Got to bring it up again.
Yeah, we're playing bingo. It's the bingo card is the pin.
Have you got any? Have you got any yet?
We've got awkward pop
culture reference. Yeah. Also, thank you for the 10 gifted, Mithril.
Yes. Yeah, give money to people. God, that was as vague as fucking Starmer. Jesus.
And yet more convincing.
Yes, because I actually meant
If
it.
you've spent the last 14 years volunteering to keep your park clean, your library open,
Oh, we got delivering
for children
change
to
too.
have opportunities, if you've been breaking your back to keep trading, steering your business through the pandemic, the cost of living crisis, the challenge of Brexit, and
Working
the
people.
chaos of Westminster, if you've been serving our country, whether in scrubs or in the uniform of your regiment, and what you want now is a politics that serves you, then make no mistake, this is your year. The opportunity to shape our country's future rests in your hands. And that is a New Year message of hope. The hope of democracy, the power of the vote, the potential for national renewal, the chance finally...
Potential.
Yeah, his message is being watered down now to possibly, maybe, not sure.
Yeah.
And also,
Really
he's got
optimistic, though, isn't it?
he's got all of the power and authority of just like a wet rag. There's nothing to him. It's so embarrassing. Honestly, I can't wait to see.
The thing is, one of our bingo squares is delivering change, and he's not even saying that because he's not even promising to deliver actual change. He's promising that maybe change could theoretically happen if they were elected. But
Do you decide what's in the boxes? Because for the next one, you should put opportunity to change. And then
yeah.
that would be more relevant now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to water down the bingo squares
yeah.
to match.
Otherwise, none of us are going to win.
Yeah, these were too specific. You need to get even more vague.
Hope, that's too specific. Possible hope.
Lift the weight off our shoulders, unite as a country, and get our future back.
Who's clapping that? Fuck off.
Is that Christine
4
Wakefield
years
on the left?
I've been working for this. 4 years working for the chance to tilt this country firmly and decisively
to the
back
right
towards the interests of working people.
Working people.
Working people.
Hey.
And I won't lie, I've hated the futility of opposition, the powerlessness, and
God, here we go.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you tried to do some fucking opposition, maybe you...
shithouse. Bollocks. Go on.
If he tried to do some fucking opposition instead of just agreeing with the Tories all the time, maybe it'd be less futile. I don't fucking know. Whipping his fucking MPs to vote for Tory policies. Jesus fuck.
Yeah.
the powerlessness and, yes, the pain that comes from watching the Tories drive the country I love into the rocks of decline. I didn't come into politics for that. I didn't expect.
No, I came in it for the luxury limousines and the ministerial red box.
Yeah.
And the freebies that you get.
Yeah.
True, he's had the most freebies of any party leader since '97, right?
Combined, yes.
Yep.
Insane.
Combined?
How did you end up being more of a fucking...
began when they did this in 1997.
Yeah.
Every single Labour leader, add that together, have had less freebies than Keir Starmer has in 4 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
He loves a free ride.
True.
And you remember this is, I mean, remember was it one of, is it Murdoch is a godfather to one of Blair's children, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Possibly, yeah. That rings true. It rings true anyway.
Well, the only freebie ever that Corbyn ever took was a free ticket to Glastonbury, and even then he was literally going there to speak on the stage.
Yeah, that was an actual speech, wasn't it?
Yeah,
But
so like
apart
he
from
didn't
that, was the only thing he ever
he
took.
didn't even benefit from it really.
Free ticket.
He got a free ticket to Gaza to dine with Hamas, his friends.
True.
He's in the pocket of big Hamas.
He is.
Because they find performing so much easier than the hard graft of practical achievement. No. I came into politics to serve, to get things done, to strive each and every day to make a difference to the lives of working people.
I'm pretty sure Morgan was really good in politics to be the controlled opposition.
If you can put aside the reality of Westminster just for a moment, it's why I still believe in politics. I had a long career before this. at the Crown Prosecution Service.
Hey!
That one. Oh god, I ain't got it, have I?
Have I not-
Can I have DPP?
Yeah,
that's
definitely,
I don't think I've got it for once. Yeah, I haven't fucking got it. Oh, furious.
Also, thank you, Claire Wilson, for pointing out it's actually the Blair is godfather to one of Murdoch's kids.
And did you know that I can't remember what country it was, but he was like Blair was doing one of his tours, and like I think he spoke to like a family, and they said that like they named their son Tony Blur or Tony, someone like was it Tony Blur, but it spelled TONIBLIR after him, something like that. Really fucked up shit.
Yeah.
I'll have to Google that because that sounds like made up, but I didn't.
One of my
That sounds like a
things.
shit post, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's TONIBLER. Is a male given name is a male given name in Kosovo given in honor of Tony Blair.
In Kosovo, Jesus Christ! Okay.
There's a lot of Kosovan Albanians who names their sons after Tony Blair, but it's like Tony Blair. They created a new name for him. It's insane. Just type in Tony Blair and the Guardian article
Honestly
is the top one. You can read it.
One sec. When they say thank you, Lesbian Hot Sauce, for the raid, much appreciated. Welcome everybody.
Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce. We love you.
We're playing Starmer Bingo. There is a pinned bingo card in chat if you want to join in.
That's Vivian Wolf, by the way. Hi. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
I'm Kevin Logan. I'm not a lesbian though, but I am hot sauce.
I'm
Curtis Daly, and I'm a cis brown man. Nothing interesting about that.
Nothing interesting.
There's a couple of cis blokes on this fucking channel, and frankly, I think that's abominable.
Yeah,
I know, right? But we have to give due diligence to representation, right? Have our token cis people.
True.
Yes,
we are. To be fair, we are some of the good ones. So
I think we're all right, aren't we?
Yeah. Come the revolution, we might stand a chance.
Maybe. At least it'll be a quick death, I think.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it.
That's all I can hope for, just a quick, painless death.
Cheerful. Yeah.
Either that or you'll be Sonic Commandos.
Of Northern Ireland.
Oh, God. Vivian.
I looked into the eyes of people I served and represented. And I've seen reflected back the knowledge that government can make or break a life.
That sounds like a
when
threat.
it comes to work I've done with people on death row. Life and death decisions in your hands.
On death row?
When did we get rid of the death penalty? Sorry, can you rewind? I want to hear that.
No, I
again.
think to be fair to him, because I think one of the work that he didn't he do it? Wasn't it in the Caribbean where he was meeting people on death row? Right? Wasn't it like Barbados or something?
I have no idea. It's definitely not Britain, because the last time we executed someone was like the 60s?
1800s?
No, it's the 1960s. Actually, the last person ever hanged was called Bill Bailey.
So I feel like he is like going to a job interview and trying to bring up his past experience and to like kind of or when you write an essay and you run out of word count and he's trying to like pad it out, because essentially he's saying I used to be director of public prosecutions and there were times where I had the power to essentially allow someone to die or to live, and now he's trying to shoehorn that into being prime minister. Like, why are they relevant? Why are you putting that into a speech? It's really weird, apart from, hey guys, look at me, I used to be director of public prosecutions. That's kind of it. I think it's a really weird point to make. And I don't particularly give a fuck what you did at DPP. I care about what you can do for this country and what policies you can do to help the working class.
Well, that's the problem. Is that because I was looking up, it's actually in Uganda that he was overturning death penalties. Working pro bono as well. Like, his history as being like an actual lawyer isn't really that bad. Like, he worked defending trade unionists as well, pro bono as well, because fine. It's just the issue, of course, is he personally is not ideological at all and has no beliefs, and he's exactly he's just entirely being directed from on high by the members of his little internal politburo. Like he is a person in terms of his own kind of personal history. I don't really have much of a problem with, like, apart from his time as DPP where he's deporting people for stealing ice cream. True story, but. It's all of the people behind the scenes that he's allied himself with and he's allowed himself caught up in that destroyed the party.
I think he is ideological, and I don't think anyone is without ideology. it's that his ideological position is power and sort of sucking up to power in a way. And I think that is kind of and also it's a certain route to power that he will always take the more right-wing position. Because I am hopeful as a leftist that you can win power by not completely conforming to the establishment. I think that's possible. We've seen it. But Keir Starmer will always kind of take that easy right-wing route. So I don't think he's ideological. I think he is very ideological. It's just that it's pro-establishment ideology. It's cucked for power. That's what I think. And that's why I see a lot of people like Blairites. I think they're very ideological.
Yeah.
Just for clarity's sake, the last person executed in the United Kingdom was in 1964.
Wow.
So, there you go.
Now,
Where
there's
were
a
you, Keir
pressure with
Starmer?
that.
Exactly. Didn't do anything to try and stop it.
Yeah.
Of course there is. But that's the responsibility of justice and public service. And it's the responsibility of serious government. This isn't a game. Politics shouldn't be a hobby, a pastime for people who enjoy the feeling of power. And nor should it be a sermon from on high. A
Come on,
self-regarding
we're so
lecture,
close.
vanity dressed up as virtue.
Isn't that what he's doing right now?
Well, literally. Well, this entire thing is him trying to distance himself from
he's
John
once
Lee Crumbles,
alluding
right?
to the fact that if you have principles, then it's simply all you care about is virtue signaling and protest.
Does this count?
Changing thing wants power.
Does this count as pragmatic, not ideological?
I think he should have to say that.
He's coming up to it. He's coming up to it.
Yeah.
He's working towards it for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't need to do, by the
But
way.
he does-
Like, why is he doing this now? It's not now's not the time.
Regular players of this game will know that he is nothing if not good at edging.
He does edge pretty hard.
He's extremely blue baller.
That's the thing is that actually he's. I mentioned this on stream the other day. So I actually uploaded as a TikTok this afternoon. In that they seem to, because obviously Rishi Sunak goes super hard. Like the Conservative benches all keep going. He tried to make Jumpity Crumbles Prime Minister. You can't trust him. He stood with the Jam Man, and they keep doing it. And so the Labour strategists have decided, okay, well we're going to try and distance ourselves as much as possible to try and blunt those attacks. But even before doing that, these attacks didn't work. They weren't capturing the public consciousness. People weren't saying, oh, well, I would vote for Keir Starmer, but the Jumbly Crumbly Jam Man. Really and truly, most people at this point are just going, he's basically the only option. The Conservatives have screwed our mortgages. Let's all vote for the other party now. And constant attacks about Jumbly Crumbly are doing nothing. And so this continual desire to try and extricate themselves as far as they can away from the Jam Man himself just makes it look pathetic. Because
I think the Jumbly Crumbles can work with some of the people that Keir Starmer's clearly trying to court, the disillusioned Tory voters, right? Like
those. Well, Labour anyway, even before all of this performative,
True, but the thing,
Jam Man disavowal,
and it's just cockery anyway, because they're not going to fucking stop. Ed Miliband was not a communist, yet they called him Red Ed. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. There's still fucking... look how right-wing Keir Starmer has been, and yet Richard Tice described both him and Rishi Sunak as socialists.
I was going to say Sunak was accused of being a fucking socialist.
So it doesn't matter. Just say the thing you actually believe. And
which is
something
fucking deranged.
Yeah.
But the political class don't... The political class think about Jeremy Corbyn more than the average person. So they feel like they feel like they... So on the Labour side, they have to constantly... distance himself from Jeremy Corbyn, and those in the media and the media commentariat feel the need to wake up every single day and condemn Jeremy Corbyn in essentially because they were so scared of the threat he was.
What's crazy? Like on October the 7th, the first thing they did, we've got to make something's happened in Gaza, in Palestine. Got a doorstep Jeremy Corbyn. Got to get the interview from the ex-leader of the Labour Party. He's not even a member of the party, or not even a member of the PLP anymore. Just an independent MP. So have you condemned Hamas yet?
But they're wasting their time here. But they're wasting their time because the average person doesn't care. The average person isn't thinking about Jeremy Corbyn. They stopped thinking about him years ago. And Labour obviously won't move on because, as we know, they don't really have any ideas. But I think they're wasting their time. And the media commentators constantly want to bring him up. But like they're in their own bubble where they think that Jeremy Corbyn is this boogeyman. Well, most people are, I don't fucking care. I don't care. And like, yeah, but people are quite, in a way, people are quite open-minded when it comes to a new leader and how they reinvent their party. There are many people who hate Rishi Sunak that love Boris Johnson. So I think that like a new leader can really, or they clearly can really sway people to come to your party without having to spend years and years and years shitting on the last leader.
It
You
has
don't need to
been
do that.
years now as well, which
It
is
has
just
been
fucking
years.
nuts to me. How long
Boring.
Keir Starmer has been haunted by the ghost of Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, 'cause, I mean, people kept saying, "Oh, long Corbyn will happen," and it's become a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes.
Yeah, it happens because they won't shut the fuck up about him. Yeah.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
point
exactly.
Helena's making, though.
Yeah.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy because that's what the media genuinely is. You know, when they say stuff like, "Oh, we're following the story," no, you're manufacturing the story. It's
Yeah.
kind of the same thing. Like everything they say is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So yeah, when you say long Corbyn, well, it only matters if you keep talking about Jeremy fucking Corbyn. And I tell you what, most left don't talk about Jeremy Corbyn nearly as much as his detractors. I mean, people on Twitter, like you got the I mean, I've got a red rose in my handle, but that's because I'm an actual lefty. But you got a lot of these Social Democrat Labour supporters now with the red rose in their handle, and they're like, "Oh, the left can't shut up about Jeremy Corbyn." And you go on their timeline, and they won't stop talking about Jeremy Corbyn. I say the ones that talk about Jeremy Corbyn, the ones that hate him. I want nothing more to fucking stop talking about him.
Yeah.
Fair.
No. It should be a higher calling. The power of the vote. The hope of change and renewal married to the responsibility of service. That's what I believe in.
Clearly, we need to add a national renewal square.
Yeah.
To bingo.
There shouldn't be.
I
I just want to point out there was a huge break there where we were chatting shit. So before the break, what he said was politics shouldn't be a sermon, and then proceeded to talk about a higher calling. Okay? So
it's happening to the Christians.
Exactly. Literally, like, this shouldn't be a sermon from on high. Can I get a hallelujah?
Even when Tony Blair talked about his religion back in the 90s, it wasn't relevant. I mean, this country isn't massively religious. We do not need to do that. Please don't. I mean, we're already becoming like an American so many aspects. Let's not add the religious element.
It's getting worse though. Did you see the fucking the market that got shut down over Christmas because the Christians were complaining? That
No.
shit was nuts, dude. They were like, oh, it's competing with the church. People might not want to go to church on Sunday if the market's open. And I was just like,
Well, I'm
oh,
sorry, if your church can't fucking, if your church is so shit, if it's offering eternal salvation so poorly that it can't fucking deal with 2-for-1 bargain prices at the fucking market, it's done then. It's over. God lost in the marketplace. Okay,
God shut it down.
God lost that battle there, didn't it?
Exactly. Market forces have dictated that God can fuck right off.
Exactly. That's just the market. That's just the invisible hand.
The invisible hand of the market has just fisted Jesus. Now fuck off.
but it's been shut down permanently now.
Like, make sure you remember that quote, please.
yeah, you can quote me on that. Kevin Logan, 2024.
Was the invisible hand of the market fisted Jesus?
It was just over Christmas, but now they're deliberating shutting down the market permanently on Sunday.
Oh, well, that can't be possibly legal. What the fuck is that about? They got rid of laws about Sunday opening years ago.
Christians have lots of money. That's why they have lots of lawyers.
I can't remember where it was now. It was a time.
Imagine if it had been the Muslimics. If the Muslimics had done it, the Daily Mail wouldn't have shut the fuck up about it.
No markets during daily prayers. But
exactly.
It just goes to show that like you can get annoyed about, or you can talk about how England is a much more atheistic country than it was, but the rise in right-wing sentiment in the United Kingdom and campaigns against trans rights, abortion, LGBT folks, all that sort of shit is bringing, you know, the Miriam Cates and people back into the fucking mainstream.
Do you think there could be a resurgence of like
Viv.
Empowering evangelists on the ground level. Anyway,
Viv, it can't be. The country hasn't moved right. We're just listening to the guy who's the leader of our socialist party basically sound like a fucking evangelical Christian fundamentaloid. Like, this is perfectly normal and lovely. I'm very, very comfortable with this.
But I want to ask: do you think there's a resurgence in or will there be a resurgence of the religious rights in this country?
I
don't think so.
I think we're already seeing the beginnings of it. How far it will go, I don't know. I don't know if the general
there's not a big
population
enough audience for it here.
is-
They're really well funded and really highly. They've got lots of money and lots of exposure, but I don't think it's actually hitting people in the public consciousness because we're just not religious enough for it. The model that they're trying to follow that Americans use just doesn't resonate in this country.
True, but they make an impact with the culture war stuff. Like, I mean, we know that the LGB Alliance people are funded by rightoid fundamentalists in America, right?
Oh yeah.
So they're able to have their impact in kind of not obviously religious ways, even though it's inspired by religion.
You'll see how ours has to be specifically laundered through a more secular lens, right? It's why all of our anti-trans stuff comes out of policy exchange and not the Alliance Defending Freedom.
So again, I disagree to a certain extent in that I'm seeing in sort of more far right circles, like with the recent case of the heavily fucking Christian Irish school teacher, what's his fucking name? I can't remember. Who basically got banned from going back on school premises, tried to do it again, and is possibly getting jailed. Like stuff like that is being folded into the free speech and freedom, like free speech narrative. To present it as persecution of Christian identities within the United Kingdom, and Christian identity is becoming a more prevalent thing within the far right in the United Kingdom at the moment. So, like I say, I expect to see a more of a resurgence in it. I don't know how far it will go, but I also think saying that like the general populace isn't particularly conducive towards it is true for normies, but the far right are much more conducive to taking on a Christian identity because they tie that in with their national identity, i.e. England is a Christian country, and also an anti-Muslim identity.
It's a Western idea. It's a Western identity specifically,
Yeah.
Exactly. They're very Western oriented, which is why they support a Palestinian Jew. Naturally. Actually, it's quite funny. It's quite funny to see some
Palestinian Jewish trans man.
Indeed, it's always interesting to see that some far right people have gone so far as to literally.
Do you mean transubstantiation man?
Yes.
No, I mean he was born of a virgin, so he could only have had X chromosomes. Yet, it does a man for the entirety of his life. Plus, there's numerous paintings of his boyfriend fingering his top surgery scars.
We've got proof that Jesus was trans and based.
Look, I'm just going to say top tier memes. Moving on.
And yes, I believe it's still the best way to change our country for the better. Its success or failure is written into the walls of every community in this country.
Have I got it on
the hospital your children were born in, the home you live in, the wage in your pocket, the opportunities in your town, the sense of pride or unease when you walk down your street. That's all politics. So this year at the general election, against the tide of cynicism in Westminster, the gauntlet of fear the Tories will unleash, and most of all, the understandable despair of a downtrodden country, I will ask the British people to believe in it again. I will say, you're right to be anti-Westminster. Right to be angry about what politics has become. But hold on to the flickering hope in your heart that things can be better.
Not a sermon, though.
Because
guys,
they can.
Not a sermon.
You can...
No, not at all. No.
He's 5 steps away from getting all Russell Brandon going, welcome my 5.1 million awakening wonders.
Choose it. You can choose the hope of national renewal.
Sorry, one sec.
The responsibility of...
It's also particularly galling since the FT reported yesterday that Keir Starmer and Labour are pulling back on their ban on political lobbying for 5 years after leaving office. Like, literally, the cleaning up politics they promised they would do. No more Lords reform either.
Yeah,
Almost
so he's watered down
they
on
are
the
full of
policy that
lobbyists.
he's now based his new campaign on, which is clean up politics. Yeah, and that's just got Keir Starmer all over it again. It wouldn't be Keir Starmer if he didn't do that.
Service, what politics can and should be, and you can reject the pointless populist gestures, the low-road cynicism that the Tories believe is all you deserve.
Populism bad.
That's all they've got left now. After 14 years with nothing good to show.
14 years, there we go.
No practical
I'm going to take
achievements
13
point
years of
towards.
Tories.
Yeah, I'm taking 13 years.
Yeah,
now.
we've got to allow for the passage
Well,
of
you
time.
you need to
Yeah.
update
The
it.
passing of time, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Purpose beyond the fight to save their own skins. This is their only project. They can't change Britain, so they will try to undermine the possibility of change itself.
They have changed Britain. They've massively changed. Look, you've got to give them a due.
Hugely.
They've been quite a radical government since 2010. They've a lot more than halved the size of the state, basically. Whilst
Wait,
also
this-
maintaining
I will
the
go back to-
largest tax burden since the Second World War. The worst of both worlds.
It's almost like it's a massive. All this neoliberalism was a gigantic false economy that was never going to work in the first place. I always go back to, if we look at change, right? I always go back to the fact that £15 billion worth of council assets have been sold off since 2010 to pay for budget shortfalls because council budgets have been cut back by 40% over that period. Stealth privatisation, because people don't notice that shit. They notice when you sell off the postal service, even though they should never have done it anyway. They notice when you sell off all the social housing. But when councils have to piecemeal sell off their assets because they can't hit what they're obliged to be able to hit in terms of providing for adult social care and homelessness provision, they have to sell off the swimming pools and the libraries and the parks that are now all owned by fucking private equity. And that was all done by the back door.
And it's so funny how the modern political zeitgeist is, oh, states doing things, that's bureaucratic. But then neoliberalism is one of the most bureaucratic economic systems. As you just pointed out, you've literally just got money and you're burning it into thin air. It's going on. A lot of the neoliberal economy is going off paying off debts or paying off PFI. It's all just complete shit. And then obviously
squirreling it away and giving it to your mates who run national corporations to basically run public services into the fucking ground. Yeah.
But the irony here is that the state is very bureaucratic, but having an active state is far better than having this really messed up bureaucratic neoliberal economy.
Take Britain down to their level. Kick the hope out of all of us. But I believe in this country. I believe in its spirit.
When he tell West Streeting, I will directly quote him when he said, "False hope is worse than no hope."
Also, he's correct in one way. I believe in Britain as well. I've been there. It does exist. So.
Speaking of that phraseology, it reminds me of when Dizzy Rascal was on Newsnight.
Naturally, because we're a serious country. You have to take us seriously.
Dizzy Rascal's on Newsnight and interviewed by fucking Paxman, of all people.
Naturally, yeah.
And the first funny thing was that Paxman spent the entire interview calling him Mr. Rascal, which I thought was very funny. And second of all, when Jeremy Paxman asked Dizzy Rascal if he believed in political parties, he said, "Yeah, I believe in them. They exist."
Paxman should have gone really meta with it and just pretended to do a serious interview. You say you're bonkers, Mr. Rascal, but I don't see any evidence you're actually really bonkers. Are you bonkers? And just ask him that question 20 times in a row.
I think it was a really clever response because it was such a stupid question.
Yeah, fair play.
They exist.
Even its people, its businesses, its communities. And most of all, I believe that if the British people see respect and service in their politics, if they see a plan which matches the ambition and pride they have for their community, a path finally to an economy that rewards and respects their efforts, then yes, they will commit to the mission of national renewal, will believe that Britain can get its future back. But I'm under no illusions. This is a huge test. We're trying not just to defeat the Tories, but to defeat their entire way of doing politics. A mindset
copying
that
it.
seeks
Yeah.
out any different.
Literally, you've hired loads of people to reassure the markets. What,
I mean, you getting into bed with the private sector, copying them on fiscal policy and also social policy and also foreign policy. To the point at which you literally copied David Cameron in calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
David Cameron outflanked him to the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
What he means here, though, is we're not going to copy Tory incompetency. We're not going to change the system or necessarily the policies. We're just going to be the
We will
room.
we will hide the malfeasance at the core of the system. Okay, we're not going to be so blatantly obvious with our bullshit, unlike Boris Johnson. Brilliant.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that they're essentially trying to, because they think that people will stop trying to pay attention. Because I think what's been coming out in focus groups, from what I've been seeing, is people wanting to not be continually bombarded with what politics is like. They want politics to be able to ignore it again, which, of course, for lots of us, we can't ignore politics.
I just want a grill. I just want a grill.
Yeah, well, I mean, we mostly are a nation of grillers, to be fair. But the thing is that they also need to be able to talk about change. So I think they think that if they just say that they're going to change things, whether they do or not, they can just, by looking more managerial, people will feel like it's changed when it hasn't.
Yes,
At least
yeah.
the kind of people who vote.
I'll
in
just be
swing
like,
seats
oh,
with-
it's in safe
yeah.
hands. I can stop worrying about it anymore.
It's an appeal to say, don't worry, when we're in government, you won't hear about us as much because there'll be less scandals, and that's a good thing for you. So we win, you carry on your day, and that's about it. This Tory government is so bad because there's so many scandals, but we will be a scandalous government. Kind of like it reminded me of what Obama tried to say anyway. Which obviously is sticking plaster politics, which is his own fucking slogan.
Yeah.
But that's the alienation people have from the political process, which allows these politicians to kind of do what they want, because there's not much accountability. And obviously, in that stead, we're supposed to have a functioning mainstream media that can at least hold power to account whilst everyday people are busy doing their own shit.
I mean,
we don't have a functioning media to do that.
That is the big fucking issue with this country right now.
Yes.
It's just how much of the media is in the pocket of Murdoch and or run by Tory donors.
Lord Rothermere. So no, not Lord. It's Viscount Rothermere, because we're a normal country, very, very normal.
We have Viscounts.
So not just any Viscount Rothermere, the fourth Viscount Rothermere.
The fourth.
And we've got the Barclay brothers, and Paul Marshall is the new one though, because Paul Marshall is a hedge fund manager who now owns half of the stake in GB News, half with Legatum, an Emirati petrodollar funded free market think tank, and he also now owns Unheard and is wanting to acquire the Telegraph and the Spectator as well.
Honestly, the other big problem is the explosion in think tanks. I mean, they've always been a thing, obviously, in one sort of variation or another. But the sort of popular American model of right-wing think tanks, like the IEA, the Policy Exchange, or whatever, right? My
favourite ones are the ones that gratuitously mention the family, because they're definitely all nonsense.
Yeah, American
they're
Family
all nonsense.
Association and so on. But we're seeing not just individual think tanks being set up, or that work almost as business consultants for political parties, right? Stuff like Cambridge Analytica, for example, right? They did a lot of work specifically to help out specific political parties in specific elections or whatever. What we're actually seeing now is this massive saturation of the think tank market, where you have networks of think tanks working together, creating smaller think tanks that are focused on particular specific kind of issues and policies, like Bindle and Stock with the Lesbian Project, which is just a right-wing
and things they go so deep as well, because they know that they want to try and acquire as many institutions as possible. They've got access to all investments, but they want to get their things in every single pie. People, I think, with links to Policy Exchange, it might be Policy Exchange, I think it is, who created this new shell group called Restored Trust, and what they're trying to do is infiltrate the National Trust to make it anti-woke.
Well,
we're basically seeing
the HR, didn't they?
Yeah, we're basically seeing the kind of Tuftonization of the way in which British politics works now.
Yeah,
because
we are told by the mainstream media that it's the left that holds political power and its institutions.
Well, as always with the
Anyone
right,
that has
every accusation is itself a confession. When they're going
Yeah.
about when they're going
of course it
about
is. It's the
institutional capture, it's because they want to do the capturing. When they're going about cancel
Not-
culture,
not
it's because
they
they
want
want
to,
to do the cancelling.
They've fucking done it, right?
Well, they already
They
do
gave
it.
Gove the keys to the Electoral Commission. They put fucking Tories in control of the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
They were like, what? Where are the
BBC.
quote unquote independent watchdog organisations in this country? They don't fucking exist anymore.
No, they're run by
we
Tories.
we have no watchdogs. We have no regulatory bodies. 13 years of Tories placing their cronies in positions of power in supposedly independent regulatory organisations has just fucking washed all that shit away. There is no
Isn't it super weird? Yeah, isn't it super weird how the EHRC investigated Labour anti-Semitism, but didn't investigate the Tories for Islamophobia when their Islamophobia is 1,000 times worse, right?
Yeah.
It's weird how there is no investigations, proper investigations by Ofcom into GB News flagrantly breaking broadcasting guidelines.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
we have
there
Richard
have been a
Tice
couple.
of Reform UK, who was a Talk TV presenter, now a GB News presenter. We've got half the Tory cabinet, or former Tory cabinet, going on to GB News. Boris Johnson looking like he's going to be a new GB News presenter. This is a fucking circus. Now, we all knew, us lefties, that there was a revolving door between the media and power, but it's becoming so overt and obvious. Yet there's nothing is being done about it whatsoever. Ofcom is
Well, how are you supposed to do anything about it? Who's going to fucking tell people? The media?
Keir Starmer will, because Keir Starmer's going to change everything, isn't it?
It's worth pointing out, by the way, just because Lesbian Hot Sauce is asking what rules do GB News break. So part of Ofcom broadcasting guidelines is on news programs you can't have MPs interviewing other MPs. Right, it has to be an independent interview if it's a purported news program. But GB News argue, and Ofcom accepted this fucking position, that despite the name being GB News, they describe themselves as a current affairs entertainment program, even though the one that was complained about was literally called Britain's Newsroom, was the name of the program. It was hosted by Philip Davies and Esther McVeigh interviewing another Conservative MP.
It's the old Fox News defense. We're not actually news. We're commentary and opinion.
No one serious would believe what Tucker Carlson says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough, because he was interviewing fucking Kevin Spacey, talking of nonces. Hello. Anyway, hello, Antifa Cog. Everyone go and follow Cog on the various platforms on which he is on, because he's awesome.
Indeed. TikTok mostly, which is not Antifa Cog.
There you go.
Differences between the people of this country, and like weeds between the paving stones, will pull apart the cracks so ultimately they can divide and rule. I have to warn you, they will leave no stone unturned this year. Every opportunity for division will be exploited for political...
And then you'll exploit the same thing the next day, because that's all you do. Yeah.
No, they won't exploit it. I don't think that they want to exploit it, because they know it does them harm. But what they do is they go, oh, they're exploiting this culture war, are they? This divisive issue. Let's agree with them.
Yeah.
Instead of actually having a conversation about this, yes, we also agree that trans people are bad. We also agree that they're groomers. We also agree that immigration is bad, and we also agree that we're having our culture ruined by foreign aliens infiltrating our culture. Like, they just agree. They don't want to get into a fight about it. They just agree.
Yeah, so they'll almost allow the Tories to take the flak for them wanting to engage in culture wars, and Labour, oh, well, we kicking and screaming, okay, I guess we'll accept it too because we want to get into power. But really, they don't really give a shit anyway. Yeah. So in a utilitarian sense, there's literally no difference. It's just that like the red team are supposedly nicer about it, but at the end goal is really the same.
Yeah.
That's a given. But do not doubt for a second that we're ready for it. Do not doubt that we will show the British people that the real risk is 5 more years of a Tory government that will be even more entitled, even more self-serving, even more complacent, that your vote can be taken for granted.
Apparently, they. Well, to be fair, I was going to say apparently Labour can take all of the left vote for granted, But to be, there is like a huge portion of people who, as we have already seen in conversations on both mine and Kev's channel, who will literally vote Labour no matter how shit they are. And even if they are genuinely progressive people, like people that myself and Kevin have spoken to, because we both know that Bola Hatman is a progressive person. We agree on loads of policy issues, including broadband communism. Right?
Yeah.
That's how deep our agreements on policy go. Like we're not ideologically hugely separate in terms of front door policy. We want to see immediately in terms of Progressive Party takes government, but I will withhold my vote if I don't get it.
Keir Starmer basically got into power, immediately called me a bigot and a nasty person, and told me this wasn't the party for me. So I'm out.
You can leave.
Labour would take vote for granted far more than Tories, because even if you disagree, the Tories did move to the right when they sensed that they could
exactly.
Whereas the Labour Party are literally telling everyone to the left of Hitler, go fuck yourself.
Exactly. The Tories have spent the last fucking 20 years basically fighting off their right wing in the form of UKIP and now Reform UK, right? And constantly tacking right that whole time to placate their right-wing voters. The Labour Party have just gone, fuck you, socialist scum, trot's begun.
But that's not a Labour and Tory thing. That's generally in the West a progressive versus conservative party thing. Like you think about in America, the Republicans are afraid of their base, aren't they? So they kind of do whatever they want, whereas the Democrats completely take the base for granted.
Yeah. Thank you, Way But a Story, for gifting us up to Antifa Cog. Much love to you.
Hey.
And yet, at the same time, we have to bring the country together, have to earn trust as well as votes, nurture a spirit of national unity. That's what's distinctive about our job this year. To truly defeat this miserablest Tory project, we must crush their politics of divide and decline with a new Project Hope.
Divide and decline. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Also, Project Hope. Okay.
I think he struggled to say that word.
What's interesting, right? Remember when last time we played Summer Bingo, and I think I made this point. I'm going to make it again, which is I think that he's deliberately changed his rhetoric, right? He's deliberately tried to shift towards pretending that they offer something, right?
Yes.
I remember at the conference, he said this decade of national renewal. This new position that we said we should create a square for, because they know. Actually, I think they fully realise that they can't just sit around and pretend to not be the Tories and expect to win. But again, regardless of the rhetoric, he's just not backing up with policy.
Yeah. Like what exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that's probably 99% of political campaigns, though. Mostly aren't backed up by policy. So I think like every iteration of the Labour Party, bar from Corbyn, who did actually have policies, kind of say the same thing. They do.
What was interesting is in 2019 we literally had huge amounts of different policy platforms. Right, Boris Johnson, policy focused, get Brexit done, levelling up was two big things. Labour Party was nationalisations, a referendum on Brexit. Lib Democrats running on reversing Brexit. The big policy platforms were being offered to the public, and then at the next election, we're just going to be talking about seven bins and meat taxes and 14 years, I guess, rather.
Yeah, but
Liz Truss crashed the economy.
Think of the bants, though. 7 bins for 6 weeks. Amazing.
We're entering.
Must have missed that one, Jeff.
Yeah.
Aren't we? We're entering post-politics. We had an election which was really good for the policy nerds out there. And now we're, I would say, in a very dark phase of politics where it's all just rhetoric, it's all vague, and nothing means anything anymore.
Yeah. Project Cope. There we go.
Project Cope.
Not a grandiose utopian hope. Not the hope of the easy answer, the quick fix, the miracle cure. People have had their fill of that from politicians over the last 14 years. No, they need credible hope, a frank hope, a hope
Can I
that
just say,
levels
though,
with you.
we haven't had 14 years of politicians saying we can have all these things. We've had 14 years of politicians saying you can't have anything, and we're just going to do it anyway. We don't give a fuck what you want.
Yeah, but he's just talking about Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, that's the thing, but he's saying over the last 14 years, so you would think he's talking about the Tories there, but maybe he's somehow trying to shoehorn Corbyn in there. I know, obviously, he's making a slight comparison there, isn't he?
He is,
but
just a little bit.
Generally, we've had not 14 years, but we've had 40 years of politicians saying we can't do these things. And anyone that comes along saying, maybe we can, are then slaughtered. So
Yeah,
I really
but
don't understand
well,
what
you have a go at the last 40 years, but if you consider there's like 12 people that are now richer than Jesus, so...
Oh, I guess it has worked then for
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It did exactly what it was supposed to do.
My mistake, I forgot to think about the billionaire class. I apologise.
Well, thank you, yeah.
Some of my friends are billionaires, actually, to be fair.
Exactly,
So,
I don't hate rich people. Some of my best Oilers are rich.
yeah. But Starmer is now... I think I don't know where he's getting this rhetoric from, because we've had too long of people not promising anything.
Yeah.
And now he's saying now we need to be pragmatic in our hope. Well, we've not really had much hope anyway, apart from the last leader. And it was fucking pragmatic, please. Those 2 manifestos were fully costed, you dickhead.
Okay, calm down. He's fine, just a small boy.
He's not a
About
small
the hard road
Small
ahead,
bean.
which shows your way through. Light at the end of the tunnel. The hope of the certain destination. That's why the national missions we've set out, the measurable goals.
How many?
5
whether
missions,
it's
yeah.
the highest growth of the
That's
G7,
5, yeah?
Yeah.
halving violence against women and girls, clean power by 2030.
Well,
Now,
you've
they
dropped
are
your pledge of
unapologetically
28 billion
ambitious.
pounds per year for green energy. So I feel like that's already an outdated statement to say.
Yeah.
I know they will take hard work, determination, patience, a true national effort. And for many people, that invites a sharp intake of breath, a raised eyebrow, a question. Can this really be done? But look, what really keeps me up at night is a different reaction altogether. The biggest challenge we...
No, what keeps you up at night is whether that dream you had makes you gay. Let's be honest. Keith.
You could tell he's like that's filtering into his politics. He's becoming more right wing as becomes less comfortable with his sexuality.
Yeah, he's just gonna beat the gay out. That's what's gonna happen, okay?
Nationalisation is so gay.
Very much so. Let's fucking go.
True. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. Let's fucking go.
None. The shrug of the shoulder. Because this is the paradox of British politics right now. Everyone agrees we're in a huge mess. Services on their knees. An economy that doesn't work for working people, even when it grows, let alone when it stagnates like now. Everyone agrees as well that it's been like this for a while, that Britain needs change, wants change, is crying out for change. And yet, trust in politics is now so low, so degraded.
Oh, I wonder why that is, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I wonder who could
contributed
possibly
massively
have
to that.
compromised. Yeah. I wonder who could possibly have compromised our trust in politics by lying about what they believe in and then changing their positions based upon those lies. Also, having got into their position because of accepting £700,000 in dodgy donations for the internal Labour group that put in there as well. Weird, that, isn't it? How strange.
No, he was always said he was making the moral case for neoliberalism.
And then,
That's what he
and then
said, okay?
And then bringing in people like Peter Mandelson, who him and
Nonce, massive fucking nonce.
Him and Alistair Campbell are like the architect of like the distrusted politician.
Yep.
Like,
But no,
was such a big part of that.
Alistair Campbell, the archetype of the untrusted politician. I think you'll find, according to James O'Brien, he did nothing wrong. He's not deserving of the title of somebody who broke Britain.
Oh God, I forgot about James O'Brien. Yeah, James O'Brien.
Fucking James O'Brien.
Fucking James O'Brien. I was going to say something sensible, but all I can say is fucking James O'Brien.
Well, look at it this way. I read his fucking book. So
you read it?
Yeah.
How did you?
You did, yeah. Oh, do you know how to be right now, Kev?
No, I didn't read that one. I read the how they broke Britain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't he do a whole chapter on Jeremy Corbyn?
Does a whole chapter on Crombles. Doesn't do a chapter on Thatcher. Doesn't do a chapter on Blair. Doesn't do a chapter on Brown. Doesn't do a chapter on loads of them.
Kevin, how did Jeremy Corbyn break politics, even though he never became prime minister?
Because he did a Hamas.
See, James is he really nails it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got his finger on the pulse.
No, he basically, he said the Hamas thing, but he also did the, however well-intentioned his policies were, they were student, utopian dreaming, blah, 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 you know, the
He's
typical
such a cockend, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he's an absolute bell piece. Yeah.
Well, he's
you mean the
like,
exact same... You mean the exact same...
sounds smart, but isn't smart. And everything he says is...
Because he's a posh lad who went to a private school, yeah. That's how it works in Britain. You get to sound really clever when you're actually a fucking arsehole. Yeah.
Corbyn's policies were the exact same policies that, like, Starmer turned up and said, we think the policies are great, we just need to get rid of the man, right? Like, that was his whole...
Moral case for socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone around Keir Starmer knew at the time that he was lying. So none of them were like, oh, God, not this politics again. We got rid of Jeremy Corbyn for this politics. We can't do it again. They were like, oh, we know Keir Starmer's lying, so we are going to stick with him. And obviously, said it.
We don't have to...
said it.
Yeah. We don't have to stab this one in the front. This one we can keep.
This one we keep because he's stabbing the membership in the back.
Yeah, true.
Believes you can make a difference anymore. Also that after the sex scandals, the expenses scandals, the waste scandals, the contracts for friends, even in a crisis like the pandemic.
Oh, contracts for friends? What about PricewaterhouseCoopers, Keir? You know anything about them?
Also, sex scandals. Do you want to talk about your friend? Maybe being friends with Mr. Epstein?
Epstein?
Yeah.
And then there's the great case of Jenny Chapman. Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly. It's all alleged, by the way. Kev said that Peter Mandelson is a nonce earlier, and I'd like to point out that that is not a position that is proven by facts.
That's fair enough. You can distance yourself, but I will reiterate that Peter Mandelson is a massive fucking nonce.
Allegedly.
No, I'm not going allegedly. You can sue me. Cunt.
Okay, well, Mandelson, you can sue Kev. I would like to point out that there is no evidence that proves that claim. We just have pictures of him with Epstein. We have pictures of him at Epstein's birthday party. We know that he was on the island, and his name is in the little black book.
And he probably just didn't see anything. He was probably didn't even know what was happening.
I think each time something happened, he happened to leave the room and do something else. Yeah. And then when he came back in the room, all the little paedophile stuff just disappeared. It's very lucky.
It's a very Castle Barnard situation. He went to the island to test his eyesight, and unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. So he just had to come back, you know.
Some people have looked at us and concluded we're all just in it for ourselves.
Yes.
Because you are. Because you've literally taken so many freebies. You're like
the most sensible and honest thing Keir Starmer has said in his whole speech.
You're like he should just come out like a rapper. Just bling it up. Just own it. You're taking so many fucking freebies, mate. Come out with your Rolex. Come out dripped out in ice. That's what I need.
You know, in like racing, like race driver overalls with all of the sponsors on.
Yeah,
that should happen.
With the Trilateral Commission on the back, the big one.
Yeah.
That is so exhausted, tired, despairing even, that they've given up on hope. A national mood which, if we aren't successful with our Project Hope, the Tories will subtly seek to exploit.
Is Project Hope going to be his, what was it, anti-growth coalition? Just it's never going to take on? Stop trying to make a Project Hope a thing. It's not going to be a thing.
I remember Hope, and it was
what was
5
Hope?
years ago. It was nearly 5 years ago. I felt Hope then. That was the last time I felt Hope.
It was before the event.
Yeah. No, it's been a mummy Hope and a daddy Hope who love each other very much.
And seriously, after failing to deliver change, after ludicrously pretending that they could represent change, they now sense the opportunity of a new strategy, an attempt to take the change option off the table altogether. And not just at the next election. No, their strategy has also one eye on salting the earth of Britain's future. A plan to make sure that if Labour does earn the right to serve, we will find it harder to bring our country together for the common good. So I say to every voter in this country, know that all this is coming your way. Know that if we are to heal the wounds of the past 14 years and move forward, Britain must come together. And that...
Again, I just want to point out he said it shouldn't be a fucking sermon. And he's going about healing the wounds and coming together and like... Fucking
Project
hell,
Hope.
Why not just show us the fucking the marks on your hands when you were nailed to the cross, Keith?
Also, he is just so boring. He has nothing inspires me about him. I mean, I know
Captain No Riz.
Even yeah, he's got no riz. Even if I see a clip of Tony Blair and think, yeah, I know he's full of shit, but the guy could speak. Stum has nothing. I'm falling asleep.
I cannot wait
so
for the
boring.
because there was a story that came out that said that he was going to back out of any debate with Sunak leading up to the election. But in the thing, they ask him in the Q&A afterwards, and he says, you know, that's a lot of shit. Bring it the fuck on. Trying to act like a hard man. And I can't wait for that debate to happen because it will be the two least charismatic humans on earth talking.
I think what the thing is actually when you watch PMQs, Rishi Sunak isn't terrible at debating.
Yeah,
he's terrible at inspiring people because he doesn't know how people work. But he's been to private school. He's been to private school, so he's had all of the debate training.
Yeah.
So when he's debating in the House of Commons,
well, that's okay when he's got like a braying mob of other public schoolboy cunts behind him celebrating. It's when he's out there on his own. Have you ever heard him with any of that banter or any of that bravado when he's just on the stage on his own? Ever? He looks like a lost little boy.
Lost little man there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the little pygmy man.
I don't think everyone kind of gets the opportunity to look good at PMQs because it's so short. I mean, do you remember when Jeremy Corbyn first took to the post and he wasn't very good? I mean, I quite like his questions from the public. He wasn't very good, was he? But he improved massively, and he even had some real good PMQs actually. So I think like seeing politicians do. I mean, even Ed Miliband had a few good PMQs, but the guy has no riz either. So I think when you get into long form debates, that's where you can really be exposed. And I don't think having a good few PMQs will save you from that. And you're right, Kevin, it's going to be, if it's just Sunak and Starmer, the most fucking uncharismatic, boring debate.
Well, who else could they throw in there? Ed Davey as well. I mean, he's number
Ed
3
Davey,
on the
maybe,
list.
Do you know what? I'd love to fucking see Zach Plansky on there. I know he's the deputy.
Oh my god.
But if Zach Palansky was on the debate stage with the rest of them...
Nah, the Greens aren't going to get on there, unfortunately, are they? I mean, I'd love to see
it,
but
do
it's not going to happen.
They have been on debates before, national debates before.
Well, okay.
I mean, Caroline Lucas was really good when she was... Remember that big panel? It was a big panel one, like all 7 of them. And because I remember the moment where Amber Rudd was there for Theresa May.
Yeah.
Because Theresa May couldn't be bothered. And then Amber Rudd literally said... what people really should do is judge us on our records, and the entire audience fucking laughed at her. It was great.
Was that the one where Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't say that he would nuke random countries?
No, that was question time one.
Oh, was that a different one? Oh, okay.
No, this was a full-on debate with like 7 people, and Theresa May.
What was the Christian guy from the Lib Dems? What the fuck's his name?
Oh yeah, Milk Boy.
Milk Boy, yeah.
Tim Farron.
Tim Farron.
Yeah.
Did you guys see when Momentum was making Labour videos? Because Momentum was actually really good at making content, and they did a Lib Dem one when Vince Cable took over, and it was like Vince Cable. It was a parody, and it was like Vince Cable's gonna be exactly the same as the Lib Dems, but at least I won't be a homophobe. And obviously, it was referring to Tim Farron. They were really good videos. I missed a lot of the Momentum videos, and the Joker and the Batman one was really good as well. Now we're gonna have really shitty shit Labour political ads.
Viv, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, because I could see your voice, like the cat was moving, and I thought, well, I don't know if are you muted?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I'm sorry.
That is really clever.
I don't want to interrupt other people while they're talking.
The cat moves on your voice. Is that like a plug-in or something? It's really cool.
It's just it works off my camera, so the camera maps my face. So if I open my eyes, it opens my eyes. I close my eyes, it closes my eyes.
The Curtis Furry arc begins. Let's go.
What did you say?
I said the Curtis Furry arc begins.
Well, you're gonna see me with I prefer dogs to cats anyway, souls.
Well, there you go. The first owner is coming together nicely.
I don't like any furry creatures, honestly. I kept reptiles for a very long time. I don't have any pets at the moment. If I did again, I'd probably get
So, well, you say you don't like furry creatures, yet you are on my channel. What's happening?
True, but I don't like you either, Cap.
No, that's fair. No, that's fair. I don't.
No,
like
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I love you, really. Shut up.
Oh shit.
That means we will need you. But also know that whether you're thinking of voting Labour for the first time, whether you always vote Labour, or whether you've no intention of voting Labour whatsoever,
me,
my party will.
Oh, we finally
serve you.
convinced you then, Cass.
No, I'm not voting. No, I wasn't voting Labour for a year.
I'm pretty sure we had this conversation, like, probably one of the first times I met you, like, first or second time, and you seemed you were here and there on it when I said I've given up my membership and I'm not voting Labour.
Yeah, I mean, I said that there's still time for them to come up with like a really good policy, and maybe swing my way. But it's a definite no. Hillary Benn is my local MP. I'm not giving him a vote. He was the chicken queue guy.
Hang on. Whoa. You've got to allow him back in there because, I mean, next time they have to convince people to bomb a random brown people country, who's going to be there if Hillary Benn's not there?
So I, a brown person, will vote for Hillary Benn to bomb more brown people.
Exactly. That's democracy, bitch.
Well,
Let's go.
To be fair, that's basically the position that we're in at the moment, given we're sending ships into the Red Sea.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
So it is sad. It is sad for me because my local MP is actually one of the good ones as it pertains to Labour. One of the better Labour MPs. Big fan of them.
Who is it?
I mean, I don't know if I want to give away the city I live in.
If that's absolutely fine. Everybody knows at this point. I say it all the time on my channel, but I'm not.
How many people are watching? 60. Ooh.
I've got 200 odd. So.
Yeah, no, I think I'll pass for now. But they are one of the better ones.
Yeah.
I
will maintain the position if you live in a seat with a good Labour MP or Socialist MP. I still think it's worth voting for them. If Zara was my local MP,
I would not hold it against somebody for voting.
Right.
Well, exactly.
Right? I would say that makes sense. That's cool. Like if all the Labour, if the Labour Party did less well than they expected to do in the election, and the people who did less well were right-wing Labour Party, and left-wing of the Labour Party did better and ultimately ended up dragging them over the finish line or whatever, I wouldn't hate that result. It still would not be ideal for me, but I wouldn't hate that result, right?
I'm assuming if it is a left-wing Labour MP, then it must be a safe seat, hence why they're still there and they haven't been ejected yet. So if you vote Green, it doesn't really make any difference for you, so you might as well at that point. Things I live in a swing seat. So if they'd have put up a good Labour candidate who I thought was somebody I wanted to vote for, say for example Greg Marshall, who was taken off the shortlist for being too left-wing, even though he's a really, really big community activist that everybody loves, that the CLP applauded him during the selection meeting when he got ousted, right? I would still have voted Labour. Despite everything, I would have voted for Greg Marshall. But look, they took him off the shortlist. They implanted some fucker from Lewisham Council, nowhere near where I live. Fuck it, no. And they will hear it. I'm looking forward to people, the Broxtowe Labour canvassing, and specifically her, coming to my door during the election to say, "Oh, would you vote for me?" And I'd be like, "I thought the candidate was Greg Marshall." And they're like, "Oh no, actually it's me." And I'm like, "Well, I only vote for local people, so I'm voting for a different party. Fuck off, bye."
I thought Nadia Whittam was your local.
No. She's the other side of Nottingham to me.
Okay. Because I was going to say,
I'm in Broxtowe.
Safe seat, but Nadia. I'm trying to work out where I live. I live very close to the city centre. I think Nadia may have been my local one.
She's Nottingham East, and again, I would, if I was in her constituency, I would vote for her. I think she's.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
I think she's probably the best MP really at this point in terms of.
Well, look, all I'm going to say is, if you live in an area with a good candidate, like say Sue Gray's son, then you should.
Oh, Wes
definitely-
Streeting's boyfriend. Let's not forget Wes Streeting's boyfriend.
Naturally. Well, you kind of. I mean, you're a homophobe. You're not going to vote for him just because he's
Yeah.
gay. It's outrageous. Fact.
That's who we are now. A changed party. No longer in
changed
full
party.
gesture
Yeah.
politics. No longer a party
Yeah,
of protest.
we've changed Labour. Gotta be.
Didn't he say, "Let me be clear" before saying, "Oh, well, if you voted for us then or haven't voted for us"? Did he not say, "Let me be clear"? Someone pointed that out in chat, I think.
Yeah,
Really?
we'll have that. Fuck it, I'm taking
Yeah.
it.
Can I take? I've got we've changed Labour. Does that count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think that counts?
Yeah, we just said that. Yeah.
Because he says we've changed party. I've just got we've changed Labour.
I mean, he's clearly referring to Labour, so.
Yeah.
Why not his real party, the Tories then?
Exactly. We've changed it from.
Christian
Democratic
Wakefield.
Socialist Party.
Christian Wakefield is in the Labour Party now, so they did
Bunch of
kind of change
cunts.
party. Yeah.
Protest, a party of service. Rebuild, renewed,
Keep saying
reconnected
fucking
to an old
service,
party.
and I don't believe it. I don't believe that this man wants to serve other people. I believe that this man wants power.
I do have to interrupt you though. I'm going to have to speak over you as the cis man here.
Okay, very simple.
Yeah. He does want to serve people. It's just that those people are the 12 people I mentioned earlier who are richer than God. Those people, he will serve those people quite literally.
Well, yeah, but only because they're his portal to power, right?
True.
The private sector expert technocrats that Rachel Reeves wants to crowd into decision making.
Awesome.
The ones that hang around at the FT summer parties and all them lot make me
Spectator garden party.
I think even if you don't give a fuck, even if you don't give a fuck about trans people, immigrants, or any of the other social issues or whatever, like everybody in the UK cares about the NHS. And like, why the fuck would you vote for Labour after Wes Streeting's fucking comments on the NHS?
True.
Why would you do it now? Like,
if I was going to attack him, if you want to attack Labour, it's the best place to go. Because not only is Wes Streeting's policy terrible and everyone loves the NHS, Wes Streeting is an eminently unlikable cunt. Like,
do you remember literally
More
a year
homophobia.
ago when the Tories were trying to claim that, literally a year ago, the Tories were just downplaying claims that they had been privatizing the NHS, were trying to privatize the NHS, downplaying it as a conspiracy theory, right? Like how far we've come in the last fucking year to the point that like not only is it just open and whatever the Tories want to privatize the NHS, but the Labour are jumping on the fucking bandwagon and saying we want to do it too. Like,
I mean, the Labour right have always thought this. It's really important. The Labour right have always thought this. So there was a really interesting and eye-opening interview that Sajid Javid did on Times Radio. We watched it on the stream, where Sajid Javid said it's an open secret in Westminster amongst his own party and the people he knows from Labour, i.e. the right-wing members of Labour, that the NHS model is broken, it will get reformed, it will get privatised eventually. And they just need to have a party in power that can agree to that. And we all know collusion goes on behind the scenes because Ed Balls admitted it, and George Osborne admitted it on Good Morning Britain, when George Osborne said, well, basically behind the scenes in 2010, Labour thought that we should be raising tuition fees, but thought it would be politically impossible. So had an agreement behind the scenes that if the Tories took power, they would be the ones to raise fees because they could get away with it. This shit happens all the time. So I fully believe that Wes Streeting is having those conversations behind the scenes with the Tories.
I
100%
completely agree. Yeah.
So, thank you, Graham Wannabe, for resubscribing with Prime. Given that the NHS is going to be privatised, and we all live in Britain, you can give money in the form of bits and subscriptions to myself and to No Justice MTG. You can also go and follow the Turning Point Lefts, or just turn left. On YouTube, you can also go and follow Mix Vivian Wolf on various platforms.
On the Twitter. Follow me on the Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm very popular on the Twitter.
The social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
True.
Yeah.
Although anyone who calls it X is definitely on the Epstein logs. 100%.
Agreed.
Partnership, a Labour partnership, that we serve working people as they drive Britain forward.
Working people, working people, working people. God, that is a tool maker.
Well, 1 sec as well, so I want to respond to somebody in chat. in that Set the Shallow says that there was a Tory on QT a few months ago who said we all agree the model has failed. Correction, it wasn't a Tory MP. It was a Times journalist. It was Matthew Said who was on there saying we all agree the NHS model has failed. We need to reform it. We need to change it. I'm like, no, we don't all agree with this. None of us agree with it. In fact, we all knew it was broken fucking a decade ago when George Osborne was absolutely fucking ranching the budgets. Like, we know that that's the problem here.
Yeah.
So this is what I promise, my side of the deal. The answer to the question, why Labour? I promise a new purpose, to drag politics in this country back to service, tilt our economy back towards the interests of working people, reward their efforts fairly once again. I promise a new plan with new priorities, 5 national missions that will sweep away the era of Tory division, a plan for the long term, with higher growth, a reformed planning system, no longer blocking the homes, infrastructure and investment we need. Safer streets, more police in your town, cracking down on antisocial behaviour.
Oh, smash criminal gangs, does that count?
With GB Energy, a new public company using clean British power, not foreign oil and gas. More opportunities for your children.
I actually do think that's one of Labour's better policies, by the way.
Well, it's not a nationalisation thing though. It's just a private. It's GB Energy. It's just a firm that collects or deals with private investments. It's nothing. It's because they try passing it off as it's GB Energy. It is a public option. It's nothing of the sort. It is quite literally the management of investments. And don't get it wrong, like it's not a bad policy because GB Energy will fund certain companies that are doing the right thing. So it's not a bad thing, but it's not what they're promising it to be. And they are definitely lying the way they've set it up to think.
And it does seem pretty deceitful because people would think of it as a public energy company, but
even fucking James Meadway was like, they're doing public option. James Meadway, for fuck's sake. I mean, the guy's not stupid.
James Meltway, I think you'll find his name is.
You've said that before. You're not a fan, are you?
I mean, I like him. I think he's a nice guy, and I think that broadly we have the same kind of concerns and moral positions. He's just a melt. Like that's the problem. He is a melt. What's worth pointing out, right? So with GB Energy, there's a couple of things that's worth pointing out. Is that the proof is going to be in the pudding. Whilst there has been plenty of talk of all we want to is just to unlock certain markets. Words out of Jonathan Reynolds' mouth, the business secretary, who will deal with those kind of conversations around the investment. There is the potential that they might have really high levels of share equity in wherever they invest in. So it's potential we might have like 60% state-owned investments, and that would be good, but we won't know until that happens. At the moment, it doesn't seem likely. And that there is plans for direct ownership of local authority-owned energy production. But at the moment, that's an Ed Miliband plan, and he gets briefed against all the time. And it looks like he might not have as much control over this as he wants. And in the NPF document, I think the scope was only 1 billion out of the 20 billion was going to go into actually fully publicly owned energy resources. So I'm not exactly holding my breath for
this. That's the
potential for it to be good.
Well, I think it's not a bad policy, but obviously that's an optimistic reading of the situation.
It's not.
I know you agree that's not the case, but they won't be doing any of that. And when it comes to Ed Miliband, they've all but just completely ignored him. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Jeffrey Epstein on?
That's the Pop-Tart mascot.
Oh, Pop-Tart.
That's the one that really hurts. You know. I didn't.
He was on the list.
I didn't need this. I didn't need this in my life.
Can we at least eat fake Pop-Tarts from Aldi?
Yes.
Or is that it for Pop-Tart?
I think that's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Like we said earlier, okay? Noam Chomsky might be a nonce. That doesn't make his prior work untrue.
Also, I want to point out, Alex Ritchie was pointing out in YouTube chat that somebody was commenting, asking for a source on the claim which is managing investments. and Alex Ridley pointed out, a middleman seller. No, it will. The investments are in energy generation, so it's really important though that it's not going to be a supplier. It is going to be engaging in investments in energy generation. But it's been specifically said in the NPF document, I believe, and statements that I've heard from Jonathan Reynolds and Rachel Reeves, pointing out that it's going to be for creating public-private partnerships for energy generation. Right? Again, it entirely depends what on the proof is in the pudding and how much of the public stake is in these companies. And given what we know about how Rachel Reeves wants to be able to do business with the private sector by crowding them into decision making and their technocracy they're going to create, what do you think that the over under is on the public stake in these being over 50%? I find that quite low. Like, if you're a private investor, you will want to have control over your investment, which you won't get if the state is the majority shareholder.
The way it's communicated is, if you're a Labour spin doctor, it's got plausible deniability that yes, it can be kind of like nationalisation, but in reality, if you know anything about the Labour Party and the economic direction they're in, that's not what it's going to be. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, as us commentators and as me, because I've covered this before, I am definitely saying it's a neoliberal policy. Yeah. It's not what we think it is. Yes, there's enough plausible deniability in the written policy document and the statements Labour have made, but let's be fucking real here. We're here to dig truth out of politics. That's what it is.
They can sell the idea to more economically left-wing people that this is a kind of nationalisation, whilst also reassuring the markets that fundamentally nothing will change.
Yeah,
no,
which is obviously...
I mean, it's not that much different to what the Tories do, which is actually just throw subsidy at things, just with more public ownership of what the subsidy is going into. Like, so of course, the Tories have just thrown £500 million, I think it is, at Tata Steel in Port Talbot Steel Mill, and that's just subsidy. They're not getting any share equity for that. So what Labour are promising is better than what we're being offered from the Conservative Party, because it's not just a bung, it's actual public equity, but it depends how much of it is going to be there. Like, what's the return going to be, and how much control is the state going to have? And if the state is a minority shareholder, it basically has zero control.
It's a sensible policy that I would like any government to do, but that is a very small step in what we need to do. It's like the first step, but what it isn't is GB Energy. This is a public option.
100%.
That is not what it is.
The framing is disingenuous. That's that's the salient point here.
Yeah.
Well, it's colleges training our kids in the skills they need and businesses want. Better mental health support in schools. Expert teachers in every classroom. Paid for by removing tax breaks on private schools. Back on its feet.
Honestly, I am one away.
I'm one away.
I need sticking plaster politics.
Oh, you might get that one. Yeah. I need laser focus.
Oh, well, actually, we're both in play.
Yeah, I feel like he might have already said that, but I don't know.
With a plan to cut the waiting lists, paid for by removing the non-dom tax status. Million more appointments every year in an NHS clearing the backlog 7 days a week. And written through this new plan, I also promise this: a total overhaul of how we approach the economy and government. On government, it means a new level of ambition and focus.
Oh, nearly.
I've done public service for years. The clue is in that word, service.
He keeps on saying
what the Tories have done to our public realm over the past 14 years, not just the cuts, also the denigration of the people who serve this country, the total lack of respect.
What about privatisation, Keith? Anything to say on that?
But I also have to say this.
I think
I don't see our job as going...
Yeah, I know. All vibes.
It's all vibes.
Yeah.
And I think of the people who serve this country, you mean like the junior doctors, Starmer? You mean?
No, our boys in khaki that are out there serving. Yeah?
Yeah.
They're training Ukrainians. What's interesting as well is that he says, it's interesting looking at
the army to break strikes.
And what we've heard from Labour ministers is that when Keir Starmer says, we need to respect our public service workers, when you watch the Labour MPs in debates, right, on Politics Live, on panels like Question Time, when they asked about how to stop the junior doctors from striking or things like that, they won't say they'll meet the pay demands. But what they will say is, well, it's not actually just about pay. It's about respect. And by coming to the table and showing respect, I'm sure that we can come to an agreement with the junior doctors. And of course, that is what they think is like musicians getting exposure. They think that people can pay their bills with respect.
Yeah, exactly.
They think the NHS can be saved.
It's like clapping for the NHS. That's exactly what it is in practice. It's,
Yeah.
let's clap for the
yeah.
NHS and NHS workers. Okay, but what about meeting their demands? Well, you don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Going back to some kind of golden age. I don't think that's how working people look at things at all.
Fucking working people.
What the
Government
fuck
in this
would you
country
know,
is too
mate?
centralised and controlling. And because of that, too disconnected
Oh, I agree.
from the
Decentralized
communities
government. Let's go. Anarchist Starmer.
Oh, fuck it, old comrade
Yeah,
Keith. Let's go.
He's a fucking he's an ANCAP.
The thing is, when the Tories did decentralisation of local authorities, all it became was, we're cutting your budgets by 40%. Go and make the risky investments to make the rest of your money in that shortfall.
Yeah.
Except he won't decentralise to his own CLPs, though, will he?
And yet, despite hoarding all that power, it also lacks ambition. A view of the potential of government that is content just to mop up problems after the fact, armed only with a big state checkbook. We have got to change this.
Yeah, no
It is
more
vital
public
for taking
spending.
on the
It
profound
sounds like third
challenges
wayism then, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not about spending, it's about reforming.
Well, have we thought about...
Privatising.
Well, no, instead of throwing money at the problem, have we considered respecting the problem?
I mean, let's be honest here, right? Like, there are a lot of ways in which reform could provide more money going to the places that is fucking needed. I mean, we've heard enough about the fucking PPE scandals and shit like that. Like, we do need to stop, for example, doing exactly what Wes Streeting proposes, which is giving over the management, the administration of NHS funds to private companies. Like,
that's all well and good, Viv, but do you condemn Hamas?
This is the huge contradiction.
No, I love Hamas. What are you talking about? It goes great.
I
with
condemn
tortillas.
Hamas.
But
I also
Vivian,
condemn Tara Masalata as well.
I love
Vivian.
Tara Masalata. It's so good. Oh my god, leave it alone.
I knew you were a terrorist.
you've hit the nail
I
on the head.
just
there,
like
though.
condiments. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you've hit the nail on the head, because there's a massive contradiction when it comes to neoliberals. Well, they always talk about wasteful spending and spending too much, right? And actually, you are right. There is wasteful spending, but that wasteful spending is privatization. So if it's PFI, it's spending on debts that have been that we are owed to private companies. Or when it comes to our railway system, it's completely bureaucratic. So when we talk about actual wasteful spending and that public wealth is moving into private hands, suddenly they're like, oh, that's not a problem. So I find that really interesting. And once again, it shows that those that pretend they're not ideological are ideological, because they are ideologically wedded to privatization, because there is a lot of money that is being wasted to enrich the few over the many, and that could be easily addressed. It's one of the biggest problems this country faces, privatization, and none of the grown-ups in the room are talking about it.
I apologise for that.
What grown-ups in the room?
I apologise for that outbreak of anti-Semitism on the channel.
Apologies for that, yeah.
Well, the thing is, as well is that when you spoke about the railways, like, I mean, Alex Gordon from the RMT, I mean, I don't like the guy, I think he's a transphobe, but you've made a correct statement here, which is that the rolling stock, we literally pay rent on the trains that we use in the private sector. We don't have any assets, we just pay rent on the trains until we use them up. We're still using fucking Pacers at this point. So the rolling stock companies have made loads of money, and they're all owned by like private equity and capital investment firms in other countries, just sapping actual capital
literally
being sapped out of our economy.
And it's in part the publicly owned railway systems of places like Belgium and France.
Germany, Deutsche Bahn, own Arriva.
Yeah, they literally own our railways. So the money that our public purse pays foreign railways to run ours very, very ineffectively. So ultimately, we're actually paying for the public utilities of other countries.
And I'm really, really gobsmacked that, like, who did this and why? Why did they do this? I don't understand. That is something I cannot.
I'm sure it had nothing to do with kickbacks at all. I'm sure it was entirely legal and above board.
It's literally identical. It's identical to the shock doctrine that happened in Yeltsin's Russia. It's identical. They wanted to flog things off, and the easiest people to flog them off to were their mates.
Oh, we got Yeltsin. Fuck.
Yeah, but I mean that makes sense to me when you offer it to the private sector. But when we have nationalisation of our trains, but owned by foreign governments, that is fucking stupid on an intergalactic level.
Yeah, but they don't care. They don't give a fuck.
The thing is that once it's in the private sector, it's really important. Once it's in the private sector and it's all being traded on the stock market or whatever it might be, even if they originally sold off to private companies to own it in the private sector rather than foreign governments, the people with the capital, the people with the most amount of capital to be able to freely then purchase those, are going to be other states. Because they have huge amounts of actual capital to be able to spend on that stuff, because they're fucking sovereign currency issuers half the time. So, and they can outbid a lot of private companies to own that. And they know because it's a natural monopoly that they have guaranteed returns on it. It's just like with the water companies as well. But what is interesting is that Thames Water have the biggest pension fund of the UK have reduced their equity stake in Thames Water by 2/3 since the collapse earlier in the year.
It's funny because they're making the case for nationalisation, just we should do it for our own stuff.
And it just
it's the really good idea, nationalisation. You have constant investment because you have a government propping it up. And it's like, yeah, that's a really good idea.
We keep the returns. Like, think about housing, think about council housing, that generated revenue in terms of council rents for local authorities.
Yeah.
And now the opposite happens, where the state funds housing benefit because people can't afford to rent. It's in the pockets of private landlords who then put that additional liquidity back into the property market, increasing house prices so that the government have to pay even more in housing benefit. It's ridiculous. It's too stupid.
But do you see that the private sector are the real wealth creators?
True.
They are if you're
true wealth creators here, Helena.
They are if you're a politician looking to run a political campaign. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll create wealth for you.
Of our era,
fucking thin air.
the rising geopolitical temperature, climate change, terrorism, securing our borders, the revolutions in science, energy, technology that are reshaping everything we know about our world.
Do you ever think that'd come out of the fucking left-wing party?
Stop the boats! Stop the boats!
So I'm just
more efficiently.
Exactly.
As a socialist, I'm just sick of all the brown people in this country.
Government.
As a brown person myself, I'm sick of so many other brown people. I wish I pulled up the ladder.
True.
Very true.
So honestly, have you thought about becoming a Tory MP? Because they need a conveyor belt.
Stand for Reform UK. Fuck it, they're looking for candidates.
Yeah, let's say useful idiots.
I would get so much further if I were to be right wing. Like as a leftist,
grift is so easy.
Yeah, it's a slow growth. Whereas if I were to pivot to the right, if I turn
Kwasi Kwarteng became fucking chancellor.
Yeah, if I turn
became fucking Liz Truss.
Yeah.
Guarantee, right. If I change my channel, turn right, and I started talking about right-wing politics, 6 months, I'd have a fucking slot on GB News because I'm a young brown person.
Yep.
And like the right need fucking token.
Yeah. Have you seen Darren Grimes' YouTube channel? Have you seen Darren Grimes' Reason UK?
I mean, I try not to speak about Darren Grimes because I hate him with a passion.
Crafty.
Yeah. I have so much. I think out of everyone in the country, I think I hate him the most because
just so much homophobia tonight. What is going on here?
Having providing balance.
Everything we do. True. That it is our job to tackle tomorrow's challenges today.
What does that mean, you fucking twat?
Can we tackle today's challenges first, please?
Please.
We're gonna tackle yesterday's challenges tomorrow morning, next Tuesday. Woo!
Quite frankly, we should have been tackling, fucking 2010s problems.
Yeah, but austerity was so yesterday. Just don't worry about that.
I'm pretty sure we're still doing it. I know Theresa May. Was it Theresa May announced an end to austerity, or was it Liz Truss? I forget. But like,
Boris Johnson.
Was it Boris Johnson? Fuck, they all blend into one at this point.
True.
But it's still going on, right? It's not like we've suddenly started massively funding our public services.
It's a deeper argument about who growth should serve, where it comes from, who it comes from, where is the great untapped potential.
Garden party.
And the answer to every one of those questions, the Labour answer,
it's me.
And that's the thing.
ignored.
That's a good point he's making there, and I agree. We talk about growing the economy, but where does who wins from this growth? But this whole time Starmer's been leadership, or at least this whole time since he's been parroting growth, he hasn't spoken about redistribution, and he hasn't taken the side of striking workers. So there's no point sitting there or standing there and saying, yeah, you know what, the Labour answer is growth for the people. I mean, I agree, we all agree, but your policies are no different to trickle-down economics, which is just grow the economy without redistribution, because who's that going to benefit? It's just going to benefit the rich.
Whoa, they're going to redistribute very, very slightly from a very tiny minority of people who are currently non-domiciled for tax purposes. And that is the same as actually changing the economy.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do I sign up to join the Labour Party?
You have to sign in blood with the devil.
And disregarded, passed over as sources of economic dynamism, subjected to the Tory argument that thinks growth comes from driving down their wages and security, while they in turn should be grateful for
security.
Down.
I've got stability and security, so I'm having that. Boom. Let's go.
At the top. You know, I've read that the Tories want to fight the election on this terrain, that they think their economic comfort zone still has some purchase. But let me tell you, what used to be their strength is now their weakness. The so-called party of business, which now hates business.
Fuck business.
About tax
Base Boris Johnson.
They're probably going to fight it on transphobia, and then Labour
that's what Lee Anderson said. But it's interesting that he is essentially saying exactly what I've been saying the entire time, that the Tories are not the party of business, Labour are now the party of business. The Tories are the party of their cronies, which is usually private equity and private capital. And Labour are basically marketing themselves as the social liberalism, third way pro-business party, right?
You know,
that's more case for socialism, though.
Yeah, so it's like in America,
capitalism. Let's go.
In America, it's like, well, the GOP have just become too fascist for the elites or the big business leaders to get behind. So we can deal with the Democrats. The Tories are become so incompetent and right wing that Labour are like, don't worry, we will be a home for you. We're going to support capital as well now with a nicer face. That's all it really is. It's that capital and elites have changed their allegiance rather than anything else.
Well, that's the thing, is that most elites just want a functioning economy where they can make money, which why Larry Fink and the guy from BlackRock is supporting Keir Starmer, because he knows he's not going to get harmed, and he can ignore politics because the fascists have been momentarily slightly placated, right? And the thing is that I should go back to that Sharon Graham quote I always go back to, which is we already have a party of business. It's called the Conservative Party, and we don't need a second one.
What about if we had a third one?
Sharon,
the party of growth.
Exactly.
The party of pressing the growth button.
Well, exactly, yeah.
The Green Party need to campaign on big business and growth now.
Exactly. Green capitalism. Let's go.
No,
500
Marxist
majority of the Greens.
Yes, green Marxist capitalism is the 21st century.
But it goes back to what I was saying to you one of the first times we spoke. Was that I don't want a one party system, and that's why my vote's not going to Labour. You know, like that to me is the strongest argument as to why you shouldn't vote for Labour, is because you don't want to reward this kind of rightward shift with your vote, because then that means you just have two right wing parties, and there is no option for change.
No alternative. We're literally back in 1997 all over again.
Yeah, I agree, and it's important because voting Labour, no matter what, signals to them that they can do what they want. And I think, yes, in the short term, it might not be particularly useful, but in the long term, I think it is. And I think that the strategy of sort of the UKIP on the left is something that we need to do. not necessarily through a political party, but the strategy that UKIP and the right were happy to do, which is say, fuck the Tories, we're not going to vote for them. And Reform, right? Reform on their press conference, yes, talked about Starmer and Starmageddon, but have probably been harder on the Tories. And you can see even from the polling that they're siphoning away votes from the Tories. They're happy. They are happy to split the vote, or they are happy to try and get what they want. And I think it's time that the left did this. So
I've said this for quite a long time.
Yeah.
What's interesting as well is actually is that if you added the combined Conservative and Reform UK vote together, thank you for the raid, SK Crusader. Please refresh your screens, everybody. We're playing bingo. If you added the Conservative and Reform votes together, it would be probably just under 40%. And if you look back at the 2017 election, that makes it like a 3-point swing. It's really, really small swing, but it's just the Reform UK and Liz Truss are the two factors here that have changed the electoral face of politics in this country. People can continue to point to Keir Starmer making the Labour Party quote unquote electable, but really and truly, what's made them electable is Liz Truss ruining, millions of people's mortgages and pensions, and Reform UK existing and running against Tories rather than just running against Labour. Like
and it's really frustrating though that the mainstream media obviously have a stake in this. They want to put the idea out there that the left isn't electable, and if Labour just behaved like this all the time, they'd always have a good shot at winning. That's not the fucking case. I mean, there was this one poll, right? But there was a poll that showed when Jeremy Corbyn, if he was to return as leader, who would you vote for? And 30% said Labour and 29% said the Tories. So after 2 election defeats, after the mass smear campaign after Jeremy Corbyn, most people said, I'd probably still vote Labour over the Tories, because you're absolutely right. The Tories have collapsed. And the biggest thing is obviously Liz Truss and now the emergence of Reform that has split the vote. Keir Starmer has literally done nothing. His strategy is like, don't offend anyone and just fucking do piss and it's worked.
Hold on tight. Don't rock the boat.
Don't rock the boat, and that's it. And you just imagine had Liz Truss and Richard Tyson, them lot came 5 years earlier, and imagine if Liz Truss became Prime Minister when Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the opposition. Just imagine that now. We generally could have probably a far smaller majority, but actually Social Democratic Labour Party could be in power.
I mean, even if just forget the Jam Man. Like, imagine if Rebecca Long Bailey had won the leadership contest.
Absolutely.
Peter Mandelson would have said, this is curtains for the Labour Party. Because I don't think she would have been radical. I don't think she would have been smeared in the same way that Corbyn was, because she's not got as long a history, because she's been an MP for a short amount of time, and she's a bit more kind of straight-laced than he is, even though her policies would be just as transformative and liked by the public. Of course Rebecca Long Bailey would be doing well, because all she'd have to do would be to stand still.
Yeah. True.
Very much so.
But they can't even do that.
Any time since the war, that claim, even now, to be the party of sound finance, but that crashed the economy and made you pay. They have nothing left on this anymore. Their credit rating is 0. And we have turned the tables with a plan for the growth Britain needs. Only Labour will deliver a proper industrial policy and higher investment. Only Labour will bulldoze through the planning red tape and get Britain building. Only Labour will transform our labour market with stronger workers' rights. We don't just expect an election.
What workers' rights are those?
They're going to reverse the anti-trade union laws that were passed in 2016, but not anything before that.
Okay, so...
But will they even do that?
No.
I think that they've promised to do it on day one, and I think that the unions would literally throw a shit fit if they didn't do it.
I don't think he gives a fuck. If he's got a 200 majority, who does he give a fuck?
If he gets a 450-seat majority, he don't give a
And to be fair, this is the first, under Starmer, it's the very first time in history that the private Labour donations have outstripped union donations.
Well, there you go.
And rightly so. Any trade union worth its fucking salt should have
Well, I think that's exactly what he wants. He wants to bring in more money. So now we know, I didn't know that, but now we know that obviously they're bringing in more money from private capital than from trade unions. That's what he wants, and he wants the unions to piss off. So I don't think he gives a flying fuck what the unions think.
Yeah.
And I think he will be in a position, maybe temporarily, where he doesn't have to give a fuck because Labour on course for a huge majority.
On the economy. We want an election on
By
the
the way,
economy.
pause one
And
sec.
we're
Worth pointing out, if you're enjoying the content today, both on my end, my and Kev's end, you can subscribe on Twitch for $3.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, get you one free sub every month from Bezos to us. You can drop bits, which is 200 for text to speech on Kev's end or 100 on my end. And if you're watching on YouTube, memberships are only 99p to get you all your static emotes. You can super chat, which I read out on stream, and you can gift memberships to your fellow viewers. And of course, you can become a member on Curtis's channel, also for just 99p. And Vivian has a Patreon, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Also, I'll be honest with you. I don't think my attempt to get remonetized by YouTube, I'm not feeling very confident considering you get demonetized because of me, let alone me. Do you know what I mean? Look, they haven't responded yet, but I'm not holding my breath. But there you go.
ready for that fight, ready to close the book on the trickle-down nonsense once and for all.
Liar. Liar.
Bullshit.
I don't care
Trickle
if he
down
says
is
it. He's a
trickle
liar.
down economics is the foundation of neoliberal economic policy. Fuck you, you liar, you scumbag, you fuckwit.
Yes.
If they say it must be true. What you think? You think that a politician would go up there and lie like that?
Yes,
on camera.
They wouldn't let it. They wouldn't let it on YouTube if it was a lie.
I think they've been lying about what neoliberalism is for fucking 50 plus years, and they're not going to stop.
Neoliberalism.
Although
Neoliberalism
neoliberalism was developed in the 80s, so you know, 50-ish years. You know what I mean? Shut up.
And finally, I promise this. A determination to bring our country together, not exploit its divisions.
You already said
An
this.
understanding that Britain's standing in the world can never be taken for granted. And a politics
We
of
have no
respect
standing in the
and
world
service
anymore.
that shows zero tolerance towards the darker side of Westminster. Now, don't get me wrong. There are good people in Westminster. People who love their country and want to change it for the better.
There are good people in Westminster, most of whom I've expelled from the party. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, there's also the staff members of Westminster staffers.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Every
As well-
member of parliament is good, apart from Jeremy Corbyn, who's evil.
Jam man.
Exactly. Well,
Didn't-
he is the MP for Hamas West. Yeah.
What, Doncaster?
Yeah, exactly.
And yet, a basic principle of any organisation I've worked in outside of politics,
You've worked
that
for
you should
one.
follow the rules you set for others, uphold the values you advocate. This just doesn't seem to be followed or understood in Westminster. I mean, honestly, what does anyone think it looks like to the people of this country to see people rewarded, honoured, for crashing the economy under Liz Truss?
Hey, Tory
If your
crashed the
mortgage
economy.
is going up this year,
I've done it
and
about
you
5
see
times
those
already.
people swanning around the House of Lords, what do you think?
Oh,
No,
here's
I
an
say
idea,
to
Keith.
all my fellow
Here's an idea. If there's a potential that people might be able to appoint people to the House of Lords when they don't deserve such a thing,
Some House of
maybe
Lords
there might be
reform
maybe it might be that the House itself
needs
is
reform.
bad.
Does it need reform? It needs reform.
A house
reform.
divided cannot stand. And that's not really relevant in this situation, but it is a cool sentence.
politicians, Labour and Tory, to change Britain, we must change ourselves. We need to clean up politics.
And I
No
resign.
more VIP fast lanes. No more kickbacks for colleagues. No more revolving doors between government and the companies they regulate. I will restore standards in public life with a total crackdown on cronyism.
Apart from lobbyists, who can actually become lobbyists even before 5 years is up because we've gone back on that.
Having secret campaign donations.
I've put expense.
And the fact that he's defending the nonce. Again, everyone else in here is not calling him a nonce. That's just me. He is a nonce.
Okay. Also, like literally, and as Curtis just points out, the reason why he's leader of the party is because they have £700,000 of dodgy, illegal donations to Labour together. by private capital.
Allegedly.
No, this is true.
That's
because of my boldness in other areas.
And also, yeah, like these are the guys who, as Nicola Curtin points out in chat, who just continually. Oh no, so set the shadow in chat. Sorry, literally talks the people who get people with unpaid internships from PricewaterhouseCoopers in their constituency offices of Labour right MPs for them to get experience, i.e., to have the inside scoop within the party.
Yeah. Mad Cat, have you got a diagonal line? I think you've won then. Yeah, we've got a bingo.
Oh, nice. Well done.
Well done, Mad Cat.
First the night.
You win nothing.
You win a Labour government, which is worth nothing.
You might as well have just given me a bag of shit. That would have been less offensive.
Cheap politicians in jail before, and I didn't care if they were Labour or Tory.
I did.
And I grew up working class.
Hey!
So
here we go.
Excuses,
Come on, then.
they just won't wash. This ends now. Nobody will be above the law in a Britain that I lead.
I didn't say it. I've got all three as well.
Oh my god, what house do you live in?
Exactly, yeah, come on.
Say it.
He's such a dictator.
But with respect and service, I also promise this. A politics that treads a little lighter on all of our lives. Because that's the thing about populism or nationalism.
Populism.
Any politics fueled by division. It needs your full attention. Needs you constantly focusing on this week's common enemy.
I fucking
And that's
divided the Labour
exhausting,
Party, that's for
isn't it?
fucking sure. He's
On the
carved
other
off the
hand-
Labour Party out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Derp Feast, for the Prime sub. But yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. Say, we can't be divisive unless, of course, it's against people our political class have deemed politically illegitimate, i.e., the entirety of the population that's to the left of Gerhard Schroeder.
Yeah. Thank you, Over the Story, for gifting a sub to As Friends Rust. Much love.
Gerhard Schroeder. What
A politics that aspires.
Yeah. Is he the one that's really Putin pilled? I think it is, isn't it? The ex-German
Yes,
chancellor?
it is. Yeah. Gerhard Schroeder he was on the board at Gazprom.
Oof. Ooh, not a good look.
Aspires to national unity, bringing people together, the common good. That's harder to express.
What's interesting as well is when he
Less
says
colour-
populism bad, because obviously they use it as a specific way of trying to equivocate between the far right and general left wing politics, because that's apparently the dichotomy now. Because they try and think that the whites against the browns, the West against the East, that kind of populist quote unquote rhetoric is somehow you can equivocate between that and the idea of proletariat versus bourgeoisie. When I was as a specifically material contention and not just populism for popular policy for populism's sake.
But now it's gone even further than that, because you could say that the radical left, which is, like I said, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, now it's just centre-left politics of maybe we should put things in public ownership and raise the minimum wage and higher taxes. They now lump that as equally as bad as let's start a race war. So it's not even like kind of like bringing the both radical sides and equating them, because like being radical left obviously isn't the same as radical right, and anyone who believes in horseshoe theory is a fucking idiot, right? But it's not even that now. It's like centre left and radical right, and they're supposedly the same thing now. It's just so fucking insane.
You say that Oh, go on. Sorry.
By saying left populism is bad, you're essentially preaching class collaborationism, right?
Yes.
And that there can be this symbiosis between workers and owners, which fundamentally doesn't exist.
Marxist
Fucking
capitalism.
Ribbentropping. He's gonna do it.
No, it's Marxist capitalism. Let's go.
Marxist capitalism. You still fucking love
Fewer clicks on social media. And
he's so butthurt that he's got 920 subscribers. It's so embarrassing. Like,
he should not be lecturing on social media.
Don't focus on the numbers, Keith. Look, if you believe in the content, make the content for the love of the content. Yeah.
Well, not to be fair, he's just mad that people mock Kate Andrews on Twitter.
True.
It's okay. We'll soon put a stop to that with the legislation. I mean, online
in
harms
some
bill
ways, It's
Yes.
more demanding of you. It asks you to moderate your political wishes out of respect for the different wishes of others. I mean, 45 million voters can't get everything they want. That's democracy. So no
Apparently,
matter the road
70% of them can't, because 70% of them want water in public ownership, and even higher amounts for things like the NHS and our energy sector. That's what's so stupid is that it's true. Not the entirety of the voting public can't get exactly what they want all of the time. It just so happens that the very, very tiny minority of very wealthy business owners get what they want all of the time, every single time, against the wishes of the broader electorate, agreeing in supermajority terms on very basic issues such as who should own the natural monopolies of things like fucking water.
Or should we support
politics to a T, though?
Or should we support governments bombing hospitals?
Essentially, grown-up politics is doing the wishes of the richest, and if you deviate from that in any way, that's student politics. That's what it genuinely boils down to. So if you say we need to redistribute wealth and power, you're a fucking communist. But if you say, oh, we should cut taxes for the rich or just grow the economy and bring on 25 business advisors and Rachel Reeves fucks off to these nice little parties and we invite capital into the Labour Party,
that's just grown up politics.
Trade unions, that is just grown up politics.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they
keep
keep
saying
that's why they've got all the money. Duh.
If they keep saying, "Oh well, we have to make tough choices and difficult decisions," when they do the opposite, they take the very easy decision of doing what the rich people want, because that's that's the path of least resistance.
Yep.
The Tories take this year, I believe that if people see the commitment to service is always there in politics, if they can see that people in power respect their concerns, then I think a lot of people across the country, after everything we've been through in the last 14 years, will find some hope in that. It will feel different, frankly. The character of politics will change, and with it, the national mood. A collective breathing out, a burden lifted, and then the space for a more hopeful look forward.
I don't want to relax. I can't relax. I have a severe anxiety disorder. I want my bills to be lower.
Yeah, but it's just
national breathing out. A return of the adults to the table.
Yeah,
a fucking pleasant
it's just
politics.
Pablum, just absolute nonsense. It's just a national breathing out, and then the room to synergize a more effective.
Out.
You know, it's just
he's trolling us, isn't he? Don't worry about the cost of living. Don't worry about your bills.
Exactly. This is high level shit posting.
We're gonna.
It's
the exact same shit that like happened in the US election as well, where it's just like we're gonna bring back civility and stability to politics.
Yeah.
These other people, they've gone a bit far because they're saying things that sound kind of aggressive. We're gonna do all the same things, but we're gonna say it in a nicer way. I'm so sick of this fucking shit.
So don't worry when your bills go up. When the bill comes through, just look at it and breathe.
Exactly.
Just breathe.
Just breathe, and that is the national renewal. That is changing politics from within.
And
just look
if you can't afford to
pay in your hands, what do you see in your hands? That's right. Us. We people can change things.
Yes.
If that was a reference, by the way, to Change UK, if anyone got that.
Yeah, of course it was. The Gape Sereno. Also, to set the shallow, you are absolutely right. Sue Gray is totally not a shady, totally not an ex-spy who's now Keir's second in command. She just happened to be running a pub in, was it, which part of Ireland was it that she was in during the Troubles? Yeah, just no reason. It wasn't undercover at all.
Fine.
It's this kind of politics, and only this kind of politics, that can offer real change. The energy needed for divisive politics is a distraction. You can see that with the SNP in Scotland, or the Tories here in
bash
England.
the SNP. Why wasn't that on the bingo card? Bash the SNP. That should have been on there.
Wow.
Having
a go at the card. Well.
I think he's not actually gone in very hard on the SNP of late, but he's obviously noticed that, you know, to be able to win, they do need to win back at least some seats in Scotland. But despite the SNP completely fucking imploding, their huge shift to the right has put off so many Scottish voters that would vote for them.
Yeah.
And now their vote that they're gaining is basically just unionists in Scotland who have stopped voting for the Tories because of Liz Truss and Douglas Ross. That's their voter base, rather than the broad progressive majority in Scotland who just want to see progressive policy, no matter who it comes from, right? Which is why they bought into a lot of the progressive rhetoric coming from the SNP. And even like Hamza Youssef is not a charismatic individual. Like, he's done some good speeches attacking the Tories and austerity and shit like that, and he's been good over the Gaza conflict, much better than Sir Keir Starmer. But then again, Anna Sawa has been better than Keith over Gaza. So it's not exactly a high bar to be able to cross. But that's why I think that he's missing a trick by not trying to attack the SNP politically speaking, because these are the people who really do have a lot of skeletons in their closets. Also, thank you, Jack Miller, for the £15. Fuck Starmer's Diet Coke and neoliberalism. Very true.
I was just going to say, fucking Piers Morgan has been better on Gaza. Do you know what I mean? Like,
he's been pretty
very slightly.
Yeah. No, I didn't say he was good on Gaza. Just better than Keir. So, yeah.
But I can't think of a time when a Labour leader had such an easy time. I mean, Keir Starmer is rolling in it.
He can just walk it. He could just fucking walk it in.
All the circumstances he's found himself in. You've got Nicola Sturgeon resigning and the SNP are falling into collapse. Then you had the Tories falling into collapse. He didn't have to deal with Brexit. I think all these things have made it so fucking easy for him. And I just wish these circumstances were there under Jeremy Corbyn. And again, I don't think he would get a majority like Keir Starmer, because obviously his politics is far more contentious with the media, and the media aren't really attacking Starmer. So of course that is going to dent Corbyn's popularity. But I think, given the circumstances Starmer finds himself in, very easy circumstances, just wish it happened under Jeremy Corbyn. But Corbyn had, obviously, he had to face Boris Johnson in the 2019 election, who is charismatic. He is a populist in some sort of way. We also had to deal with the fucking EU referendum, which didn't just split the Tory party.
On that a little.
I can't vote for Corbyn because I'm going to vote Lib Dem to try and get. Because I want to be pro EU because Joe Swinson's going to give us skills wallets. Oh, it's 2023. If you don't vote for the Labour Party, you're a Tory enabler. Even though I didn't vote for Labour in 2019. Yeah. Every time, every single fucking time, there's always a tweet. There's always a tweet.
Ireland. Before the police service of Northern Ireland was set up, the idea that the nationalist community would buy into it in any way was utterly unthinkable. Now, there's always more work to do on that. Peace in Northern Ireland has to be won every day. And yet, with patient listening, with determination, with the people of Northern Ireland coming together, not only with those
the irony is, as well, in Northern Ireland, I mean, actually, because it's similar to what's happening in Scotland, in the most people will vote based upon their unionist allegiance, whether they're unionist or pro-independence, right? In both Northern Ireland and in Scotland. But the trick is who can appeal to the non-sectarian ones amongst them, and that's what the SNP have been good at. They've been, but that's what Sinn Féin are now doing in Northern Ireland. They're saying, look, right, we do want to be united Ireland, we should want one, but really and truly at the moment we're focusing on governance. We're focusing on trying to appeal broadly to the failures of governance, and that's what's giving Sinn Féin their meteoric rise in Northern Ireland. It's winning over all of them, and Alliance are winning over all of the floating voters, especially since the fact the DUP are literally like the worst party in Westminster. They're so shit at everything.
Also, just as we're talking about Northern Ireland, I just wanted to mention the death of Sir Frank Kitson, who was the UK Army's basically the architect of the violent repressions during the Troubles. He died. He died yesterday.
Yay!
So that's nice. It's always good when an evil cunt dies. He has a lot of blood on his hand. I hope he's got asbestos underwear, because he's going to need it.
Not only with those who disagreed with them, but even with those who took up arms
Also, pause
them.
again.
Oh, pardon me, you caught me
unthinkable hap-
mid-swig. Go on.
I did catch him mid-swig. It's people talking about the potential for Irish unification. Apparently, not with Keir Starmer in charge, because he literally said that he wouldn't have a border poll. I'm like, that's not your choice, right?
Yeah,
You
that's
can't just
literally-
decide not to have a border poll, otherwise
Yeah.
that breaks the Good Friday Agreement.
That's literally, that was a deal signed before you even got into politics, mate. Yeah.
Exactly.
Tough shit.
Really, he was a legal document, and he is a legal representative. He should fucking.
Well, they're only going to break it in a limited and specific way.
Forensic.
I'm sure he'll
Forensic
find a way
Aim
to.
to detail.
Yeah.
He'll find a way. He'll find a way.
Yeah.
Like they did with the fucking Scottish Gender Recognition Act reform. It's fine.
Yeah, devolution
Whatever.
only works unless London disagrees, in which case,
Yeah.
go fuck yourselves.
Catholic men and women did step up to serve. So don't listen to the siren voices that say we can't change Britain.
Yeah, Catholic men and women step up to serve and have been completely ostracised by their communities. Like, they're not... It's not like they're like bastions within their own community. They're absolute pariahs. They're hated. Just pointing that out there for everyone.
We can and we will. Don't listen when they say we're all the same. We're not and we never will be. And don't listen when they say politics makes no difference.
Well, stop being the
Because it
fucking
does.
same. I can't. Don't listen when they say we're all the same. Stop fucking agreeing with all their policies.
I'm kind of getting a bit confused. He's a bit all over the place with his speech. He doesn't really thread it through. I mean, he's talking about Northern Ireland, and then he's suddenly talking about we're not all the same. There doesn't seem to be a nice smooth transition to different parts of the speech.
Don't talk about transition. Rosie Duffield will come out and fucking nunchuck you, okay?
Us. If you can't get an affordable home in your town, but with Labour you can, that's
How?
a difference worth...
How are you going to do it? All you've literally said is just we're going to reform the planning sector. You're not going to build any council houses. You've ruled it out. Rachel Reeves was asked explicitly by Laura Koonsberg, will there be money, state's money for
But
new
the
council
fiscal
housing?
rules!
And she said no. But the thing is, it's within the fiscal rules, Kev. It's fiscal expansion for investment. It's literally within her own fiscal rules, and she still won't fucking do it.
Okay, fair enough.
That's how shit they are.
If
They
you
are.
can't
They
get a job
self-impose
with regular
stupid
hours
fiscal
that will
rules,
let you look
and they
after
still won't
your
even do the good things that fit within those fiscal rules. That's how terrible they are.
family.
It's almost like the fiscal rules are just a ridiculous way of cope. Just coping.
Oh, it's
getting rid of the right-wing
a
policies, yeah.
catch-all excuse.
Yeah.
It's a catch-all excuse to not do left-wing stuff.
Yeah.
But with Labour you can. That's a difference worth fighting for. If you're a care worker who saved lives during the pandemic and has been rewarded with poverty wages, but with Labour you can get a fair pay agreement, that's a difference worth fighting
Unless
for.
you're a junior doctor, then in which case you'll get a respect agreement. Fair
Exactly.
respect.
Yeah.
Get what we determine is fair, and if you dare fucking try and strike for more, we'll
Exactly.
fuck you over.
Exactly. He's got friends in the army now, so don't even try striking.
We're going hard on that one tonight.
The same is true for our NHS, for our schools, climate change and energy security, securing our borders, restoring Britain's standing, crime and
That's
justice.
twice he said securing our borders now. What the this is a fucking BNP rally, you cunt. What are you doing?
Well, yes, he needs to talk about smashing the criminal gangs, though. He's
True.
edging us.
He really is.
He's edging us in the most
Only
boring
Labour.
way.
Yeah, this is honestly...
God.
I've never been so edged, but also so unsatisfied.
exactly.
He's threatened
With the
like,
Keith Starmer
is
speech.
when will it end?
Yeah, with a Keith Starmer speech, the sweet release is death.
I'm starting to ache.
Will make a difference. Only Labour will drag our politics back to service. Only Labour can lead Britain towards national renewal. And you have the power to vote for it. A party of service with a plan versus a party with nothing to offer because it only cares about itself. Hope or cynicism? A new politics or the same old Westminster?
You're
continued
choosing same old
decline with the
Westminster.
Tories.
You
You're
can't-
choosing cynicism and same old Westminster.
You-
That's exactly what you're doing.
That would in the
You know what's
perfect
better-
place for sticking place politics, you dickhead. Come on.
You know what's better than Westminster though? Davos, according to Keith.
Yeah. I was thinking that earlier when he brought out Westminster. He's like, yeah, fuck Westminster, but we love Davos. But I forgot the name of it. We're going to turn Westminster into the new Davos.
Well, the Economic Forum, let's go. I mean, this is you have no idea how like catastrophically stupid it is for anybody who's trying to get elected in like a current Western democracy at the moment to say that they love Davos, because it's all of the fucking conspiracy theory nut jobs will then just
I was
assume.
going to say, you're just going to bring all the anti-Semites to the yard.
Yeah, all of the anti-globalists.
Yeah.
The people who make
all
these
with
very
label.
anti-Semitic things about Klaus Schwab. Like, you can hate the World Economic Forum, just hate them because they're capitalists, right? That's what's bad
Yeah,
about them.
A lot of them hate them, not for that reason.
Yeah.
No.
Nobody.
I mean, thank you for your first time chat, Mr. Murillo. Politics is like watching 6-year-olds in the playground bicker childishly, based on a lack of facts in a giant pissing contest, but based on nothing concrete. You know what? You should hit the follow button. I think you'll like it here. I think you'll definitely like the content that we do on this channel. Yeah.
In Britain thinks the years ahead will be easy. But this year is the chance, the only chance, to change our course.
No, it's
the
not the
future of
only
Britain
chance.
in your hands. The power of the vote in your control.
We survived 13
And we
years
will
of the race,
fight
we can survive
every
4
day
more.
to earn it. Why Labour? Because we serve your interests. Why Labour? Because we will grow every corner of our country. Why Labour? Because we have a plan to take back our streets, switch on Great British Energy, get the NHS back on its feet, tear down the barriers to opportunity and get Britain building again. A partnership with you in pursuit of a new Britain with foundations built to last. The value of hard work restored, sticking plasters rejected.
Sticking plaster politics! Yes! Get in there, lad.
You win.
I do win.
No. Oh god,
Fuck
to be fair, I
yes.
don't think he's going to say laser focus now, is he? He's done me with that one.
Oh,
he's done me
mate.
with sticking plaster politics.
Oh, Keith, you know what? You just won my vote, mate. Yes. Labour 2024. I didn't even want to finish that joke. Fuck me. Anyway, continuing.
I feel like we definitely had tough, difficult choices. Because he's like... never mind. No.
Oh, you mean on the bingo card?
That's what I
Okay.
need. That's
Yeah.
what I need for bingo.
Yeah. Well, no, he's been skirting around the edges always. Yeah.
To be fair, there's a couple of things here that need adding to the bingo card, like taking control of the borders needs to be on there. National renewal needs to be on there.
Good one.
NHS or something about Britain's future. Apparently, that's their new.
Actually, it's
their
fine.
new thing.
Actually, it's fine that
NHS
it's fine that my mate's probably a
Politics is
massive
about
nonce,
service.
you know.
Come on. That needs to go on
Well,
there.
I mean, that's
Sermon on the Mount.
Sermon on the Mount, yeah.
Mandelson, it's okay that he's a nonce. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I've never even. What's a pedophile? I don't even know what that is. What?
To be fair though, we the bingo. I mean, we've got the questions coming up, so there's a lot of opportunity for him to say some stuff.
True.
True.
Tory era of division over. A Britain standing tall again, looking forward again, believing again that tomorrow will be better for your children. That's our future, and
If
this
they haven't
year
starved
we
to
get
death
it back.
first, eh?
Thank you very
Starver.
Also,
Very much.
the generation that's not going to benefit is the children, right? All of the policy that he's pushing is the kind of policy that benefits swing voters in marginal constituencies, which are usually not young people.
And the 2-child benefit caps certainly won't benefit future children.
No.
True.
Unless you can prove it was by rape, and then you get the rape exception, which is still a thing.
So you can have
they
this.
plan to
You
keep.
can, yeah, extreme. You can prove to HMRC that. So the GWP, sorry, you can prove to the GWP that you were raped. That's a thing that you have to do.
That's, by the way, that's a thing. When I say that, Americans think I'm taking the piss, like I'm making
Nope,
something up.
that's an actual thing.
That, yeah, if you can prove that you were raped for your third child, you get benefits for a third child. So, you know,
Oh, God, that's so much fun.
And the Labour Party are committed to keeping that. So that's we are a proper country, and we shouldn't sink into the ocean. We shouldn't. No.
Normal island.
Thank you.
Absolute fucking melters. Who claps that speech? That's embarrassing. You should you should all cry.
Thank you very much.
This is what it is. Incredibly depressing.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to now take some questions from the media. I've got a list. I think I've got everybody on it.
Do you see him when he took that sip of water? The alien that controls him? Because, you know, he's a lizard in a human suit, right? He's pretending to be human. It's very good.
It's like the sugar water in Men in Black.
It is. The alien space lizard that pretends to be Keir Starmer is doing method acting, and it's brilliant.
Oh, you know when he like goes off screen, then his skin just comes off. It's like that better.
Yeah.
He has to pull his skin back.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
One question each. Well, I see Beth is here. We're going to start with Chris from the BBC. Chris.
Thank you. Chris Mason, BBC News. Happy New Year to you. You say you're right to be anti-Westminster when you're talking to voters, and yet you accuse the Conservatives of being cynical and populist. Are you not talking down the very institutions, the very thing that you aspire to lead? Is that not cheap, irresponsible?
You are a fucking goose. Shut up.
Honestly, the one thing that is actually correct out of the things that he says, which is that Westminster is fundamentally broken, because it is fundamentally broken, right? Well, the problem is that what Keir Starmer is offering is not changing how Westminster works. It is putting the right people in charge of the broken system that created them, which is, of course, not going to work. But just to attack him for attacking Westminster, it is terrible. Everybody hates it. One thing that's universal amongst the people who pay attention to politics in this country is that we all dislike Westminster. We all dislike our politicians. We think that they're conniving and cronyist and all taking deals in the background and being untruthful, being disingenuous.
But this
and
is,
of course, he is a disingenuous man himself.
Well, this is what I mean. The fucking media are so. I mean, the media in this country are so shit. The first question he gets, he could ask about anything, and this is the fucking melty bullshit he comes up with. The British media honestly need to fuck off forever.
They're terrible.
Absolutely
Remember, I watched the Reform UK speech yesterday from Richard Tice, his opening for the year, and the first question was about Nigel Farage, and the second question was about Nigel Farage. He's just done a whole speech in which he claimed that he will be able to cut every government department budget by 5% and raise the tax-free income tax threshold
They
up to
don't care about
£20,000.
fundamental issues that face the country, do they?
Yeah, and everyone was just like,
into them.
these policies are completely nonsensical, but we're not going to question them or have any kind of discussion over whether these have any merit. We're just going to bang on about the guy from fucking I'm a Celebrity.
Yeah. But he did eat an ostrich anus or whatever, so, you know.
No, I'm talking up the very institutions and the very politics that I believe in. I think that populism and nationalism thrive on division, and that
says, in front
drives
of
a
his Union
thing of
Jack.
anti-Westminster.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Amazing.
The man who's made the effort to put more Union Jacks on it, every Labour graphic talks about populism and nationalism.
Yep.
Fucking tool.
I mean, going on about nationalism, dickhead, you were literally doing fucking glamour shots on a tank the other day. Like, wind your fucking neck in a bit.
But remember, Kevin, he doesn't like gesture politics, though.
He doesn't.
Remember?
He doesn't, no. He just went and did the most obvious photo op. Sat there with his best mates. His busy mates in, was it Estonia? Why have we got fucking troops in Estonia? Jesus, anyway, whatever. Seems like perfectly
and
normal
also,
place.
it's very amusing, like him, like standing with like NATO troops in Estonia when it was the husband of the Prime Minister of Estonia that just got done for having dodgy business dealings with Russia despite sanctions.
Intriguing.
Politicians are simply saying things to gain votes, but not believing in what they're saying. I think that's the cynicism.
I'm going to have an aneurysm. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. That's literally you. That's you, Keir. the entire platform that you stood for is things that you don't believe in. You just continually change your position every single day based on which way the wind is blowing. How can you criticize anybody for this when that's you? That's literally fucking you.
I knew she was going to go nuclear. I could feel it. I could feel it.
Oh my god.
It's so infuriating to watch them do this as well,
Really
because
is.
it's obviously self-aware too. Like, he knows that that's how a big portion of people see him.
He's just shitposting. And he's literally just having a laugh with us. It's just bants.
He's saying it specifically to make me angry.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's thinking, Helena Jackson, I'm going to piss that bitch off today.
Yeah.
Yet more transphobia from the Labour Party.
Absolutely.
And the choice now at the next election is so clear, which is between 14 years of decline and
another 4 years of managed decline.
And
there is absolutely no fucking choice at the next election. That's exactly what you're promising, is no change. Nothing. Absolute diddly squat, Starmer.
Nothing is going to change.
They're gonna press the big red grow the economy button, Curtis. How dare you besmirch the good policy of pressing the grow the economy button? How? We don't know, but we'll press the button.
Do you know what? It's almost like you don't want the line to go up. What's?
But and the world. This is true because when the red line goes up, the world is more gooder.
True. And the more it goes up, the gooder it is.
True.
Almost anyone across the country doesn't think we've had 14 years of decline. When I say that, people don't quarrel with me and say, no, you're wrong about that, Keir. They know it's been decline. Believe you. What we're offering is a decade of national renewal. Decade to indicate it's going to take time. National, that it's a national project. And
also, how are you offering a decade? You know the term's 5 fucking years. Are you assuming? Oh no, fuck it. We're not even going to bother having an election. I'm going to be so awesome. They're not even going to bother counting the votes. Still, just wait them because they're all going to be for Keith.
He'll throw all the Conservatives in jail, and it'll be Keir Starmer.
Yes. Gulag 2024. Let's go.
Let's go.
The nicknames for this dude.
I announce that elections are abolished.
Yeah.
I would like to say not answering the question, because he was asked whether it was debasing Westminster, and all he's just said is about going back to the policies that he says he's going to offer. He's not even answered the questions. I'm going to give us not answering the question for that.
I was going to wait for the Jeffrey Epstein one, but we can
technically he does answer it. He just answers it dishonestly.
Yeah.
Renewal because we want to not just fix the country, but take the country forward. Thank you, Chris. Beth.
Thank you. Thank you. Keir Starmer, part of your pitch today seems to be to try to energise apathetic voters, but beyond the rhetoric in that speech, and there was lots of it, when you get to the nuts and bolts of a Labour government, on public services you say money's so tight you won't invest. On tax you more or less ape the Tories, and you seem to be ditching your one big idea, which is big money for green investment. Your entire pitch seems to be vote Labour to see the back of the Tories. Isn't there a danger that voters will see you not as a leader of change, but one who's overly cautious and timid and who turns them off?
Well,
that was a good question.
Yeah, that
is a good question. And she has now been disinvited from all the Labour parties.
She's just
immediately taken out of the lobby.
No, she's just lost the whip. No, she can't. She's not allowed in the party anymore.
True. She has been sacked from the front bench. But what's interesting as well is that this isn't the first time that she's questioned him heavily. Remember when she continually pressed him on a potential coalition with the Lib Dems if there was a hung parliament? He just didn't answer. He's usually on the ball with pressing people, but none of the things that she said there are in any way incorrect, because she has basically done what I've been doing for the last 18 months of critiquing his policy positions, which no other journalist does, right? Where, again, when we saw the other speeches people done, they just ask about meaningless stuff. Remember on the last speech he did, which was about the NHS, when he was in front of the ambulance and stuff like that, and people just asked questions about migration. despite that wasn't what the speech was about, which just shows that the journalists
Honestly,
choose the frame of the debate. But for once, somebody's actually going, those policies that you said. Well, no, actually, when you actually look at the nuts and bolts of what you're promising, all of this bluster, all of this rhetoric you're giving is completely empty because the policy's not there. So fair play to Beth Rigby.
Well, I was about to say, for the last year, you, Helena, have been the actual fourth estate. You literally have, holding fucking opposition MPs to account in a way that the British media has not.
No.
She's going to receive a stern message on WhatsApp from Starmer now, scolding her for her real questioning. And it'd be interesting to see what Starmer says, but it'll most certainly won't be answering it. It'll be like, no, it's definitely changed. It's definitely changed. But what about tangible things like policy?
No, just change.
Exactly what he's saying in his mind, though. How dare you undermine me, bitch?
The thing is, as well as that, he's been allowed to essentially coast off of not actually backing up his rhetoric with policy for like 3 years. He's not been questioned on this at all. I think the very first time I saw him questioned on going back on his pledges from the leadership election was an interview with Sophie Ridge on a Sunday morning program, where she said, well, actually, you said you were going to take back NHS privatisation, but you actually got on record as saying you want more of it now under Wes Streeting. So that is opposite to the policy pledge. And you could see him getting angry at the idea he would be questioned on this. He's had such an easy ride.
He's terrible as well. I mean, like the only reason why he hasn't looked too bad overall to someone who doesn't really engage in politics is simply because the media hasn't pushed back on him. But in the rare instances where it's been very obvious, like his U-turns on the pledges on nationalisation, he has visibly looked really, really uncomfortable because he's not really been tested. And if the media had done their job from day one, Starmer would not be enjoying I would say, the luxury of where he is at the moment. He probably still would be leading in the polls, but he certainly would not be leading by this much. But the media have allowed him to be in his position.
And it's why when they do question him as well, he gets flustered and he doesn't know what to do because he's not used to having his empty rhetoric in some way scrutinized by the people whose literal job it is to scrutinize this stuff, because they're too busy asking about whatever their pet issue du jour is, whether it's about Rwanda or whether it's about legal migration figures or whether it's about internal Westminster stuff that isn't actually important to people on the ground.
Beth, I think if you look at this distinction, the change that we're offering, the difference that we want to make between 14 years of decline and a decade of national renewal, they are two fundamentally different things.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Sorry, stop there. That's rhetoric. That's not policy. I mean, anyone can say, well, you've got 14 years decline. Well, here's 10 years of doing good things. That's all he's saying, but there's nothing beyond that. That is pure vague platitude and rhetoric. That's like really weird. Don't you dare question me because I said I'm going to do good things and the Tories have done bad things. So that's the difference. I want to do good things. That's it. The question
explicit question. The explicit question was, you say this. I know you say you're going to change, but none of the policy reflects any of the change that you tell us you want to do rhetorically. And he just answered in the same way that he gave during the speech. But I promised to do the good things. Isn't that enough for you?
Government by soundbite. Let's go.
10 years of national renewal means absolutely nothing. What is the policies that can lead to this renewal? Or what's your strategy? What's your plan? But just saying national renewal over and over again is not good enough.
No, it's good thing.
It's not good enough for reality, for the real
national
world.
Renewal is when the government says it's doing good stuff. And the more it says it's doing good stuff, the more renewer it is.
Apologies, don't send me a shitty WhatsApp message. Please don't. I apologise. I won't ask you a tough question again.
These are not just words. I've set out over the last 12 months 5 national missions that we will...
Missions aren't policy either. Missions are not policy. Okay, just to point out for people who are unaware, when he talks about 5 missions, this is based upon, there's a book by an economist called Mariana Mazzucato that's called Mission Economy, stating that when you're trying to govern correctly, you want to set out broader missions and then have different policies that you feed into those missions to be able to provide proof of concept. Reasonable way of being able to show people how you want to govern in a kind of social democratic economy or whatever it might be. And what they've done is they've read the first chapter and gone, oh, so you're going to have missions, do you? Okay, we'll make some missions and then have that as a framework. And yet they've not done any of the actual legwork to have policy that feeds into how those things might work. Let's take, for example, this mission to be able to get Britain building again. And then they say, well, we're just going to reform planning. How? Don't know. Just going to do private sector, fingers crossed. And that's not an actual, real plan of how to create the
position
goal.
you're taking. Saying NHS fit for the future. Every single politician says shit like this. That's rhetoric. That is not a policy platform or a position. It's how would you do this?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's kind of taken that, by the way, Mariana Mazzucato based, but he's just taken the end point. It's like, let's have 5 missions, but nothing, there's no backup from that. There's no explanation or policies within that. And
exactly.
He talks about how, people think that politicians are all the same. They say all this stuff to get votes, but you're feeding into that narrative because for as long as I've been alive, apart from Jeremy Corbyn, who was the only politician who I felt like who was a leader who had any substance, I've only ever seen leaders and politicians speak in platitudes and rhetoric. They're saying the things you want to hear. Of course, every politician, no matter how right-wing you are, excellent public services. But that's not a policy position. That is
a goal. It's a mission, yeah. It's a rhetoric.
Mission? That's just a thing to say, people dying is bad. That to me has as much substance.
No, Israel has a right to defend herself, sure.
but saying dying or killing people is bad, right? That to me has about as much substance as saying the NHS is fit for the future. None of that means anything because any politician, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, can claim that. What you can't claim is, well, we want to rid the NHS of private provision. That now means you're probably on the left and you've made a position and a policy there. But if you don't do that, it's just broad bollocks.
Yep.
You're 100% correct. 100% correct. Also interesting, the anti-strike points out in chat, are these missions anything like pledges? And it's specific that they're not pledges, because if you don't hit the mission, you can say, we have a goal to do this, but sometimes you can't get everything you want. And you know what? That's fair enough. Sometimes you can't get everything that you want. And obviously, given how much he has been held to account by YouTubers and Twitch streamers for breaking his pledges, not by the media, of course, heaven forfend they do their actual job, but it's much easier to miss a mission than it is to miss a pledge.
True. If you're a Starmer supporter on Twitter, though, missions and pledges are interchangeable.
Yeah.
True.
So he had 10 pledges as a leader. Well, no, they were more like missions. They were literally pledges with this fucking.
We like to think of them as guidelines. But you see Phil from A Different Bias. I laughed at him on stream because of this. He said that they weren't 10 pledges, they were 10 positions, right? And they're not actually really pledges. And I just pulled up the website. No, it says my pledges to you, pledge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, you're just making shit up because that's the only way they can defend him, because it's indefensible otherwise.
The word
he said positions, though, then he's that, like, even if it's not pledges, my 10 positions are, I want to renationalise the railways or energy, then saying, well, we're not going to do that, it's still you turning on that position. It doesn't make it any better. You're still a lying scumbag.
No, it's just a suggestion. It's just a kind of... he's just spitballing some ideas. We'll see what happens,
They're not my positions. They just are 10 positions in politics. So, sorry, I didn't mean that clear. Here are 10 policies that exist in politics. They're not mine. They're just there.
Yeah, these are 10 pledges that someone could make.
Someone could make it. Someone has done in the past, or maybe the future.
Exactly.
Not necessarily me, though.
Yeah, it's a think piece. That's all.
Thinking out loud.
Everyone, go and follow Javi Trino in chat, who is an awesome based Spanish comrade. Let us go.
Over the period of the next Labour government, and they are really ambitious. The idea that there's no change, the highest sustained growth in the G7, felt with living standards improved across the whole of the country. That's huge.
Yeah, but that's not. But how are you going to do any of that?
Yeah, that's not a. I mean, the Tories want the highest growth in the G7. The Tories want high living.
Yeah.
Well,
look,
they say they want high living standards for workers. Again, these things are meaningless.
You say, you say, Beth, that there's no change, but actually, we've promised to give everyone mech suits. So shut up. How are you going to do that?
That's at least a policy, right? That is at least a policy to give people mech suits. That is more policy than
they don't
saying
exist,
we are going to grow
point.
the economy.
But politicians need to understand that outcomes aren't policy. So saying everyone, it's like when the Democrats say we want everyone to be covered under healthcare, but they don't support like universal healthcare. They just say, well, we want more coverage. Outcome isn't a policy, because anyone can say that, and without that, there's no, you can't hold them to account as well, because there's no specific bar you can hold them to.
Yeah.
It's like it's a way of shirking any sort of responsibility anyway.
Yeah.
But he hasn't really answered the question.
Nobody says to me that that's a minor difference. It's a huge, huge difference. Clean power by 2030 will be lower bills, energy security, the next generation of jobs. Nobody says to me that's no different to the Tories. They say, how are you going to achieve it? When we say we want high...
And how do you answer that question?
And yeah, and then what do you say to that?
I've got to go. See ya.
Bang, hit grow the economy. Bang,
Yeah.
hit that big red button. That's it. You've kind of like you sort of admitted it yourself there. It's like they do ask how I'm going to do it. That's the integral part, though. How are you going to do it as opposed to the Tories?
Safer streets, within which we are committing to halving violence against women and girls. No government or opposition has ever committed to that before. And I know from my work...
It's still an outcome. It's still an outcome and not a policy.
Anything. Doesn't mean anything. Ugh.
And we're going to do that by hiring more police who definitely aren't the problem and are a solution to that. Because they don't do violence against women and girls. Let me tell you that.
Even saying hiring more police is a policy. That is actually still a policy. We are going to hire more police.
Yeah.
Ironically, Suella Braverman had more policy on this than Keir Starmer does.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose.
Be prosecuted, just how hard that is. Nobody says to me that's no difference. If it's the opportunities that our children need, the skills they need, nobody says that's no different. And whether it's the NHS that is, not just on its knees, on its face at the moment, being picked up and made fit for the future.
Yes, bingo.
Says,
Has anyone got that on their bingo card?
What?
NHS fit for the
NHS fit for the future. Yeah, I got
no,
that.
I don't have that one. Bollocks.
Do you not?
No.
No, I don't have it either. But
Gutted.
exactly, because he's also said NHS on its not on its knees, it's on its face before. That's also a thing that he keeps saying. It's another thing
It's
that he
just
just
a line,
keeps saying
isn't
over and
it?
over again. And on top of that, this is literally another outcome that's
Another
not
outcome.
a policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to me, that's no different. These are huge, fundamental differences. And the power this year is with the voters to vote for that change. So I think there's a huge, clear distinction here. We've set out our case in terms.
Can you please explain to me how your policies are different to the Tories? Well, the voters have the power to vote for a party. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's like
Okay.
the fact that you have to make the point so strenuously that there's this massive difference between you suggests that there might not be such a massive difference between you. Actually.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the T-shirt meme. It's like the big difference between myself and the Conservative Party, and all the questions thereof are explained by my T-shirt that says we are very different from the Conservative Party.
Exactly.
It is very clearly the risk of going on with 14 more years of this decline, or turning our face to the task of national renewal. And that, I think,
What
is
does
a
it fucking mean?
Yeah, please explain me. Starmer, I'm a stupid dumb fuck. Explain to me what that means.
It means you could turn it off and then back on again.
That is a policy, though, which he has not announced. So you now have a more of a... The Lost ending has a more explanatory policy platform
Yeah.
than Starmer. And by the way, if anyone watches Lost, you get that. If you don't, then you suck.
In politics.
I mean, you
Thank
just
you,
fucking
Beth.
spoiled it for
Anushka.
anybody who was thinking of watching it.
I feel like that would have meant a lot.
You say you want to fight this
get
election
that?
on the economy. This week, your party slammed the government for
Can you
raising
rewind, sorry, I
taxes,
missed the question.
including...
Pardon?
Can you rewind that? But I missed the question because people were talking.
Yeah, I was not pausing for them to talk about a shit TV show. I wasn't
Excuse me.
no.
Excuse me. It's not a shit TV show. How
It is
fucking
pretty
dare
shit.
It
No,
is.
how dare you?
It's pretty bad.
It's one of the greatest shows that's ever made, and we're not having this discussion. No, sorry.
No, sorry. You talk about
My
Peep Show
opinion.
because that is the greatest TV show ever made.
I'm just all I'm saying is we need to start the rumour that Curtis's name is on the Epstein logs.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
You might have had an
Anushka,
argument,
stop.
like...
For God's
15,
sake, we
20
want to listen
years
to the
ago.
fucking question. Shut the
You
fuck
know-
up.
You have to rewind it a bit. Sorry.
Right.
Task of national renewal. And that, I think, is a fundamental difference in politics. Thank you, Beth. Anushka.
Anushka Stana, ITV News. Keir Starmer, you say you want to fight this election on the economy. This week, your party slammed the government for raising taxes, including freezing income tax thresholds. If you don't want voters to be cynical, then level with them. If you win power, will you unfreeze income tax thresholds?
Well, Anushka, look, starting from fundamental principles on this, I do want more people to have more money in their pocket. That's a fundamental.
He's already not answered the question. Already, you know he's not going to say it. He's just not going to say it.
The framing of the question is also really iffy to me. It's like, oh, if you want to invest more, does that mean that ordinary people's taxes are going to go? I know she didn't say that, but that was the implication. There is another.
It was the opposite. It was the opposite, though. She was talking about tax thresholds being frozen. What she's actually asking for is tax cuts. What she's saying is well, you've criticised the Conservatives for instituting fiscal drag and lying about taxes going down when they're actually going up because of fiscal drag. So her question is well, actually, will you stop fiscal drag and make sure that tax thresholds actually rise with inflation so people's tax burden isn't increasing? So that her question is, I mean, a pertinent one because they are not backing up their rhetoric with policy. They could, for example, give working people a tax cut by increasing in capital gains tax. But of course, that would involve increasing taxes on their donors, which they don't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make, she's making a broad thing about taxes, but I mean, for me, I would say let's keep taxes the same, or even if you want to cut tax for workers or low-income people, and raise taxes on the wealthy, or a wealth tax, or etc., a capital gains tax. There are different forms of taxation, which is wholly be missed from that question, I think.
Communist.
Communist. Yes.
That's what we start with. Now, the question is, how do we get to that? And I'm challenged on tax all of the time. The first lever that we want to pull, the first place we will go, is growth in our economy.
Grow the economy, yeah, we go.
Oh, yeah.
Red button, guys.
Oh, we've got that one, actually.
Been missing for 14 years. Without growth, we won't have the money to run our public services, to provide what is desperately needed. So that's why we put all of our focus on growth and on the economy. Now, where we are going to make adjustments to tax, we've been really clear about what that looks like. So we've said what we're going to do with VAT on private schools.
Private schools and non-dom,
the
and that's
loopholes
it.
that we have. So where we are making
The thing is they
adjustments,
actually
we're
do have
very
another
clear
tax
for
policy. They have another tax policy that doesn't get talked about, but they should be talking about it because it's actually a good tax policy because they have an alteration to the windfall tax on energy firms that would raise an extra £10 billion. That's more than double what they would get from the non-dom tax status and VAT in private schools combined, and they never mention it. They never mention it. I don't know why. What the hell are they doing? What's the strategist going on here? Well, they actually have a genuinely good tax plan, which is altering the rules on the windfall tax so that there isn't a get-out clause for businesses to avoid paying the windfall tax.
Because
That would make gearing up to drop the pledge, probably.
No, it's because he's a secret socialist and he's hiding his power levels. Comrade Starmer with his stealth socialisms.
About it. And as Pat McFadden said this morning, on the
fucking
media,
Pat McFadden.
Any tax cuts have to be fair and affordable, and we have to be realistic about that. But I think the place to go is to growth on this. But the idea, frankly, that the Tories can lecture anybody about tax cuts or tax rises is now ludicrous. We've got
That's what the question was, though. We know that you criticise the Conservatives for their tax policy. We all criticise for it because it's bad. We agree that it's bad, right?
She literally started her question with, you criticise the Tories' tax policies. Yeah.
But can you make any firm positions yourself? And he's not taking one because
He doesn't have a firm position, though. He's not going to rule it out because he might do it.
No, his firm position is he wants to be Prime Minister.
And he'll say whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Every government, including all those Labour governments. So they're in absolutely no position. And that's why I said centrally in this speech, if they want to fight on the economy, if they still think in some fantasy land that this is strong territory for them, they don't realise how much we've turned the tables now. They don't realise just how poor a card that is for them to
We're
play.
the party of
Thank
capital.
you, Anushka.
Pause 1 second.
Can I get to Paul?
Before we go to the next question. In that he's 100% correct. The Conservatives have no leg to stand on. People don't like him on the economy, and they know that they failed, right? 13 years of austerity governments, 13 years of privatization. All this stuff has failed. Everyone can clearly see that conservative neoliberal economics has failed. And people actually voted for change with Boris Johnson because he was promising the end to austerity, even though it never actually materialized in the way people really wanted. But it was different to Theresa May and David Cameron, and of course different to Rishi Sunak as well, who is now a pro-austerity candidate too. So he's right to say that the people and the public don't like conservative economics anymore, and they dislike it and they vote against it. Labour win on the economy when it comes to polling. The problem comes in, well, are you offering anything different? Are you promising pro-investment economics? Are you offering anti-austerity economics? And of course, we know from the previous question from Beth Rigby that he is literally offering more austerity economics.
Yeah.
Well, have you not considered that the voters don't like Tory austerity, but they like Labour austerity?
True, red tie austerity.
Channel 4.
It will be a more polite austerity.
It will.
Channel 4 News. Where's your jacket? Another glitter incident? Sorry, wrong question.
Don't tempt.
Jesus Christ. The chumminess of these cunts. This is the guy holding his Channel 4. Holding his feet to the fire, everyone. It's just going to do a cheeky little bit of a glitter incident. Do you remember that?
another pint at the pub then, Starmer, later, yeah? Okay, see you there.
Yeah.
Look, John Crudder said he doesn't know what a Keir Starmer government would stand for. The same comes up time and time again in focus groups. Now, I know your team says you've got lots of policies, you've got 2 pages of them, but if 2 years in, both Labour policy chiefs, former or whatever, and voters don't know what a Keir Starmer government would stand for, what is it you are getting wrong?
Well, Paul,
If any policies, again, we go right back to the Beth Rigby question, which is, people don't know what he stands for because he hasn't got any fucking policies, because all he has is rhetoric, as been exemplified by not being able to answer a question explicitly asking him to be able to explain what his policies to achieve his missions are, because he responded with only missions and not policies. This is correct. And John Cruddas was his thing that he said, as a Guardian article about it, actually really salient. That Keir Starmer believes in nothing, doesn't have a connection to the Labour movement, is disaffected from his members and his voters, because he is just an establishment plan. And I mean, obviously that is embellishing what John Crudder said, but I think that's what you can infer from the statement that's being made there. And yeah, he doesn't have any actual proper pitch to the public other than what we have just seen from the last half an hour's worth of what we've watched.
And he knows that, because as the questionnaire said, it comes up in focus groups. Someone like Keir Starmer's team listen to focus groups. That probably does come up a lot. But what can they do? If they've got no policies, there's no way they can change that. So they're just going to ride it out.
Yeah.
And I presume the question meant to say 4 years, not 2 years.
Also, he's just going to... He doesn't need to do anything. He's so far ahead that he just needs to carry on doing the same nothing. Yeah.
The problem is that policies allow them to be nailed to the wall on shit. They force them to get into arguments. Like, if they... I don't know, I'm just preaching to the choir here, but he's like taking any kind of firm fucking stance on anything and allows for a certain amount of division. And the last thing that he wants is to have to actually argue with the Tory party about policy. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be questioned on policy. He just wants to go, look, the Tory party is shit. We're not the Tory party. Who are you going to vote?
Blue team bad, red team good.
And I'm really interested. I want to see what Starmer looks like when he actually has a policy and he has to defend it. Obviously, he doesn't have a policy, but I find that really interesting and intriguing about politicians, and I think it says something about them that if there is a policy they really believe in, watch them try and defend it. And I guess that's part of the reason why Starmer doesn't want to do that, because I don't think he's orator in any way. I don't think he's good at public speaking in any way.
He's not good at public speaking, and for a lawyer, very poor at coming together with arguments. Like, do you think he'd be able to formulate a fucking defence of something at some point? But not right now.
Last year, I set out in more detail than I think any opposition leader has ever set out before the 5 driving missions of the next Labour government.
They weren't detailed. They were just general wafts, ideas of what you want to do. Whereas, under jumbly crumbly concrete, the Jam Man, they were explicit in that they wanted to take things into public ownership, explicit that they wanted to create broadband communism, explicit that they wanted to create a different economy and show you how they would do it, right? Sure, it allowed them to get attacked on that policy, and maybe that is a shortcoming of that strategy. But the idea that you're therefore more explicit than other Labour leaders when you're the most wishy-washy, the most uncertain, the least policy-driven of all of that, it's nightmarish that he just gets to be able to say this stuff unchallenged.
High sustained.
And also, and as Ashran points out in chat, Ed Miliband carved his into a fucking stone. Literally carved in stone.
Yeah.
There's no lack of clarity there. It's very clear what that means. Measured in living standards across the whole country. An NHS not just off its feet, but fit for the future. No lack of clarity there. Nobody said what you're talking about. I don't understand that. The opportunities that children and young people need for the skills they need for their life and the work they're actually going to do. You can't say, well, that's a bit ambiguous. I don't understand that.
Yes, it is. It's totally ambiguous. It doesn't mean fucking anything. The skills. What skills? How? How are you going to do this?
How are you going to get them the skills? Literally, again, you could literally just say, we are going to give free hand jobs to blind people. That would be a policy. But we just say we want to increase the level of sexual stimulation for the disabled community. That's a goal that has no specific policy. If you would say we want to increase the level of sexual stimulation for the disabled community by giving free hand jobs to blind people, that would be a mission and a policy.
Yeah. And also a very based
and that's also very well thought out.
Yeah,
exactly.
An extremely based policy for the future.
A mission, end goal, and a pragmatic policy platform to get there.
Hand jobs for the many, not the few.
True. My kind of politics.
Safe streets, halving violence against women and girls. What's ambiguous or unclear about that?
How are you going to do it, you cunt? I mean, I don't know. It's just infuriating. He says something really ambiguous and then goes, what's ambiguous about that? Honestly, terms of service are stopping me. That's the only thing stopping me saying things that would get me into legal trouble.
And so, and clean power by 2030, this idea of ensuring we have lower bills, energy security, and the next generation of jobs. There's no lack of clarity there. So I believe...
I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm at the end of this. It's just so annoying.
Let me just reiterate the bullshit I was saying before.
Just jobs.
You think if he just repeats himself, maybe they'll go away?
It's just beep boop, beep boop.
That we've set out precisely what we're going to do. I've also said...
Would you say...
No, you've not! No, you've not!
Would you say your policy positions are laser-focused, Armour?
You're still trying.
My policy position is a pebble dash semi. More pebble dash semis for the many.
Yes. Again, that would be a policy, though. So...
Yeah, true.
That is a policy. Yeah.
Well, I guess actually, just for the many that would be a goal, right? If you say we want to give people free pebble dash semis, now that would be a policy.
Yeah.
There'll be good Labour things we won't be able to do in quite the way we wanted when we wanted. So set out in terms of what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, how we're going to achieve it.
Is the question.
And I take your question as an invitation just to repeat that, so that hopefully those that still claim that we've not been clear can have another chance to...
Honestly, your smile makes me so angry. I can't, again, terms of service, I just can't. I can't say what I want to say about him.
Well, the thing is, I've said this before and I will say it again. I just want more journalists from the mainstream media to, when these
do
get
their
these answers,
fucking jobs.
I mean, the one thing, like the phrase I specifically want them to say is, "Do you think my viewers are stupid?" Because that's what they treat us like. They treat us like we're idiots. They say, "Well, we have the plans to do the good things, not the bad things. How are you going to do it? By doing them." And what's unclear about that, as a response to a question about why they're being ambiguous with what they're saying, and just go like, Sakir, do you think that both me and my viewers are stupid? Because I asked you about policy and you're giving us rhetoric, and then trying to tell us that we're wrong for asking you about policy. Like, that is, you're acting like we're idiots who can't understand what you're doing here, and to really drill down in it. But of course, that wouldn't get you into the fucking lobby in Westminster, would it?
Yeah. And his face is red as a sign, though. because he's getting slight pushback and he can't handle it. And now, and his little smug answer was like,
He's so red. I didn't notice. I did not notice how fucking gammon he'd
red.
gone.
But his smug answer was like, well, okay, so I've said my bullshit platitudes. You push back on it, and I'm going to repeat it. And if you still don't understand, well, essentially go fuck yourself then.
Yeah. If you don't understand at that point, then maybe someone wants to lose access. Just saying.
Yeah. Do you want a WhatsApp message as well, eh? Do you?
Remind themselves of all the things I've been saying for many, many months now. Thank you very much. Chris, GB News.
Thank you. Christopher Hope, GB News. You mentioned clean power there by 2030, lower bills, that would mean. How would you fund the 28 billion annual cost of your net zero measures? From borrowing or taxes? And a quick one about the darts last night. Has Luke Littler's maturity and professionalism shown that 16-year-olds are ready to have a vote? The voting age should be cut from 99 to 88.
Chris, happy New Year.
A fair question from GB
I know.
News,
I
then.
cannot believe that.
No, it's a fair question, but what it is, the way he worded it, makes me want to blast him into the sun.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Like, also,
the
the idea that Keir Starmer watched the darts.
No, I'm sure he got briefed on it.
Oh yeah,
Arsenal did really well at the darts, I thought.
Well, the problem with Luke Littler is he always tries to pass it in.
He's going to say,
Yeah,
"Oh no,
you're
you only get one question." That was
exactly.
2 questions, actually.
Yeah.
First to breach the one question rule.
I swear to God, I did not watch this.
Pre-watch.
I have not pre-watched it. I promise.
Pre-watch perv.
Just before we move on, there's a really clear, an easy answer to this question. And you should say, yes, it's from fiscal expansion, right? You can grow faster than you borrow. That's how macroeconomics works. There you go. Let's dispel this myth, right? Because the thing is, right, is people
they wouldn't understand that though.
These people already know that it's coming out of borrowing. It's been very clear from the start that it's coming from borrowing, and people don't care. Like Rishi Sunak bangs on about it. He bangs on about it every PMQs. They're going to spend £28 billion and it's going to crash the economy and push up interest rates and make your mortgage more expensive. Does it win across voters? No, they can give a shit. When you poll voters, do you want there to be more fiscal expansion and better funded public services? Or do you want there to be more austerity to bring the debt down and to run a budget surplus like the fucking Resolution Foundation one? The public always go for the former rather than the latter.
I'm interested in what he's going to say because obviously he's now ditched it today. Yeah. He said he's not going to do the 28 billion. So
also, I do like Andrew. Thank you in chat with the darts pun. It's funny because Keir Starmer's done a 180 on his pledges.
Hey.
180.
Vying to get that position back as quickly as possible. Look, on clean power 2030, the first thing to say is, let's be clear what the mission is, which is clean power by 2030. And that is one of our 5 missions, and we are determined to achieve it for all the reasons I've said, because with that comes lower bills, with that comes energy
I know,
security,
but the question is how you're going to fund it. Just fucking tell us, man.
Chocolate money.
It's incredible if he's not. Incredible if he doesn't just not answer some of the questions. If he literally doesn't answer any of the questions,
yeah,
that was so funny.
Yeah, and let me be clear on the darts. I like darts. Darts is a thing. Darts exists. 180. Next question.
What is
I believe in him. They exist.
And with that comes the next generation of jobs. We've set out how that will be funded. The money that is needed for the investment that is undoubtedly needed, saying that the £28 billion will be ramped up in the second half of the Parliament, that will be subject, of course, to any money that the government is already putting in, and it'll be subject to our fiscal rules.
Hey, fiscal rules!
That means that
that's not a fucking answer.
The money is from borrowing, which it will be, borrowing to invest, but the fiscal rules don't
he's answered one of the questions.
Okay, we finally
so it's
got
very
there.
clear, and that's why this attack is utterly misconceived on us. It's a very clear strategy, and frankly, I think most people understand the argument. It's an everyday argument that you have to invest in the future, and that's what we will do. It's the lack of investment, the lack of long-term thinking.
It's not just answer the question. It's a good answer to the question. Yes.
Yes.
This is literally what I've been saying the whole time. And you need to make this argument. Oh my god, I'm so glad he's finally literally made a positive case. And just say, look, it's very sensible economics that if you want to accumulate, you need to speculate. That's how literally every business in the history of capitalism has worked. You have to borrow.
Exactly.
Me though, if I'm honest.
That's so true as well, Rohak. He's literally saying that people asking him how are you going to pay for this is an attack. No, that's just asking you for a fiscal policy. That's
yeah, but I mean, to be fair though, most of the time in the media, when they ask how you're going to fund it, is kind of an attack.
Yeah, but as the Prime Minister in waiting, you do have to actually explain that to people.
Also, no one's asked him how he's going to fund the National Crime Agency stopping the boats. No one's asked him how he's going to fund the crackdown that's going to deal with crime by all the stuff that he says about
it pays
making
for
the
itself.
streets safe.
It pays for itself because migrants coming in somehow is economically bad for the country, apparently. So, fact. Migrant box.
Also, thank you, Kaiju Chomps, for the membership on YouTube. Thank you very much for that. If everyone else wants to be a member, it's 99p, or you can gift some green names to your fellow chatters for 99p each. Also, both me and Kev, you can subscribe on Twitch for $3.99 if you're enjoying the content, or for free with Twitch Prime. Bits gets you text-to-speech, 200 on Kev's channel, 100 on my channel, and I read out all YouTube super chats on stream as well. And you can become a member of Turn Left at Turn Left on YouTube for 99p, which is Curtis's voice that you've been hearing. And Vivian Wolf is got a Patreon, which you can link on her Twitter.
She's asleep, apparently.
I'm not asleep. I'm here. I'm awake. I'm here.
Okay, you've turned
getting paid on Patreon to sleep. What a job!
It's just hard to get a word in sometimes.
Kev, shut the fuck up.
I've got a bit of a headache, so it's like, oof.
Okay.
It's all good.
Market when it comes to energy.
You're all very
many
lovely.
other countries. Why? Because the government never took long-term decisions. I'm not prepared for an incoming Labour government to make that mistake. Thank you, Chris.
Agree.
Sorry, on the darts.
Agree.
Oh no, he's going to give the darts answer.
Oh yeah.
God. The correct answer here is it's irrelevant what some 16-year-old did at the darts as to the voting age. That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
That's a really stupid question.
It must be. How is he gonna praise a new national icon whilst also denying the vote to 16-year-olds?
Well, again, another easy answer to this one. The two things you say is, first of all, young people don't get involved in politics. We need to encourage them into politics, which will be a good answer. And the second one, of course, is no taxation without representation.
No, but is that not in favour of 16-year-olds? Because
interestingly, Littler will not pay any tax on that income from the World Championship because that's technically prize money and not subject to tax.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So, but I mean sponsorships and stuff he pays tax on. Anyway.
Firstly, I mean, Luke Littler, it's been incredible watching the darts, seeing what he has done. I'm not.
What has he done, Keith?
Yeah, what score did we get? 7-0 on the darts was just.
He got a 180, and then there was a 4. He got a 4 at one point.
The 4 was really good.
It was. It was amazing
absolutely.
stuff. Well, ironically, he missed a 2-2, which is obviously 4, in order to go 5-2 up in the final. Missed an opportunity there. I'm just saying.
I'm going to claim I watch darts every day. Everybody knows football is my game, but it has been.
No, that isn't true either. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Quite an electrifying couple of days, and I'm a big believer in 16-year-olds being able to express their views, have their vote, and win darts tournaments.
Hang on, it's so shit.
Are you going to hang on? So, is he arguing that he is going to drop the voting age to 16?
Oh yeah, that's policy. That's policy.
Okay.
I love that so much.
I mean, if you wanted to cement Labour in power forever, giving millions and millions of people who will literally vote for no Conservative government ever the right to vote, really super easy policy. It's just like when Tony Blair decided to send millions of extra people to university. He did because he knew it would create Labour voters.
Yeah.
Still, that was a great answer. I'm a big supporter of 16-year-olds having a political view and winning darts. He's just not a natural.
He scored several touchdowns and a home run. So let's go.
Also, I just wanted to point Jack Mellor, interesting point in chat, like, young people, apparently young people are interested in politics as if they weren't in 2017 and 2019. And I'm going to go for a rant, and I go on pretty frequently, but I think it's worth going over again. In the amount of times people say, think how bad things are for young people. Like, everyone at the Resolution Foundation was talking about how we all live with our parents now, we don't actually live in couples like 30-year-olds used to, in 1997. Things have changed, it's really hard for young people, mental health is a struggle. And we young people were very energized in politics in 2017 and 2019. Yeah, when we were driving our own political movement rather than being told what we should want by politicians, we were told we were Trotskyists, we were anti-Semites, we were entryists, we were student politics, activist politics of protest, not the policy of politics of service. No, these people can go fuck themselves. These people can all go and jump off of a very small brick on top of a large brick. No.
What? Sorry, go on.
But no, that's it. Like, I'm so frustrated. It's incredibly frustrating because they lecture us about what we should want and how terrible our plight is. Yeah, we know how terrible our plight is. It's been banned for the last 14 years, except the one time we got politically energized to do it, we told, no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to have a political voice. Your political voice is meaningless, it's stupid, and you're ignorant. And the fact that you're there, it just shows you how naive you really are. But now we are saying to you what politics you should want. Now we're going to we're gonna cry crocodile tears for the plight of young people. No, it's not allowed. Fuck off.
Adults are back in the room, people. Come on.
They just want young people to engage in capitalism. That's all it really is. They don't want people, as you said, young people to have their own political expression, which is very anti-capitalist. It is, you are allowed to be in the political process, but it must be very pro-capitalist.
Well, no, that's the thing.
Within the system, and that's it.
It's not just that they want them to engage in capitalism, because that's sort of unavoidable. Capitalism is quite totalitarian in that way. But it's that they want them to engage in capitalism and shut the fuck up about it.
Well, that's kind of what I mean, though. Obviously, like, we're all engaging in capitalism. But I mean, like, why aren't young people engaging in capitalism positively? And we need to do something about that, rather than saying, capitalism is creating a generation of unhappy people in a system where people can't get on in life.
Well,
it's how can we get young people to realign with capitalism?
That's the thing, exactly. When they see that young people don't like capitalism, rather than thinking what can we do to help young people, they think what can we do to help capitalism.
Yeah. And what's wrong with these people? Why are they upset about capitalism? Something's gone wrong here, rather than be like,
there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with these young people, not that there's something wrong with the economic system.
Yeah,
exactly. That's it. Again, it goes back to the centrist bell curve theory of ideology, right? And they think that something is wrong with young people and not wrong with policy, that we've become very, very left wing. They think, well, there must be an ideological bell curve where most people in the center and there are some people on either side.
It's the
when
woke.
When they see young people go massively one way, they think, well, there must be a fifth column. They must be being handed to. They must be being indoctrinated. Well, no, we're just subject to the material conditions of our age, which is ironic. It's because it's politicians like this that created the political economy where the policymakers only pandered to boomers, mostly because young people didn't vote, which is true, but also because young people vote very left-wing and so they didn't need to be pandered to, which created this feedback loop that made all of the policies that were beneficial to young people off the table because they weren't electorally viable.
It's just pronouns. It's pronouns in modern-day California shit. That's
even
all
though
it
you're
is.
being
fucking pronouns.
Even though you're kind of joking, there's a point to that, because I think that a lot of these centrists will look at younger people and say, well, they're going on TikTok and they're seeing socialist propaganda or USSR shit or whatever.
Yeah,
that is why people are being influenced. But actually,
Generation 8, it's Generation Hamas.
Yes.
What it actually is the people responding to the material conditions, and then maybe they are seeking alternatives. Whether the alternative is right or not, whether some young lefty or young person goes on TikTok and goes, oh my god, based USSR, whether that's right or wrong, the material conditions, it's not, the material conditions led people to alternatives.
The mad cunts who are like, oh, what, Osama bin Laden's fine, actually.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
The USSR sucked, right? But, like, at the same time, they accomplished some insane things, especially with regards to things like public health and inequality and so on.
Eradicating homelessness.
Right?
You know,
there's a reason why the countries which have the highest women in STEM participation are ex-Soviet countries.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The
Woke
broader
shit.
point, though, is that we need to find out what went wrong with young people. Why are they seeking out different cultures? And that some people on the right link it to bloody pronouns, or centrists might think there's something wrong with these people, that they're seeking out alternatives. But you have to understand, why are people seeking out alternatives? Because the current material conditions are not serving the people under capitalism.
100%. 100%. You're absolutely right. Yeah,
and I tell you what, I watched a video you made, Helena, a while ago, and it was one of the best fucking videos I've ever seen. And it was basically when you talk about centrists, and centrists are think about ideas, and the left think about material conditions, and that the reason why people have different views in the world is simply because they have different ideas. But actually, you're completely saying that people are driven to different ideas largely through a lot of people's material conditions. And that is a very, again, very Marxist thing to say, but luckily I think half of us here are Marxists.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that I think just drives people towards the tanky bullshit, at least, is finding out how much they've been fucking lied to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I said this before, when all the Hamas shit kicked off, right? And the Bin Laden letter. Right?
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is what I was talking about. The Bin Laden letter. So Bin Laden and the Bin Laden letter, the specific one that they were referring to, Letter to America, because obviously he wrote quite a lot. It has some truths in there, and it has a whole bunch of blaming the Jews for all this shit, right? But if you're a young person and you've been brought up in a country like the United States, where you're told that you are the paragons of freedom and democracy around the world, right? And that through your policing peace reigns, right? And then you discover that actually the United States actions in Iraq and Afghanistan, for example, were slightly less than that, right? Well, not slightly less than monstrous, utterly monstrous, right? It's a fucking massive shock to the system. Then somebody else comes along and tells you and says, yeah, no, actually, this is what happened. And you're like, yeah, no, that guy's right? And like,
multipolarity.
Why wouldn't you believe that this guy is telling the truth about the other things that he's saying as well, right? Like, and it's fucked up. It provides these vectors for radicalization because people have been lied to all their fucking lives, and they don't know what to believe. And somebody finally comes along and gives them a sliver of something that is true, that they can verify that is true. Why wouldn't they continue to trust that person? Do you know what I mean?
And you're absolutely right. And yeah. Well, that is prevalent. But it's prevalent on the left too. But I think that it's really easy to then, once you realize you've been lied to America, for somebody to tell you, actually, well, America's wrong in every situation. And you just develop the opposite heuristic, where you go with, well, if America does it, it must be bad, which what lends itself to the terrible positions people take. Where they've got, like, the pro-Assadists, for example, like the pro-Assad types, who will reflexively take an anti-Kurdish position just because some Western states have been allying with Kurdistan, even if trade. Literally, there was the Bob Crow Brigade from the RMT went on the ground to fight with the fight for Syria and Kurdistan. Blake Belson from True Nonpod literally fought for the Syrian Democratic Forces in the defense of Rojava, but because there are some Western troops on the ground defending Rojava as well, like these types will just reflexively take the opposite position and then be pro-Assad, even though he fucking gasses his own people.
Yeah. And I think that's a kind of a natural thing that you might pick up when you kind of like early introduction to the left, when you start exploring your political ideology. That a lot of people.
Who was making those videos on TikTok? It was all fucking kids. It was all
that's what they say. When they say, "Oh, people are being indoctrinated by TikTok." Well, no, because these people are sharing these things peer to peer. This isn't some shadowy organization implanting things in people's minds. This is information that's being shared and circulated independently by people. Well, it may be wrong, and people may be sharing misinformation, but it's not some kind of indoctrination campaign. It's just ideas being circulated throughout the in-group.
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably.
But I do think that I mean, I used to kind of hold that position where it was almost like anti-Americanism, because when you first discover Western foreign policy and its ramifications, it's almost like a natural instinct to then think, well, everything this says, everything this country says must be wrong, and you question everything. It's good to question stuff, but then I think some stay in that trap, which I'm happy I'm not in that trap anymore, which is like the anti-Americanism or anti-Western thing, which is like, okay, we must take the opposite position the West takes in every single situation. Regardless of principle, regardless if you say you're an anti-imperialist, I'll bat for imperialists on the other side if it means it's against America.
Yeah.
And I don't think that comes from a bad place, by the way. I think most people on the earth who think that aren't doing it from a bad place, because I used to think like that years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
And I didn't come
There's
from
a really great, there's a really great Bad Empanada video talking about how anti-Americanism it's just stupid ideology.
Yeah, although he seemingly is
he's mental.
nuts.
Don't never ever look at his tweets. Block him on Twitter. Never interact with him on Twitter. Videos great, tweets
lunatic,
terrible.
Yeah, I don't
He is a
really know
lunatic
about
on
him,
Twitter,
but like
his videos are really, really good. I would advise people to go and check out the one he did about Argentine cinema and the Argentine junta during the 70s and 80s. It's genuinely brilliant.
He just released an hour-and-a-half expose of the case for Netanyahu of committing genocide in Gaza, and it is fantastic. I shared it on my YouTube page. Well worth watching.
True, but the problem is he's also an anti-Semitic prick, given some of the tweets. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's this? Is that what's getting him a lot of enemies then, is his tweets? Because
he's unwell. I don't think there's any doubt about it. There's something wrong with the guy.
Oh.
He's a fucking loony. Yeah.
He's lunatic. But it doesn't make his video content not terrible. Like another great video is his self-determination video about he uses Taiwan and Crimea as a case for self-determination. It's super interesting.
Or the Batman one, not Batman the thing. There was a guy called Batman who was a Australian settler or whatever, and the treaty with the native peoples of Australia. It's again a brilliant video, but it's also a wanker. So.
I've seen a lot of his thumbnails. I haven't really got into it yet. I'm going through a spell of watching and learning economics at the moment. So.
Great, incredible channel. Big fan.
Yeah, really good. And I don't want to talk about it now because I can go on for fucking hours about him. So we'll probably talk about this another time. But yeah, no, really good, really good. And I think it's who's the guy that does it? Jesus.
Jesus of Nazareth.
No, the bald man, the guy who does that learning.
We don't know his name.
Oh, he hasn't revealed his name. Okay. He's just really thoughtful and logical, and he's not particularly ideological. Well, he is as a socialist, but he doesn't try to present arguments and rhetoric. He seems to be like, I really care about factual analysis and shit like that. I think he comes across really honest and decent bloke. Anyway, yeah.
Brilliantly, I think everybody's incredibly proud of him as a 16-year-old with real composure, actually, as well. I mean, to do that on that stage.
Yeah, that is ballsy as fuck. I've seen 40-year-old blokes go to pieces on the stage, and the 16-year-old just strolled up there. Made it all the way to the final. Amazing shit.
In that way, just up the road from me in Ali Pali, was quite phenomenal, I thought. Thank you, Chris. Sophie from The Mirror.
Thanks, Turkey. Sophie Huskisson from The Mirror. If the Tories reduce or scrap inheritance tax, will you reverse this if you get into number 10?
Very straightforward policy question.
And there's a very straightforward answer to that as well.
Which Keir Starmer will now not give.
When we go into car
on
power,
inheritance tax,
we want to
we're
make choices.
fundamentally opposed to what the Tories are pretending they're going to do. They floated this, I think, last year. They're floating it again now. I don't know whether they're going to do it, but I would have thought by now that they had learnt the lesson that further tax breaks for those who are the best off with nothing for working people is not a good idea. And I don't believe in tax breaks for those that are already well off when there's nothing on offer for working people. So I wouldn't be doing what they're floating. We'll wait and see whether they actually do it. They floated.
But the
Would you
question
reverse
is,
it, though?
if they fucking did it, would you overturn that?
In principle, I'm against it. However, if the fiscal rules...
Exactly.
It's identical to their oil field policy, where they said, well, we won't change any of the existing licenses, but we won't issue any new ones ourselves. So the Tories have just gone fucking haywire, throwing licenses out like fucking candy to all these oil companies.
Yeah.
And then Labour have gone, we'll honour all of these new ones, but we won't do any more than that. There are none left. They've all been got done. Oh, well, whoopsie daisy.
Did it many times already. Thank you, Sophie. Matt from the Times.
Thank you. Matt Dathan from the Times. Immigration is bound to be one of the key issues at the election, and I'm not sure you mentioned that once in your speech. So I was going to ask you if that's all right.
He said
on illegal
secure
migration.
the borders, like how many times?
He said it twice, but I guess he
Yeah.
didn't really say anything on immigration.
We didn't really say anything on anything.
Well, yeah, true. But
He used
the
enough
media cannot
platitudes
go
when he
without.
mentioned it.
They cannot. The media can't go 5 minutes without talking about immigration. Like he can do fucking 300 speeches on immigration just because he did it in one speech.
True.
You said you were open to the idea of processing asylum seekers abroad, either by allowing them to claim asylum from abroad or sending them offshore. Where would you send those people who are refused asylum? And
Well,
just
not
very
for
quickly on
Rwanda.
legal migration, this time next year you could be inheriting a policy to increase the family visa income to 38,000. Would you keep that or scrap it?
On the question of what we do with illegal migration, look, we've got a problem with the boats that are coming across the channel, and we need to stop them. Nobody should be making that dangerous journey across the channel, and the government has lost control of our borders, and that is why it's of such concern to many people in the country. And I'm open to credible ways of dealing with that. I think the most credible ways of dealing with that are smashing the gangs in the first place.
Criminal gangs.
Those boats are being made now.
Smashing the
pretty
criminal
much to
gangs.
order.
There we go.
Oh,
Smashing them.
So I've got 3 opportunities to get a line here. So one across, one down, one diagonal.
Yeah.
I'm
So I need-
totally fucked. My bingo card's just terrible. Has he said
Look,
no
a
one-
bad work person blames their tools. Okay.
Has he said anything about non-dom tax status yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you been fucking listening? That's why you've not got anything. You've missed it all.
Yeah, Ashrand as well in chat. Yeah, we did get NHS Fit for the Future.
We did.
Oh,
Did we- did
what's
we
that?
finally-
Bingo.
Did we allow laser focus? Because I haven't heard him say laser focus.
No,
That
we
is
definitely have
one
not had
we need
that
to
yet.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
He's
So,
not-
like-
I need laser focus too.
Bigger boats. They're being stored and brought in Europe and brought across Europe to the north coast of France and being used there. Gangs are running this. Vile gangs are running this. Now, for 5 years I was chief prosecutor, and I worked with other
Were you?
law enforcement agencies.
Yeah, but what
across
did your
Europe
dad
to
do?
smash
I didn't know
drug
that.
smuggling gangs, people
Yeah, what did your
smuggling
fucking
gangs,
dad do?
terrorist gangs. It can be done.
Toolmaker, wasn't
Well, unfortunately, you didn't pull out that one night. Just saying.
refuse to
Oh,
accept
Ashrand has
that the
bingo.
only gang that can't be broken
And so does Morinaka.
is the
Hey, Dad
gang
was
that
a
is running this vile
toolmaker.
trade. And so that would be my number one, which is stop it in the first place. Put
He
your
made
political energy into that.
One of
I
them
also
called
think,
Kit.
by the way, that we should process the claims of those that are actually here. Most people would be pretty shocked to know that of all those that have arrived by small boats in the last year or so, only 1% or less than 1% now have actually had their claims processed. So the system is fundamentally broken, and then we need to have a system for returning
So
those
that's one of the few 1% he doesn't like. Just saying.
to fail to the country that they came from. On the specifics of your question about processing offshore, there's a difference obviously between processing offshore and deporting people to places like Rwanda. And that does happen in some cases already. The Ukraine scheme has an element of processing offshore before people arrive in this country. It can be done, and I'm open to sensible suggestions.
Yeah, because it involves having a safe and legal route.
Oh, yeah. And well, they're
Can I-
white.
that is-
They're white people, so it's allowed. Yeah. it's fine.
Can I just say, by the way, net migration to the UK, okay, in 2022 at least, 745,000 people, all right?
Right.
So that's net, right? So that's 745,000 more people in the UK than were before because of immigration,
Yeah.
right? Okay. People arriving in small boats in 2023, 29,000.
Jesus. So it's not
29,000. It's nothing. It's fucking nothing. It's such a massive nothing burger.
Yeah.
Like, and it drives me fucking insane. And the only reason we're talking about it so much is because the Tories decided to make it like a massive part of their platform, right? And so of course Keir has to go, oh yes, well also I'm against the small boats too. Fuck the small boats. I fucking hate small boats, stupid little fucking dingy fucks, right? But but it's a non-fucking issue. The issue is that we have so many fucking people, like year on year on year, the numbers have been building up because the asylum claims aren't being processed. And that's got to the point where we've started having to house them in hotels and so on, because we don't have the facilities to house all the people waiting for their claims.
Yep.
And then people start trying to the right-wing press drummed all this shit up about asylum seekers or refugees or whatever getting to stay in 4-star hotels or what, which again is mostly bullshit, right? Like, I'm sure there are some 4-star hotels that were requisitioned or used for this purpose, because they'll obviously use whatever they can use in the general area. And if that's all that's available, then they'll do that, right? But like, the vast majority of people who are seeking asylum in this country are housed in far less desirable fucking conditions.
I mean, how many kids have been lost?
Yeah.
They've literally,
they lost
200
refugee
200
children
kids.
came here, were put in these hotels, and have been lost to, let's be honest, sex trafficking.
Quite probably, yeah. And to just stop it off, because I've got a friend who's like waiting for an asylum application to be processed. She absolutely has a very solid claim to asylum. I fully expect it to pass, but you never know with this government, right? So they get very little fucking money. Okay, I forget what it is now. It's less than what you get on job seekers. Okay, so anybody who's out there on job seekers, you get like
and they're not allowed to work, so they can't
it's
earn
like it's like 50 quid a fortnight or something if you're on job seekers, right? Or 50 quid a week, sorry. It was like 40 quid a fortnight back when I was just on job seekers. It was fucking ridiculous. But they get fucking less than that, right? They do not have enough to do their fucking laundry, to do to buy all their food. If they smoke, they can't buy fucking cigarettes. That's for fucking sure. They have no fucking money. They're not allowed to work, right? And like you said, Kev, and that's one of the biggest fucking things. If we just let them work, like they would be able
process
to.
The claims. Get them into jobs. Build the houses. It's not difficult.
Forget processing the claims. Just let them fucking work while they're here. Why can't they fucking work? What's the?
They would be able to work if the claims got processed, which we were able to do without building up a backlog at all.
I agree, but there's no
2010s.
I agree,
2000s,
and they should be processing the claims. But even back then, that was still people living in abject fucking poverty and misery for months on end, sometimes longer than a year, right? And we're talking back when the asylum claims were processed properly. Now the wait is like 4 or 5 years sometimes for people. My friend's application, I think, is getting expedited because it's a particularly difficult case. But for the vast majority of people, they're going to be waiting years on the fucking list, right? Let them work while they're waiting. There's no reason to not let them work while they're waiting.
Well, because
they're already here in our country, among our communities.
Well, this is the thing. Ironically, we know that the argument of them undercutting people's wages is bullshit. But the one way in which they can undercut people's wages is if you force them to be able to not work legally.
Yes.
They will work illegally,
absolutely,
and therefore for less than the minimum
and
wage.
get trafficked.
Exactly, yeah. And that therefore they actually do undercut the wages.
When it's
so by not allowing them to work, you are
made
creating
by,
the very problem that you claim to be trying to solve.
Yeah, there's a really interesting point made by one of the sex worker advocacy people that I follow on TikTok, and they were making the point specifically that, well, actually, the biggest cause of human trafficking is draconian immigration law. And if you made the law less draconian for people who are coming across the border illegally, then you would, and things like the Dreamer policy in America, the amnesty that you get in the United States, that you had under Obama, for example, is a thing where, well, I mean, if you make it so that people can go to the police with these things and not be at risk of ICE fucking deporting you, then you're going to be, it's far easier for you to get out of trafficking rings. That's why the Nordic model failed as well.
Most of these politicians don't want to address sex trafficking. Otherwise, what the fuck would they do on a Saturday night?
Exactly.
I mean, especially on the weekend, the week in which the Epstein file gets unlocked, right?
But there's so much rhetoric about, they come in and don't work, but we have an opportunity to allow these people to work. And you're absolutely right when it comes to
work. We won't let them work.
Exactly. And universal credit is painfully low, but there are obviously asylum seekers who earn less than that based on the state. They're trapped in a situation they can't get out, and then it's like a double-edged sword, because then you get right-wing politicians that turn around and make it harder for them.
Yeah.
So there's no sensible way out of this.
And it's the exact same problem whilst they're here as it is when they start talking about like them being illegal or whatever.
Yeah.
These illegal crossings. It's like they're not illegal crossings. Like it's legal it's legal according to international law to enter the country to seek asylum. And so they're trying to criminalize them just simply purely for fucking existing. And it's always a double-edged sword. And the answer is always simple: open, safe, and legal routes into the United Kingdom. Bearing in mind,
and we're not addressing what the core problem of why politicians respond in this way, because the British people are racist garbage.
I think that is partially true, for sure. There's a good proportion. There's a basket of deplorables in our country, right?
They make up a pretty significant chunk. They are not a small minority.
No, I agree. I don't know. It'd be hard to put numbers on it, but it's over 30%, right?
Yeah.
But regardless of that, like, a lot of these people would not be focused on this fucking issue remotely. If it wasn't for media complicity and the media constantly dropping up hate against them.
Well, people wouldn't be talking about it because they wouldn't know it's a thing. But the media are trumping this up, and politicians are also doing that, which actually stops effective policy, because it's stopping maybe a Labour Party for instituting a far more progressive and humane policy that could actually work. It's stopping them from doing that because they'll be seen as weak on immigration. And then you got Starmer, who wants to sound tough on immigration. So it's not just about politicians like gaining votes or popularity from this migrant bashing.
But the Tories,
it's making the problem worse as well.
But the Tories don't want to stop immigration. They obviously, I mean, they've massively increased it for a start off, but also it's their constant stick.
They don't want to.
In the same way that the Democrats didn't want to codify abortion because it was their thing. It was their thing they could constantly campaign on. So why would they get rid of that? That's one of their.
The only point of contention there is that, I mean, the Tories would have incentive to do something about it, because now the problem is they're getting attacked from the right, from all political parties, that they're not doing anything on it. So if they were to do something like immigration and bring it down, that would serve the Tories. But also, secondly, it kind of doesn't matter what level of immigration is. There's always been anti-immigration rhetoric, even back in the 60s when there was net zero migration. Okay, there was still anti-migrant sentiment. So the level of migration is almost irrelevant when it comes to how people feel about it. So I think the Tories could effectively bring down immigration whilst also banging on about immigration. So I agree in part that they don't want to solve the issue entirely because it's useful for them, but I don't think it's useful for them to allow immigration to get this high. And I think they do want to bring it down, but they just don't either know how to do it or can't bring themselves to be humane about it and institute an effective policy. It just happens to be more humane, and maybe they just don't want to do that.
Okay.
I think that what you were saying kind of like plays into why they produce these incredibly ineffective policies that are just very high on performative cruelty, like the Rwanda policy, right? It's like, we don't actually want to address the problem, we just want to look like we're being very tough on it.
Yeah. But then again, I suppose you're getting you're getting the media say, well, the numbers aren't coming down, and they're still getting that beat. I'm just saying that it's not. They probably don't want to spend all their time actually really addressing the issue, but I feel like it wouldn't hurt them if they were to bring numbers down, because they can say, look, what we've done, and it'll stop some of the tax. But obviously, it's not something they care enough about. They care more about the rhetoric of anti-migrant bashing.
Can we get on with this, because I definitely want to get to the nonce question.
Sure.
Questions and credible solutions to what is very obviously a problem. But I've simply refused to back down from my central proposition that I do not accept that you can smash drug gangs, terrorist gangs, people smuggling gangs, but somehow everybody does not think you can smash the gangs that are running this foul trade in the first place. I'll never accept that. And I will continue to maintain that it can be done, and if we have a Labour government, we will roll up our sleeves, put our shoulder to the wheel and get on with it. In terms of the family visas, I think the government is already slightly adjusting its position on this, so we'll have to see what they say in the new year. But I've been clear, I hope, that one of the main drivers of lawful immigration is the fact that we don't have the skills we need here in this country. If you look at the rising numbers of work visas, care worker visas, they've gone hugely through the roof. And that's because we haven't got a skills strategy in this country to deal with it. And I think
it's because we have low unemployment. We're at like last year it was even lower at 3%, but it's still low now at 4%. Right, it's not been this low, either 3 or 4% since the 1970s. That's how low our unemployment is. That's why we need to fill our labour gaps with migrants, is because there's nobody left to employ. That's why we have a hot labour market where wages are rising higher than inflation. That's why we have the migration. It's nothing to do with not skilling people up. Just although that is true, we do need more skills for people, so we have higher paying jobs and a better labour market in general. But the idea that that's why the migrants are happening is not true.
And also, oh God, I have my point there and it's gone. Carry on. You just carry on until I think about it.
And that ought to have the effect, will have the effect of driving the numbers down, and for good reason, because we should have a skills strategy. Thank you. Harriet from the Mail.
Harriet Line, Daily Mail. When the general election campaign comes, will you be prepared to do several head-to-head TV debates with Rishi Sunak, or are you and your aides, as has been reported, keen to duck them?
No, well, that report is just nonsense. Look, I've been saying bring it on for a very, very long time. I'm happy to debate any time. I'm happy to be here. All these events I do, I take all the questions from pretty well all the journalists that are here. So I don't think anyone...
Yeah, I take questions from client journalists from all of the media. Yeah, thanks.
Accuse me of ducking scrutiny or debate. So, look, I mean, as I've said many, many times, Harriet, just bring it on. Let's
bring it on. Ooh. Come on.
It's like the Ed Miliband. Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Let's have it.
You tough enough. Tough enough.
Yes, I'm tough enough.
Yeah.
Chloe,
you leave him alone.
Chloe.
Thank
Good boy.
Just to go back to your earlier answer on income tax, you're attacking the Tories for frozen income tax thresholds, but saying Labour will not set out any changes to personal taxes until we see economic growth. Is that correct? And if so, what level of growth are we talking?
What I've said, Chloe, is that I think that before we get to the question of tax, we've got to grow the economy. And I know that that may be slightly different to what some Labour leaders have said in the past.
What the hell? Whoa. Literally. The Corbyn manifesto was a pro-growth manifesto. What do you think a national investment bank to invest into UK businesses would be for? Do you think that's an anti-growth policy? Do you think that fixing our public services so we have a more functioning economy, is that not a pro-growth policy? What the fuck are you talking about, Keir?
The only growth you're seeing under Corbyn is anti-Semitism.
A growth in Hitlerism.
True.
The growth in the numbers of reopened Auschwitzes.
Spicy.
Or tax, I think we've got to grow the economy, and it's got to be measured in living standards across the country. I'm not going to put a percentage on that. We desperately need to turn this situation around because the economy has been flat for 14 years. That means people's wages have not risen significantly for 14 years, and everybody is feeling the pinch on the cost of living crisis. So before we even get to the question of tax, we've got to deal with the economy. Now, that's not to say there won't be changes to tax, but where there are to be changes for tax, we'll set them out, as we have done in the examples I gave earlier. Obviously, we've got at least another fiscal event before the election. We need to see what the situation is there.
Can we stop saying fiscal event as well, you cunts? It's such an annoying phrase.
I fucking hate this argument that like, oh, the economy's been shit and that's why wages haven't increased. Like, yeah, the economy has been shit. However, shareholders are taking home bigger cuts than they've ever fucking taken home before. And one of the main reasons that there's been a depression in wages is simply because MPs won't fucking vote for a higher fucking national minimum wage. They won't vote for a minimum wage to raise in line with inflation.
Their wages have gone up quite significantly during that period.
Man, yeah.
The Tories are pushing up the minimum wage. The Tories are moving the minimum wage to £11 something.
Yeah, well worth it. Yeah.
But Labour have no minimum wage policy, despite the fact that they had one in both the previous elections.
Well, I think Starmer did say all £10 an hour, but that is so outdated now. So he hasn't. Since
it was already gone up to 11 under Jeremy Hunt.
True, but the problem with the previous manifestos was that Corbyn was planning to raise it to 12 Reichsmarks. So,
True.
And it's not cool. Not cool.
But in principle, I do want to see lower taxes on working people. I want people to have more money in their pocket. But the first lever that we will pull is the growth lever, because in the end, that's the only way to get the money that we need to fund our public services. Steph at the Express.
How doesn't have working people having more money in their pocket like drive the economy? Doesn't that drive growth? Isn't growth literally isn't GDP the amount of fucking transactions that take place within a country, or at least the amount of money that fucking exchanges hands and shit? Like, what is this growth lever? The fucking magical growth lever that you just pull and growth happens.
The big red button, the big red growth button.
It's
my
pissing me off. It's like we're not going to do anything about taxes. We're not going to improve the conditions of working people until we get the economy under. It's fucking it's pissing me off.
Chill.
You can't.
You can have a fucking heart attack. Chill out.
It's pissing me off.
No, to be fair,
the thing is, it reminds me of my favourite economics joke, which is two economists walking in the park. One of them says to the other one, "I'll give you £50 to eat that pile of dog shit." And then he does it. And then the other one says to the other person, "Well, this is more dog shit." In which case, "I'll pay you £50 to eat that dog shit." And like, so did we exchange no money to both eat dog shit? Aha! But we increased the nation's GDP by £100.
True.
Yeah. No,
is that almost for like a good explainer as well, rather than a joke?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Express. You have been on a journey over trans rights. So
I was just thinking. Daily Express. Guarantee she asks a question about trans people, or she says, "What is a woman?" I was just kind of thinking it. She fucking has as well.
Keir Starmer, what is an adult human
I bet you the can of women have a penis things coming up. You watch.
Fucking dog
sex is 100% guaranteed under a Labour government.
Yes. And I've been really clear and unwavering on this.
Sorry, can you go back? I don't know what she asked was 100% guaranteed.
Well, she's South African, so it was probably racist.
Public services. Steph at the Express.
Thank you. Steph Spiro from the Daily Express. You have been on a journey over trans rights. So are single-sex spaces 100% guaranteed under a Labour government?
Right. Yes. And I've been really clear and unwavering on this. From my time as Chief Prosecutor, I worked with a whole bunch of people on violence against women and girls. And saw.
Does that include trans women and girls?
No, it doesn't. And what he's literally implying here is the trans women are a threat to the safety of women and girls. And he was pressed on this by Nikki Campbell. Nikki Campbell said, "So are you saying that trans women are a threat to women and girls?" And he just fucking flip-flopped on the answer and couldn't answer the question. This was such a
as well that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
And he's like,
yeah, exactly.
Or no, myself.
Also, people in
That's
chat,
my
be
own-
nice. Disagree in a
No, start flame wars in chat now.
Observations, just how important it is. So that's never been an issue for me. I was persuaded of that many, many years ago now. I was doing that work in 2008 to 2013. Thank you very much. Jim, from the FT.
Jim Pickard, Financial Times. You've been very clear that you believe the Green Prosperity Plan is an investment in the future. But of course, the plan has been through changes in scope and changes in timing this year. It's been reduced in size and will be delayed somewhat. Can you guarantee that this plan will not go through further changes or further watering down before the election? And if you'll excuse me, the FT did a report this summer on a JP Morgan report which suggested that Peter Mandelson had stayed at the New York townhouse of Jeffrey Epstein in 2009 when he was de facto deputy prime minister, and while the financier was imprisoned for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Do you think that Lord Mandelson, who is of course a close political ally of yours, has some questions to answer?
Jim, let me just first push back on the first part of your question. There is no question of pushing back on the mission. The mission is clean power by 2030. So nobody's pushing back on that. Nobody's saying we want a later date or half clean power or 50% clean power. I've been really clear from the start what the mission is, and there's no pushing back on that.
Okay, but what about your pedo, mate?
Obviously, we've looked...
Yeah.
He's going to not get to it in a bit. Just
very carefully at the investment that's needed for that. The investment that we want to put in is
Wasn't it
intended
2025
to
as well,
trigger-
originally?
Oh, I don't know.
2030 it was, but he's saying that the mission won't change by 2030, but it will change if you change the level of funding.
Yeah.
So if you're committed, because initially it was essentially like £28 billion per year until 2030, which if you look at how much investment is needed on green energy, that means the UK could hit its target. So it was initially a really good policy. Then they kind of watered it down and said, oh, we're going to ramp up to 28 billion per year, which means anything from 0 to 28 billion.
Yeah.
And now it looks like they won't have the 28 billion pound target, right? But obviously you can't say, even if we put in 28 billion pounds per year, or if we don't, the outcome is the same. Clearly not, is it? If you're going to reduce the level of investment, then you're not going to get green power by 2030. So that's a really fucking stupid answer to say, and no one's going to pick up on that. But like, that's an outrageous thing to say. Yeah. Of course, if you don't spend your pledge of 20 or 30 billion pounds per year by 2030, then you're not going to hit your target.
But he's got a Nonce, mate. So why are we listening to anything he has to say?
True.
You know.
Private investment at a ratio of 1 to 3. So we've had obviously quite extensive discussions with global investors as to how that will work. And the date on which a cheque is written by the government is not the date the mission is delivered. The date the mission's delivered is 2030. That's the mission. Obviously, we've pushed back the ramping up to £28 billion. It doesn't mean there's nothing before that. It means it's ramped up to £28 billion.
We are going to invest £4 every year.
That's what I mean. Like it's now gone from a pretty clear commitment to, it doesn't mean nothing. Yeah, but then it also means anything between 0 and 28 billion, which is a pretty big fucking bracket.
I'm going to
say
it's going to be
that?
Closer to the former than the latter.
It's going to be closer to the 0 to the 28 billion. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But you can't like that. You've gone from quite a solid commitment to literally this could be fucking anything. It's all out the window now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Subject, of course, to the money the government may already be putting in and to our fiscal rules. But that is just sensible investment, looking at the changes since we first announced this in the cost of debt, but also looking at the practicalities, because now we're in quite intensive discussions with the partners that we hope to deliver with about what can be done when, what needs to be ramped up, what needs to be tackled first. And so, for example, planning would have to be pretty high on my list of priorities to start with to get the ball rolling on this. But I want to be really clear, there's no pushing back on the mission. The mission is clear, clean power by 2030. Nobody is suggesting that we're watering that down or pushing it back. On Peter Mandelson, look, and I do try to give pretty full answers in these sessions. I don't...
What are you talking about?
You won't know.
...know any more than you do. And therefore...
No, we do. We know he's a massive nonce. Come on.
The question was, does he have questions to answer given what we know? Like, if you don't know any more than they do, you can still answer the question.
And also, before...
I think it's like we know plenty. Like, what we know is that he's been photographed at parties with Jeffrey Epstein. He's been photographed measuring fucking tables with Jeffrey Epstein. He's in Jeffrey Epstein's black book, down as Petey, of all things. Definitely not a chummy name that they've got going on there. And on top of that...
By the way, he's in there with 6 different contact details.
Indeed. Plenty of different contact details for Petey in the little black book.
We knew this all before Keir Starmer became leader. So therefore, and obviously Keir Starmer is someone in his position. He's going to try and get background checks or stringent background checks, isn't he? So there's no way he didn't know about any of this. So this is all before. And given that, I wouldn't want to be associated with Peter Mandelson based on...
He called Epstein in prison.
Right. So Keir Starmer clearly knew all of this and thought, fuck it, I'm going to appoint him anyway. Actually, what's coming out about Jeffrey Epstein isn't really much... I don't think there's anything new about Peter Mandelson. We've already seen the damaging stuff from him.
Yeah, he's a nonce.
So,
yeah.
But Starmer clearly doesn't give a fuck. Clearly doesn't give a fuck.
No, not a single fuck. No.
Because you cannot... I'm sorry, but you cannot convince me that Starmer didn't know anything about Peter Mandelson's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. And to me, as a politician, even if there was a whiff of connection to a fucking paedophile, you just optically, you'd be like, fuck that.
Well, look, there was always a bad smear when they tried to say that he was, he helped, what's he called? Fucking
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile avoid a prosecution. But there's no doubt he is now protecting a pedophile.
Seems so.
Yeah, that's actually happening right now. So, just a point for everyone to remember. What a lovely man that people are asking me to vote for.
There's not really much I can add to what you already know, I'm afraid. And that's simply the state of the affairs. Thank you, Jim.
Could he have said
Fucking
any more
nothing.
times?
Fucking
Absolutely
literally nothing. I know as much as you know, and that's what I know, and that's what we know about what we know and what you know. And so, thank you.
And it makes it worse as well, because I know as much as you know. I was like, well, we know quite a lot. So
Yeah, I know enough. Yeah.
I don't know as much as you know. I'm really.
I want to point out again was, does he have questions to answer considering what we know?
Exactly.
It wasn't. Do you know any more?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Sir Keith. If you know what I know, why are you still working with this man?
I'm actually quite shocked that I know our media is a cuck for power, but I am actually really shocked how this hasn't been a national scandal, that Keir Starmer has brought Peter Mandelson back on. I really thought they would have.
Because the media is now pretty firmly in Keir Starmer's pocket, right? Like, but
I still.
It's wild he got questioned on this. Like, it's not just Peter Mandelson either. Like, Alistair Campbell post-Iraq war. Tony Blair still advising Keir Starmer, despite the fact that hands chopping off Saudi Arabia, or Jamal Khashoggi murdering Saudi Arabia funds huge amounts of the Tony Blair Institute. Never gets fucking questioned by the James O'Brien types, does it? And he's very happy to take all of this dirty advice, right? To stand on a stage with a man who had helped commit 3 fucking genocides in Henry Kissinger, and you're like, it's just normal politics. And then of course people act surprised when he supports another genocide around the corner.
James O'Brien actually makes me want to fucking puke, because he's he's one of the fig leaves for fucking atrocity that exists in our media. It's just like, you can be it's just blue team shit.
Well, he's one of the worst people in this country, and I have a burning hatred of James O'Brien. He's a smug, posh twat. He's clueless. He has the integrity of a fucking gnat, and he should be nowhere near politics, nowhere near the media. He just needs to shut the fuck up.
the irony is actually, despite all of that stuff, he's actually been pretty good on Gaza for some reason. I mean, like he literally did his, on his the title of his segment today was literally calling out the Israeli ambassador for
I know, but that's such,
advocating ethnic
such a
cleansing.
fucking low bar. It's like, oh, good.
It is a low bar. It is a low bar, and it's an ironically low bar, given that when Jeremy Corbyn was saying what he's saying now, he called it the party of Holocaust denial. Again, like always catching the horse 5 fucking years after it's
Yeah, but
bolted.
he's doing the Guardian thing though. It's like, well, we can pivot to the left now because it's safe from actual left-wing policies.
Yeah,
It's like, it's kind of doing it now.
Everyone,
Like, he would...
shut the fuck up for a second. Hello there, Raiders, from James from the internet. How are we all? Hit the
Oh
fuck.
shit, it's so nice to see James again. I hadn't seen him stream in a while. And then he sort of like popped back up.
Streams every day.
I hadn't seen him for... I'm sure he took it. Oh no, sorry. Not James from the internet. Fuck. I was thinking of somebody else. I was thinking of Danny from the internet.
Oh, you're thinking of James Somerton. He's not done a video.
Oh, I'll start thinking of James Somerton.
Okay, again, shut the fuck up. Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Logan. You can hit the follow button. Hello. Anyway, I'm streaming with No Justice MTG.
Hello, everybody.
You can go and follow her on the various platforms that she is on. I'm here with Turning Point Left.
Hello, it's turn left. Don't let Kevin fool you.
He's a Charlie Kirk tribute act.
Wow. Wow.
No, go and follow Turn Left on YouTube.
And I will say, when we started the stream, Kevin said, I was like, what did you say? A sexy man. And now you're comparing me to Charlie Kirk.
What, are you saying Charlie Kirk's not a sexy man?
He's a sexy forehead, maybe.
Yeah.
He's far more forehead than man.
He is a bombshell. He is not a sexy man.
No, he's not. He's very much not. Anyway, I'm also here with Mix Vivian Wolf, who is awesome, and you should go and follow her on Twitter, because that's the place that she does most of her stuff.
Suck bitches.
True. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Everyone go and follow James from the internet, otherwise I will break you.
I've got Martina from the Sun.
Thank you, Keir. Martina Bett from The Sun. You've just expressed a desire to lower the tax burden for working people, yet there seems to be no firm commitment to prevent an overall increase in the tax burden under a Labour government. Can you provide a concrete assurance that under your leadership, the overall tax burden will not rise and that there will be no new taxes?
Well, so far as new taxes are concerned, we have actually set out a number of areas where we will increase taxes. So
non-dom status and the fucking private schools and just fucking end me.
VAT on private schools
there we
is
go.
one. Ending the non-dom
there
tax
we go.
status is another. Closing some of the loopholes in our system. And that's the approach we'll take, which is if we are going to increase taxes, we'll set out what that...
Honestly, listening to him feels more and more like self-harm, to be honest.
There's not that much left.
In terms of rhetoric, though, why can't he say? Because he can easily get caught out here by saying, "Well, we will maybe possibly look at tax rises," and then he goes on to list the private schools and all the stuff, right? But then he can easily be clipped or attacked the media saying, "Oh, Keir Starmer doesn't rule out tax rises for everyone." Why didn't he just say, "I'm only focused on tax and increasing taxes for the wealthy"? I feel like he doesn't want to say that because he's actually doesn't want to spook his backers.
Yeah,
but
well, exactly,
to be honest,
because he's not going to do that.
Yeah, but the taxes he's talking about here, though, are on the wealthy in a way. I mean, tax on private...
Yeah, and he's not going to do
on
them.
private schools.
We know he's not going to do them. He's fucking shit.
Yeah, but the ones he's already announced, right, they're all taxes on the wealthy, I would consider. So I don't know why he don't just say, I'm not going to increase taxes on ordinary people, but there will be tax rises on the wealthy. Yeah. And I feel like that is quite an open and shut case, whereas his answer sort of like, well, there will be tax rises, and here are the specific tax rises. But that is a soundbite to then say, Keir Starmer says there will be tax rises, and that's people going to think, oh shit, he's going to raise ordinary people's taxes. And to be fair to Starmer, he hasn't.
I mean, the comms are so bad.
His comms are terrible, but like he's also so adverse to sounding like a populist by saying we will raise taxes on the wealthy, which isn't a populist message, but he's so adverse to that. And partly it's probably because he don't want to spook his backers, I think.
I mean, why is saying working people every other word not fucking populist? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He can't say it properly. He goes, working people.
Well, in advance of the election and what the money will be used for. But when the burden, the tax burden, is the highest it's been since the Second World War, then I don't see the way forward as increasing that burden, save in those express areas where we've said so. I do want the burden on working people to come down, but any tax adjustments have to be fair and they have to be affordable. And that's the difference between us and the government. Fair and affordable is the rule. But
no uncosted
I go back
commitments.
to my central point, Martina, which is
What did he
that
say?
in the end, we can argue about taxes.
He didn't say that.
He basically said that.
He did not
What,
say that.
what was his exact verbiage? Repeat it.
Fair and affordable is the rule.
He said death to America. Fuck it, I don't even care anymore.
Wait, what are you trying to claim he said?
We've been going for 4.5 hours. We could just call it there.
Yeah,
But
fuck
it's
it,
really
yeah.
close to the end, though, isn't it? Or is
We're
not?
so close to the end.
Well, he's been blue balling us all the way through. Fuck it, I reckon we don't finish it off.
Yeah.
Bollocks to him.
So I'm just going to say, we'll just say, basically, those last 8 minutes, he definitely said partner with business, laser focused, and smash the class ceiling. Oh, I got bingo 3 ways. Yay.
Hey, that's me getting bingo. Fucking sweet.
Awesome. Amazing. I mean, just fuck everything. I'm so black pilled every time I listen to this fucking freak.
It's such a lot of fucking nothing, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
that's what's the worst thing is you can't, like, you could definitely have a go about the single sex basis meme, but he's just saying that in passing.
Adult human sheep.
You could definitely have you could have a go on a bunch of things, but like most of them are so non-committal, and he just doesn't act. It's so obvious he just doesn't actually give a shit.
Yeah.
I would fucking kill for a politician with some fucking passion, you know. Just somebody I could go, hey, this is a thing you believe, and I either really support you or I really don't support you.
Yeah,
but I feel like
they're all anti-Semites, though, isn't it?
True.
Every single one.
But even the politicians that I vehemently disagree with, like, I can't go, hey, I think that you fundamentally believe some really heinous things. All I can say is I think you're incredibly fucking cynical. You know, like I struggle to find a genuine person in our political system, and that's scary, honestly.
I'll tell you what, the person, and this is American politics, the person I did like, again, disagree with pretty much everything they believe in, but I felt like he was honest and he really believed what he meant, was Ron Paul, the libertarian. Now, I think libertarian ideology is really dumb, but I respected him because he came across as somebody who genuinely believed.
Right-wing libertarianism. You've got to clarify, okay?
Well, right-wing libertarianism, yeah.
Thank you.
No
straight bullets for the anarchists around here, okay? We've taken enough bullets from you, commies.
Oh no, do you know what? I stand anarchists. I'm not an anarchist, but I love you all, so no shade there. But his son, Rand Paul, he was supposedly a right-wing libertarian, but he was a complete prick. And he was someone who you couldn't trust. So I actually respected his dad. I liked him. Well, I never met the guy, but I liked him as a person. He seemed really, really nice. Of course, he didn't believe in universal healthcare because he thought that was government overreach and it was insane. But that's probably the only person I can think of on the opposite political spectrum who I at least respect. You know, I can't say the same for.
I mean, no. Whoa. If we're talking about right wingers, George Santos, what's going on?
Yeah. Definitely not the most fake being in existence.
Look, America, you had a bad bitch and you let her go. It's all right.
I mean, I think there are principled people within the Labour Party, right? I think Butler, who we were talking about earlier, I think she's principled. I think what's his name? Corbyn's friend, the fucking white hair, John
McDonnell.
John McDonnell.
John strongly worded letter.
I think he's principled. But the problem is that although these people are principled, they are not passionate and driven. Right? They are very much we've been part of the political system for fucking ever, and we're just going to sit here and politely express our views and wait till such a time as people deign to listen to us. Like, and I'm just like, you're useless. You're fucking useless. I appreciate what you have to say. I just wish you'd actually fucking say it with some gusto and actually try and get shit done around it, rather than go, oh, well, now's not the time, you know, we have to... Like, it's just wait until they deign to listen to us, and that's a shitty fucking policy for anybody who's in politics, because they ain't gonna fucking listen to you by choice, are they? If it's not beneficial to them.
That's why to force them to listen to you by withholding your vote.
True.
Exactly. So do not vote for Labour, is what I'm saying.
Do not vote for Labour, vote Green. I need to get a vote Green emo, and thank you. One of my chatters was pointing that out. So
honestly, I'm kind of on the
Green
Party trip as well. I think Green are like basically your only fucking choice at this point. But like even they have significant issues with transphobia in the party. So
I mean, to be fair, they did kick out a bunch of people. They've actually dispartnered with the Green Women's Group because they said they were too transphobic. So they've put measures in place. Zach Polanski's been clear.
They departnered with the women's group because of some procedural error in their registration or whatever. I mean, everybody knows it's because of the transphobia shit, but the official reason is because of
but I think there's been a marked improvement on the Green Party in terms of transphobia, and you brought up Helen, you brought up Zach Polanski. I think he's been really good on it as well.
Also, can we just say there's not a single party that doesn't have weird sussy pricks?
Yeah, absolutely.
There isn't a single party Exactly, which is why party politics is bullshit. It's why trans people are fucking disenfranchised in the UK, and it's why allow me to finish for half a second. It's why we need a political project from the fucking ground up to build something for trans people and stop relying on these fucking elitist cunts to do it for us. Let's go.
Like, basically, we have to make the best of a bad lot, and the leadership of the Greens, who have the broad strokes and the party's rhetoric, are both vehemently pro-trans in terms of what I've heard from.
But we can't just vote and think it's going to fix shit for us. We need to actually build shit.
Oh yeah, 100%. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but like I think
when it comes to voting, there's an easy choice, unless you're in Scotland.
But like if say Carla Denny's your local MP, I would say it's important you vote for her on a host of many things, but you kick out a transphobic fag and debonair with a very
what have you got against the POC slay queen that is Thangam Debonair? What's wrong
I
with
can
that?
say it, I fucking hate Thangam Debonair. I think she's one of the worst
misogynoir.
As a
really
person of colour, Kev, I fucking hate Thangam Debonair.
Yeah, no, as a white-oid, I fucking hate her. Yeah,
she's awful.
She's awful.
So I think
she's trash.
But if you're trans, I think there's utility in really getting behind Carla Denyer. At least having a local representative who's gonna.
Yeah, I've got no problem with if you're in an area with a good Labour MP. Yeah, keep them there. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's not nice. You're still gonna have to go in and hold your nose when you vote Labour. But
yeah, absolutely.
What can you do?
But I also understand that if you don't, even if you have a good local Labour MP, okay, I also understand if you didn't want to vote Labour because you're thinking, well, the leadership has been happy to throw trans people under the bus. And yes, my local Labour MP is really good. But why the fuck should I vote for a party that hates me?
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah. No, I just meant I don't have a problem with it. I would never advise a person to vote for this Labour
when it comes
party.
To when it comes to complaints of transphobia in the Labour Party, remember Rosie Duffield was being investigated for anti-Semitism, not transphobia. No matter how much she claims in the press now that she has been cleared of transphobia. The investigation was about anti-Semitism in regards to that tweet, right? And whether or not it was still fucking anti-Semitic.
Because transphobia doesn't even get investigated.
The transphobia doesn't get investigated. Not only does it not get investigated, they had a fucking box for Rosie Duffield and complaints for transphobia, complaints of transphobia. Read Rosie Duffield that the aides were told to not touch. You put the complaints in the box and you fucking ignore them, right? So not only is Labour fucking institutionally transphobic, not only does it have so many transphobic MPs or whatever, but there is no complaints process by which you can get your voice heard with regards to complaints of transphobia within the party. They are not listening. They're not interested in addressing the issue.
Viv, you said about how aides were told to ignore specific Rosie Duffield transphobia.
Yeah.
Have you got the source of that? Because I'm quite interested.
Sure,
I want to do a video on her about this. So
God, I'm gonna have to find it now because it was like a fucking. It came from a Labour aide like about a year and a bit ago, who told that story. Who said like we had a box for complaints for Rosie Duffield, and it was so. I don't know. You might have to do your own investigative work to pull that up. Honestly, I don't know if I could be bothered to go through.
I mean, or even just the person. I suppose I could just be like, this person said. Because
I cannot remember who it was. Honestly,
I'll do a bit of digging.
But yeah, if you're particularly interested, that was something that was said. But definitely don't take my word as read for anything. Always look for evidence.
No,
of
believe
the things
it.
people tell you on the internet.
Nick's Vivian Woolf is right in every situation. If you disbelieve her, you might as well just fucking go to
the
hell.
Oracle.
Exactly.
I mean, I am right all the fucking time. Actually,
True. Literally.
Except when it's blood libel, but it's. Jesus fucking Christ, that was some lunacy. Anyway, I am right all the fucking time, but you should always double check anything you hear somebody say on the internet. Don't listen to any of us talking heads.
Yeah, I literally. When you hear something on the internet, check it just because it's on the internet. Okay?
Yeah, definitely.
It's immediately sus because it's on the internet.
I know there were aides that worked with Rosie Duffield who said she's incredibly transphobic and homophobic, and she's been warned about it. She just hasn't given a fuck. Obviously, we know she's a deeply, deeply horrific person, but
well, considering she's homophobic and transphobic, it would be funny if she got AIDS then. Got AIDS, you see? AIDS. Funny.
Funny.
Is that what I sound like to you?
No, just the way you said that last week, went funny. I thought it was funny.
Fuck you. No,
and I wasn't taking the.
I'm only playing. No.
No.
Oh,
no,
so this is actually.
Go. We'll have it.
Let's have some. Yeah.
Here's an article. Here's the thing. This is from my friend over at Trans Rights, Lee Hurley, who I do generally trust on these things.
I think I follow them.
Yeah, Lee Hurley's very cool dude. Anyway, Rosie Duffield has so many complaints about her transphobia that Labour allegedly has an email folder dedicated to her alone, with staffers reportedly instructed not to touch it, and Duffield working with Policy Exchange. Questions need to be asked about the Policy Exchange's influence on Starmer and Co.
Just fuck Labour Party. Just fuck Labour. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know I just go on about the broad strokes of economic policy and the utility of voting for the Green Party, but really and truly, this shit can never, ever be rewarded with your vote, just on a basic moral principle alone. You can't reward this
I was on that train very, very fucking early. Yeah. I'll put that in Kevin's stream chat and I'll DM it to you.
Yeah,
no, I can't because you're not. Are you in the fucking Discord?
You got me on Twitter, haven't you? Can you not?
I do have you on Twitter.
Yeah,
it's very true. What are you on Twitter? What's your at again?
At Curtis Daily _
Curtis
with a C.
Rosie Duffield has so many complaints about her transphobia that Labour allegedly had an email folder dedicated to her alone, with staffers reportedly instructed not to touch it, and Duffield working with Policy Exchange. Questions need to be asked and answered about the Policy Exchange's influence on Starmer and Co. Which is the thing you just said, but yeah.
Yeah, that is. I read the title. The title of the article that Lee. But Lee is a decent journalist and will have links to the sources in the article.
Yeah, cool. That's amazing. Thank you for that.
Well, there you go. So
and I'll put out that plug again actually for Trans Rights, WRITES.
Yes.
Small trans-focused media organisation. Lovely people, Jebba Stone, Lee Hurley, and a bunch of friends, including myself, I guess, of the publication contributing.
Fair dues. So, the ultimate overarching theme here is the Labour Party are shite.
Yep. Fuck them. Fuck them. Go fuck them.
Yeah, I'm sick of them. They're gonna win. They're probably gonna win the next election, but
well, I'm going to try and look for the positives and just laugh at Tories crying in sports halls at 3 a.m.
Well,
Do you know
getting
what I
rid of the Tories is all well and good, but it's no good if you just replace them with more.
Again, we're looking for silver linings. Think of the positives.
Because the reason the Tories are so bad is not because of the people who are in government, right? Those people are disgusting, fucking monstrous, Malthusian, elitist cunts. Don't get me wrong, right? But like we just talked about with the connections between like Rosie Duffield and the Policy Exchange, it is the people backing them that is the driving force behind the policy that gets enacted and ultimately the destruction they've wrought upon this country. And it seems like at least some of those backers are moving their support from the Conservative Party to the Labour Party. Why the Labour Party are having an easier ride in the media at the moment. And so if we're voting Labour, if we get a Labour government, I think the question really needs to be asked is, are we essentially getting the same fucking people again? Right? Are we essentially getting the same fucking think tanks influencing government policy? And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think election time, I will probably have like 5 minutes of elation. Literally just that's it, because seeing the Tories go, it will be a huge sigh of relief, right? Especially I've never had a government other than the Tories in my working life. Ever since I've been working, it's always been the Tories. So there is.
Oh, you're a little baby person.
Shut up. I'm 30. We're all like the same age, aren't we? Apart from you, Kevin. You're.
Well, yeah, I guess you just didn't have to fucking work when you were younger.
Oh, middle class burn.
To be fair, Curtis is the only one who didn't go to university.
Yeah, never went to uni.
Oh, well.
Well, I went to uni whilst in indescribable poverty.
Yeah.
When I first started uni, I was still fucking street homeless. So.
Blimey. Well, that's impressive, to say the least.
Well, one thing I want to say is it is possible in this country because student loans are not. You don't have to provide any fucking collateral. Like, I mean, it was still 9,000 a year for me, right? Like, the
was it?
loans...
Blimey, I thought you were. I didn't realise you were just in that bracket.
I started university when I was like 25 or something. My childhood was pretty fucking well spent.
Because it was I was going to say I started when the fees were only 3,500 or whatever it was.
It was 9,000 a year for me. I still have 21,000 in student debt.
Yeah, it was free when Kevin went to university.
Actually, not true. £3,000 a year I had to fucking pay.
Everybody's so terrified of student debt, and having student loan service bug you once a year to go, hey, are you going to start paying back? Is kind of mildly annoying. But actually,
I don't think I've paid a penny back.
Yeah, but this doesn't help for the agitprop. Like, we want to abolish tuition fees. So
I do want to abolish the tuition fees, but I want people out there who are listening who are like thinking, oh, I want to go to university, but maybe I can't afford it, right? To go, actually, yeah, I can, right? Not only do you get not only do you not have to pay your tuition fees straight away, right? You pay them back when you're earning over a certain amount after you've finished your degree. So like, I think it's 25,000 now, or it might be 20,000. Either way, you start paying back once you're earning over a certain amount. So forget about that shit. Don't worry about that shit. Okay.
Well, I am actually thinking about going into education because even though yes, you don't technically pay it back for a while, the debt still puts me off. So
the debt isn't like other debt. It doesn't affect your credit rating.
Not, but it's just that it's the mental thing for me.
And they're not going to come around and like repossess anything.
Yeah,
Honestly, they're like the most toothless organisation ever.
But it's still a mental block for me that I don't.
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
do. You
Well,
know?
This is the thing. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be student loans at all, right? There should be free tuition, and you actually should get a grant in order to allow you to fucking study and live without having to work your bollocks off as well.
That's the other thing that I was going to mention is that you do get a maintenance grant, right? If you are a person who is living in poverty and you're working your fucking ass off and you're barely getting enough to pay the bills or whatever, right? I understand the idea of like stopping working and going to university sounds fucking terrifying, but you're not living like a particularly high luxury filled life anyway, and you can get a home on dorms and support yourself and eat, right, whilst you're studying. With that maintenance grant, you can do that, right? The money is about as tight as it is right now, the way you're working, right? You don't have an awful lot left over for leisure at all, but you can do it, right? And if you wanted to take a little part-time job on the side, you could. And the working days, if you're talking about going to lectures and stuff, much less than you're probably working at the moment, okay? So you might have to give up the place where you live, and that's one of the things that a lot of people would not want to do, and I totally fucking understand
I
that.
live with my partner, you know, I don't, that's something I don't want to do. But the thing is, the job I can do, I can probably fit it, right? But yeah, no, so going back to the election, though, that's essentially it, though. It's going to be like 5 minutes of elation because I haven't worked under a Labour government. So I guess that initial feeling will be nice. But then obviously, as we all agree, I think reality will kick in and it's going to be Keir Starmer as Prime Minister and nothing's going to fundamentally change. But I can't lie when like the prospect of the Tories going is exciting.
Yeah.
But the dread comes in though when a right-wing Labour Party wins. It is also not that I think it does delegitimize our politics, but in the public realm, it enforces the idea that left-wing politics is not viable, and that the only way for Labour to win power is a right-wing Labour government. So it does become harder for us to advocate for our kind of politics. But then at the same time, let's be honest, even now or before, our kind of politics has always been sneered at anyway. But the thought of like, see, Jeremy Corbyn lost, left-wing politics doesn't win, Keir Starmer wins a massive majority, that obviously fucking sucks as well.
And
I mean, I can't be anyone that thinks like that or feels like that.
Just to answer 255's question, who said, has there ever been a UK Prime Minister who had never been to university? To which the answer is yes. James Callaghan was, I believe, the only one who's never been to university, yes. Who went straight from joining the Navy into government.
Yeah. And also Corbyn, he never went to uni, did he? Because
he's never Prime Minister as well. So.
Well, no. But if had he become Prime Minister, he would have been the second, right? Because I know he got really bad A-levels.
Did he? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a big enough Corbyn fan to know that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, but I mean, that's another reason the establishment didn't like him, I guess.
Yeah.
But there were a few articles saying that he was too stupid to be Prime Minister because he didn't have these qualifications, which is just fucking
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Given that fucking Boris Johnson had the most expensive education one he could buy and was one of the densest cunts to ever hold that position.
Yeah.
So,
you know what? I will still stand his debate with Mary Beard on Greece versus Rome. Boris Johnson knew a decent amount about ancient Greece. Not as much as Mary Beard knows about ancient Rome. She did fucking body him. But more than I know about ancient Greece. And I took history at university.
Okay, but I mean, that's your advice is that I will still stand the fact that he got bodied by Mary Beard.
Look, I'm just saying that, like, the kind of education he got doesn't seem to make him fit for office because he was just
which was literally the point I made.
I took a university degree in history and we didn't even cover the classics, right? Like you don't do that in modern history.
Well, yeah, because classics is its own topic. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and it's an elitist fucking topic.
Yeah, it's a thing you don't need to learn about.
Twats who are like, yes, I can speak ancient Latin. Blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. Anyway, on that bombshell,
it's time to finish up.
Yeah, it's definitely. Well, it was time to finish up a long time. I've been yawning for the last hour.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into bed. I'm aching. I'm tired.
I can't wait to get into your bed as well.
Hey. It's nearly it's another nearly 5-hour stream.
True.
Yes,
Fucking
5 hours,
hell.
exactly. Do you want to read into Joan Atoms, Kev?
Yes, let's do that. Everyone go and follow Curtis and Helena and Mixed Vivian Wolf on Twitter and all the rest of it, and leave me alone.
And Kevin is KF Logan 1875 on Twitch and Kevin Logan 1875 on Twitter.
But I did specifically request being left alone, so don't.
I'm
don't
not.
follow me.
I refuse. Everyone go follow him.
Thank you. Okay, Joan Atoms. I'm not even going to bother doing anything with the YouTube. It's just going to end.
No one was live anyway. I threw my people into Demon Mama's prepared stream for 1 a.m. It's not even started yet. So
fair enough. So everybody, I'll be back tomorrow with. Oh, I'll be on with Christy Friday. They're doing a happy
you're with Christy tomorrow. Yeah, I am not going to be on tomorrow. I am busy playing a Magic tournament tomorrow, but I'll be back Saturday.
Oh wow, that's really sad. I'm so sorry for you.
I'm seeing real people for the first time in ages.
What is a Magic?
Leave me alone.
And send 50 quid to my Patreon. I'm running out of cigarettes.
What is a Magic tournament?
It's where they do magic.
No, just
card game.
They do magic.
I don't know. Have you played it on stream before?
Yeah.
It's where they gather and do magic.
Magic the Gathering, the fucking card game, Curtis.
I'm asking a fucking serious question, and all